Lazy breeze in a sea of green, slipping on the sunscreen. Lazy breeze in an open sky, never wanna say goodbye. Here in Barbados, Santo Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Here in Barbados, Santo Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Oh, here in Barbados, oh, Santo Domingo, oh, Kingston, Jamaica, oh, Trinidad and Tobago. Oh, 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 oh. Why do you speak on my name? Why do you treat me so bad? 'Cause I never made you feel like this. Why do you leave me into? Do you love you for real? Do you love you for real? No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. Why do you speak on my name? Do you love you for real? Why do you treat me so bad? Do you love you for real? 'Cause I never made you feel like this. Do you love you for real? Why do you leave me into? Do you love you for real? No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, give me that, give me, give me, give me, give me that.
Like a siren without a warning. You never know what hits you if you wake up in the morning. Like a temptress in a red dress. Seduction is destruction, so you better get a move. Danger, danger, that's where you're going. The heart is open, your blood is overflowing, baby. Danger, danger, that's where you're headed. Got your pedal to the metal and life is not ready, baby. Yeah. I'm gonna
It's gonna take me where the river don't flow.
Nobody told me what makes right from wrong. Came from the shadow with an eagle eye, leaving all my thoughts and my fears behind. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Nobody come from here. So I leave today. Say goodbye to all of the pain. I'm moving up. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from. I'm moving up. I'm moving on. I'm shaking up where I came from. Riding with freedom and I found my way. Ain't nobody gonna lead my mind astray. I'm gonna move the ground beneath my feet. I'm gonna lose the feeling I defeat. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Nobody come from here. So I leave today. Say goodbye to all of the pain. I'm moving up. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from. I'm moving up. I'm moving on. I'm shaking up where I came from. I'm moving up. I'm moving on. Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm moving up. I'm moving on. Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm moving up. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from. I'm moving up. I'm moving on. I'm shaking up where I came from. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run.
I don't care what you think of me. Live my life like I'm 17. Late night party lights, oh my, I've lost my mind. Glitter eyes, watch me do my thing. And I know what you came here for. Eyes down, staring at the floor. Your mind says go, but your body resists. Your feet start moving to the sound of Prince. Don't say no, no, don't lose this. You gotta give it up, baby. Give it up, baby.
Guess who's back to blow your mind? But let me warn you one last time. Guess who's back to change your life? But it's not gonna be just fine. Whoa, I've got you under my spell tonight. Whoa, we're both heading to hell tonight. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Gonna light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things. I have always tried to be nice. I've sat right back, I've tried to be quiet. But I can only take so much, and then I just explode. To feel it building inside, then I just need to let it go. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Okay, I'm gonna light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things. Oh, oh, oh. Sometimes good people do bad things. Oh, oh, oh. Sometimes good people do bad things.
You walk down the streets and see different faces with a hope that they choose. They reach out for love and for freedom forever. Do you remember how it feels? Let's walk for a while with a face full of smile until sadness disappears. When weakness overcomes you, face it, go through, and the things as they come, it will go further now. Spring arms wide apart in the middle of the storm. Whoa, you fulfill it right now. Set a goal for yourself. This is still not the end. And pull it through now. Every pain that you feel comes to an end oh so soon. The time is coming now. No, it's not the time to quit. Put yourself together, whoa. And the is coming down.
Staring out at an April snow and your taxi in the street, I imagine time has slowed. In sympathy, of packing up my heart to walk away. Still, it's all I want to say, 'cause I learned to love for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love, learn to love. Holding on to a photograph from the day we made our vows, and I bet we would have laughed to see us now. You're packing up my heart to walk away. Still, it's all I want to say, 'cause I learned to love for you, for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love, learn to love. 'Cause I learned to love for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love, learn to
The moment I throw my backpack in the trunk of your rusty car, not knowing where we going, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. Oh, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. And all I see is a white view light through soft clouds, the sun around, moon and we fall our hearts, we see in the signs, led by the stars, not knowing where we're going. Yeah, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far, it's gonna be far. And all I see is a white view
emotional landscapes. Right here, making memories with you. Sun, moon, you.
I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside. The glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, close my eyes, sense your vibe, being alive just feels so right. We are flying out of space and time. Sparks spraying between us, colorful clouds of dust. Coincidence might be divine. Wanna sing your melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside. The glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, the soul of a child, the chaos of my mind. I am with you. Skin to skin, wondering, landscapes we're discovering. Whole new world so new and welcoming. Am I dreaming? Are we here? Just imagine how it feels. Stop believing that it could be real. Wanna sing a melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside. Glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, the soul of a child, the chaos of my mind. I am with me. Oh.
when there's low long eyes. You and me against the world. Oh, say no more words. 'Cause I've had enough and I had enough and I no more words. 'Cause I There's a place I wanna go, 15 miles to the coast, where the sun always shines, right down on the borderline. Here in Barbados, Santo Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Sitting here under the blue sky, people here don't ask why. The sun comes down every evening, oh, the sun comes up, we're believing. Here in Barbados, Santo Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Lazy breeze in a sea of green, slipping on the sunscreen. Lazy breeze in an open sky, never wanna say goodbye. Here in Barbados, Santo Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Here in Barbados, Santo Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Oh, here in Barbados, oh, Santo Domingo, oh, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Oh, 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 oh. Why do you speak on my name? Why do you treat me so bad? 'Cause I never made you feel like this. Why do you leave me into? Do you love you for real? Do you love you for real? No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. Why do you speak on my name? Do you love you for real? Why do you treat me so bad? Do you love you for real? 'Cause I never made you feel like this. Do you love you for real? Why do you leave me into? Do you love you for real? No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, give me that, give me that.
Like a siren without a warning. You never know what hits you if you wake up in the morning like a temptress in a red dress. Seduction is destruction, so you better get a move. Danger, danger, that's where you're going. The heart is open, your blood is overflowing, baby. Danger, danger, that's where you're headed. Got your pedal to the metal and life is not ready, baby. Yeah. I'm
mercy on my wicked soul. Nobody told me what makes right from wrong. Came from the shadow with an eagle eye, leaving all my thoughts and my fears behind. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Nobody come from here. So I leave today. Say goodbye to all of the pain. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm shaking off where I came from. Riding with freedom and I found my way. Ain't nobody gonna lead my mind astray. I'm gonna move the ground beneath my feet. I'm gonna lose the feeling at defeat. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Nobody come from here. So I leave today. Say goodbye to all of the pain. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm shaking off where I came from. I'm moving up. I'm moving on. Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm moving up. I'm moving on. Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from. I'm moving on. I'm moving on.
他们说要跟着那阵风去征服每一座巅峰，然后呢？巅峰之后是什么？他们将我捧上云巅，也让我从头来过。不让我回来的，我一意孤行；要让我折服的，我踏入光明；让我无路可走的，使我惧怕；反要让他们畏缩。他们一直说个不停，因为他们害怕洪水猛兽，那就比猛兽更凶了，比洪水更滔天。是将到来的，终会成苦；汹涌而起的，终会证明。既然暴风将至，那就去把那些不服的、不屈的、不可磨灭的、非赢不可的，通通化成风。这里是我们，我们就是风暴。
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the LPL. My name is Munchals. I'm joined by Orcs, and I'm a little bit worried that we were hot mic'd because we cut it a little fine. We cut it a little fine with our conversation. We're in week number 6 of the LPL, and it is all heating up. Let's take a look at what happened yesterday to kick off our stream, because there were games played yesterday, and those games had results. We started off with UP versus OMG, and I think a surprising win for Ultra Prime. A lot of people were hyped on this OMG roster who seemed to be faltering. Ultra Prime managing to find a win there. But then the second series as well. B5, I mean, at this point, nobody can question. They are absolutely a top team, taking down the world champion.
Yeah, 100%. And this was a convincing victory as well. Not just in the scoreline, the 2-0, but V5 looked like they were well matched to take on EDG and crush them into the ground. And now you can see we're talking a lot about this top 5 teams, how they all had 7 wins. V5 has managed to pull away on 8, but also EDG, second loss, RNG on 3 losses. Feels like, you know, especially with more of these teams playing today, we're going to get a bit of a sort of spreading out of those top teams.
Yeah, we'll see how it all starts to spread out. We are going to see, as you say, 2 of those top teams today. LNG versus Weibo Gaming. That'll be our second series. That'll decide who's going to be able to move forwards and tie with V5 at the top of the table and who will remain on 7 wins. But we're going to be starting our day with WE versus BLG. And I think this is kind of an interesting matchup, honestly, because when you look at this matchup, on paper, obviously there's a very heavy favorite coming in here, but I feel like there's an opportunity for WE in that BLG, a very slow team, and maybe BLG can, maybe WE, sorry, can make something happen in the early game. And when you look at the recent early games from WE, well, Beisheng has come back in. They were playing with View for a lot of this split. Beisheng has joined this roster again once more, and it definitely feels better. They've won 2 out of the last 5 games that they played, but they almost won one of the games against OMG. And yes, it's not a positive win rate, but it's significantly more positive than it was before Beisheng rejoined the roster.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's better. It's not great, but it's absolutely better. And I think a big factor is Beisheng has been really trying to get things rolling in these games, trying to find early agency. And, you know, whether it comes down to individual ganks in situations like this, which is obviously going to be able to help snowball his laners, or if it comes down to sort of more coordinated team play, I just feel like the only thing WE should be looking to do in this situation is just try and make things happen in the early game. Because it's pretty clear that one of the big issues they were having was it just felt like earlier in the season they were very inactive and kind of just let the game play itself.
Yeah, it felt like for a lot of the well, the entire split so far, let's be honest, WE have been sort of resting on their laurels. But Kadaya has been one of those highlights when he's on those engaged supports. And now with Beisheng alongside him, I think maybe this support jungle duo can set Elk up for success, right? Can set up some magical stuff in the bot lane. I didn't mean Elk, did I? But either way, we'll see if they're going to be able to set up this bottom lane and find advantages through that. But also the mid lane in Shanks as well, I think has been performing pretty well, especially alongside Beisheng.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is that you need a mid laner who's going to be able to back you up. I love moments like this where they're moving as a 3-man unit to invade, to try and apply pressure. I want more of that. And I think particularly when you're going up against BLG, that is the route to success, right? Because it feels like BLG have been pretty slow paced.
Yeah, I mean, slow and steady wins the race for BLG, and they have been winning the majority of their series, but we've seen a few teams expose them in the early game. When you look at them in terms of their objective rates, when we look at how good they are at taking each of these objectives, it really is the late game ones that they're able to do. And early game, they just don't seem to mind that much. If we bring up some of those stats now, we've got the Rift Herald rate, they're 13th in the league. Dragon, they're 10th. But when it comes to the Baron, that really kicks up a notch and goes all the way up to 5th place.
Yeah, and we often have teams where they won't necessarily prioritize Rift Herald because they'll focus on Dragon, or they won't prioritize Dragon as much because they focus on Rift Herald. BLG, especially considering, you know, they're on the upper end of the teams, they've had a fair few wins, very low, very sort of not really putting too much attention to those in the early game. But then when it comes to those team fights later on, that's really where they kick it up a gear and look to try and find favor for themselves.
Yeah, we can take a look at some of the clips of them team fighting as well, because it does feel like when you do get to the late game, when they have weathered the storm, the late game team fighting is exceptional. Regularly, we'll see Doggo on something like this Jinx, these hyper carries. And you see the way that they play as a unit, the way that they set up their formation is always immaculate.
Yeah, and I think that's the main thing, is that you'll see them really play aggressively to fish with these team fights, right? Like, you look at this situation here, often we have teams that just wait for the dragon to spawn. Both these scenarios, different series, similar time in game, same spot, they are hard forcing these fights, because this is kind of the point where they've gone, okay, we are strong enough, we want to get things going, we want to transition this into a Baron.
Yeah, this is their opportunity to go from the lead that they managed to find in the early game and turn that lead into a win. And you can see, more than happy to contest when the opponents are active as well. When their opponents put pressure on them, BLG will respond to that and find a way to answer. It's just often we don't necessarily see them doing that themselves earlier on in the game. It's just once you get to the late game, that's when they're willing to actually make proactive moves themselves. So we'll see at what point in the games today that's going to happen. But also, we've got to be looking out for WE trying to make proactive moves in the early game. If WE can get ahead in the early game, there is a chance that they can make a miracle upset happen here. But miracle is the key word there. WE, a certain underdog coming into this one. And I do want to shift the conversation over towards the mid lane here as well, because I think Shanks is one of these players that over the course of the last couple of years now has been improving over time. And I feel like he is starting to become a mid laner that you can't just underestimate offhand. And when you look at him statistically, very much about playing with his team. The mid-jungle proximity, 24%, that's 4th in the league, really, really high. But also, his kill participation at 15, also incredibly high. And he still manages to maintain a good CS difference. So you can see that he's still doing a decent job in the lane, but also really influencing the rest of the map with that kill participation. But then you look over at Fofo, well, as KDA and CSD, this guy, he's taking names when it comes to the 1v1, just not that involved with the rest of his team.
Yeah, it definitely feels like Fofo is farming up quite heavily, but a bit disconnected from the team. I feel like that's one of my main criticisms for BLG, why they've struggled a bit, is Shanks is trying to be a very active part of his team. We saw in the clips as well, leaning towards Beisheng, trying to provide assistance, as we see from a team, like LNG, where the mid jungle is so vital. With BLG, it kind of is just like Fofo doing his own thing, and that is a potential weakness. And don't get me wrong, Fofo will deliver later on, but there's that gap in the early game where I feel like that is the opportunity for WE to win this one. I don't think it's going to be easy. I think that is where they have to approach it.
So I want to move the conversation to draft now, because we're looking at WE. We're saying they need to be proactive and aggressive in the early game to try and exploit WE, to try and exploit BLG's biggest weakness, right, which is that early game. How do they do that? What kind of picks are we looking towards for the side of WE to try and make that early game happen, to try and make an advantage happen?
So I think you really want picks that can find priority in the early game. That is just vitally important. And a bonus if they also have strong roaming potential. So Rise is like the number one in terms of that. But there's still picks like Chef, like Galio, even not necessarily things like that, but things like Oriana, which are going to be able to find priority, and Shanks has shown proficiency on.
Yeah, Oriana, I think, has been one of his most stable picks across the course of the time that we've seen him. Obviously, coming in last year, and we really had a lot of questions about who this player was. I mean, when he first came in, it was like Cassiopeia. That was the big pick. He had a big quadra kill coming out from LDL on that Cassiopeia. And we weren't really sure what to expect from this player, but we started to see his champion pool expand and expand to the point where now I feel much more confident in what we can expect to see from Shanks. So we'll see what he brings out today and whether he can find a counter pick in that mid lane, whether he can find an advantage over Fofo. That said, finding an advantage over Fofo in the laning phase, not a mean feat. Certainly will have his work cut out, but maybe with Beisheng, with that jungle proximity, maybe they can make something happen there. But over to the side of Bilibili Gaming, because this is a team that I think, obviously, a lot of fans at home, big fans of this team, understandably, because this is a team that came in with a lot of big names on it and have garnered a lot of hype already in the split, but so far have been struggling somewhat, like comparatively to expectations at very least. This is a team that a lot of people expected to just be sitting at the top of the table. But realistically, right now, they're in 6th place, and they've got a lot of work to do to try and climb further.
Yeah, I think a lot of people came in with the expectation this would be like a super team, right? That word is thrown around so much in the LPL, but it really felt like it could have been the real deal here. There's still some questions, because I feel like one thing with this roster is a lot of the lineup have been used to having so many resources funneled into them on their previous team. They've been like the primary carry, the recipient of all that investment, and I feel like it's been a bit of a struggle to find how they're working together as a unit and to balance that out in this roster. So definitely still some issues, and it's getting late in the split, so not that much time to still sort them out. But you have to remember, despite the fact that we're being quite critical on them, they are still 6th in the league, right? They are in a very good position. I think just the main thing is there is that sizable gap between 6th and the top 5, and it really felt like BLG would be part of that upper echelon, and they are just very narrowly missing out right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things, right, where It's like when you're in school, you're a gifted student, you're predicted A's. You could get a B in every exam, and that's a disappointment. And I feel like that's where we're at with BLG, right? They are a good team. They're passing their exams.
Yeah, this is too real.
but we need them to be an exceptional student. We've got to get them into Oxford. We've got to get them into Cambridge, you know. These Bs aren't going to cut it, BLG. And I know that is the first letter of your name. But at the end of the day, it's not good enough. It's just, I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed.
Why would we want BLG when we can have A or A star LG, right?
Exactly.
That's what we're looking for.
That's what I'm talking about. Let's see if A star LG come out today. But who knows? I mean, they're against WE, right? At the end of the day, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. WE have had a real rough split. WE have had the worst split that we've seen from them in years, which is, a painful sentence to say because I'm a big fan of the organization, but it is not looking good, you know? They are 4 for 15 overall across the course of this year, so WE, we've been talking about the early game and stuff, but realistically, they need to have the best series that they've had of the entire year so far, and they also simultaneously need BLG to fall off the cliff.
Yeah, and I will say one thing, because a lot of people will look at the series and just think it is so ridiculously one-sided. How can we sort of even build up WE? I will say WE's schedule, and it's hard to say schedule or later we're getting split, but they started off really rough, right? Weibo and V5 in the first week, and it's like, the bottom of the end teams, like their last week of the split is when they play against TT and AL. It really feels like they went in a bit at the deep end, and that's not to say they haven't struggled. They absolutely have in terms of gameplay, but it very much felt like they started with some of the biggest challenges, and it felt like it kind of did hamstring a bit in terms of get momentum. So I hope that towards the end of the split, we see a bit of resurgence, because as you said, this is a very storied org, and it just feels weird for them to be so far down in the standings.
I mean, this is one of the oldest orgs in the LPL, and we'll see if that longevity is going to help them, because certainly they don't have that much longevity in terms of this roster. You've got Beisheng, who has been around for a while, but other than that, realistically, I mean, Shanks is starting to become one of the franchise players, which when you think about it, last year he was the newbie. He was the rookie coming in, so definitely an interesting one. And, Shia sitting on the bench right now for this team. It's surprising. I mean, not that I think Shanks needs to be benched, but the biggest name for the organization not actually playing on the team right now. So kind of a weird one. Caitlyn, Nautilus, Akali going to be banned away by WE as they start things off. Gwen is available, and instantly that's locked in for Bew.
Yeah, very weird actually, the BLG ban away the Jace, right? So Jace and Akali are two of the big counters in the top lane for Gwen. So it's almost like WE ban one, BLG are like, we'll cover the other. Sets up perfectly for that Gwen first pick. But now BLG, obviously they get 2 picks in this situation. A lot of power picks still open available. Hecarim makes a lot of sense to take. Can also go for the Jinx if they want their first, choice of those 80 carries. Doggo definitely proficient on it. And we'll see what they end up opting for here. But 80 carry tends to be the pickup in this first rotation on red side.
Yep, just getting whichever scaling 80 carry you prefer, but go for the jungle pick as well. I think a very reasonable thing to do. Weiwei having that big engage tool certainly seems to be serving BLG very well. That seems to be the role that he fulfills within the team. But actually, we're just going to have a blind pick mid lane for Fofo. Goes for that LeBlanc. Honestly, I respect it. That's a confident lock-in.
Yeah, and it is a bit of a weird one, I'm going to say, right? We've talked about how it feels like mid lane's a little bit of an island for BLG. LeBlanc is not an island champion. LeBlanc is a champion you want to gank, and then you want to roam around. So if they're changing things up, I'd love to see it, but still want to see Fofo maybe have a bit more of an impact on the map. Now, WE, they opt to go for the Aphelios in this situation. They're dealing with a lot of dive threat from this Hecarim, and obviously Aphelios very good at sort of kiting backwards. Are toying with the idea of going for that age-old LeBlanc counter off Lissandra, and they are actually going to lock it in, so that's one of the potential downsides of blind picking that LeBlanc. Now, for BLG, I feel like you have to take the Jinx in this situation. If you don't, it's certainly going to get banned away, and we often see the Jinx-Aphelios trade-off so frequently currently in the LPL.
Yep, it has really been the standard, but we're hovering a top lane. Okay, no, it is going to be going towards the bot lane lock-ins here, and we'll have our scaling and 80 carries. No supports importantly locked in this first phase. The Nautilus was banned to start us off, but things like the Leona, things like the Thresh with Nautilus off the table do become very high priority for both Aphelios and Jinx to be able to protect them. But also this Tahm Kench has massively risen in priority in terms of playing that protective support.
Yeah, and I think for the side of BLG, they're going to have first priority on snapping up support. So I feel like they're probably going to focus on banning away those junglers from WE. Looking at the Lee Sin now, Xin Zhao, definitely a solid one. We talk a lot about this Xin Zhao Gwen combo being so hard for Jinx to deal with. Add a Lissandra into the mix. That's 3 champions who just for a significant amount of time, you can't deal damage to. So I 100% expect that. For WE, Kennen, another one of the picks that we frequently see taken into the Gwen. So just really trying to trim out those counters or those difficult matchups, or even anything they can just handle here. I do expect they might lean towards the Jax as that final ban, or they could look towards the support pool. Like you said, the Tom Kench, great defensive tool for the Jinx. Thresh, also possible, or even something like the Leona to assist with the dive threat from that Hecarim.
You know, I've just imagined a terrifying scenario here for WE where you're talking about the fact that both Lissandra and Gwen become untargetable for a good portion of time. The only remaining pick there is this Aphelios for stay. And you can just imagine BLG, when they can't hit the Gwen, they can't hit the Lissandra, all they can hit is the Aphelios. They're like, well, sorry, stay. He's just left holding the bag. He's alone in the world all of a sudden. Yeah. Well, it's going to be the Jax band away as well as that Kennen from the side of WE. And over to BLG now to decide where they want to go next. Wouldn't be surprised to see a support here and then go for the counter pick in the top lane.
Yeah, well, the thing is they know that the Gwen probably is going top. We haven't seen too much of it flex to jungle. So they could just take their top here. Now is a fine matchup, but they actually opt to go for the Rakan. So this is the interesting thing. They could have had counter pick support, but instead they chose to prioritize this. They want that extra engaged threat that they can sort of follow up on the Hecarim. Also has some defensive tools for the Jinx as well. For WE, Tom Kench, actually, with the amount of dive threats on the side of BLG, could make for a pretty strong tool. You already have Lissandra providing you engage, so it's not like you necessarily need it in the bot lane. And then looking towards the jungle, right, we have Viego. And I actually really like Viego Lissandra because the power in fights, once you get a single kill, right, you get the frozen thrall, you get the resets for the Viego, very effective. If even a single target from the side of BLG dies, there's so much momentum in those skirmishes.
And let's be honest, against a Gwen, the odds of not a single target dying seem pretty slim.
That's
so,
the
yeah.
downside is that if Gwen kills everyone in the enemy team before the thralls, even get you explode before Viego gets to steal a single soul.
True,
Possible.
that's true. Lissandra doesn't get to do very much if Gwen just kills everyone. That is true. Well, I'm sure that's a world that WE would be happy to live in, I feel. I do just want to quickly mention on this lock-in of the Rakan for Crisp here, it's also a bit of a takeaway for Kadaya, right? I feel like this has been pretty much his standout support pick. We've seen so many games where his Rakan just looked absolutely insane as that engaged tool for WE. So I think it's kind of a dual-purpose pickup there for that final lock-in. Coming on through, and we have our 2 compositions. So how are we feeling, Orcs? How are we feeling about WE's chances here? Because really, the onus is on them to make things happen today.
Honestly, I'm a big fan of WE's composition. I feel like bot lane, fine matchup, both of them scaling 80 carries with these supports who have a lot of utility. Mid jungle, though, is really where I think is a standout. The Lissandra into LeBlanc is a good matchup. You're going to be able to find priorities, what we talked about, being able to lean to the side lanes. And Viego is so strong in the skirmishes. This is such a powerful skirmishing 2v2, especially once you hit level 6, because one of the big powers of Lissandra is with her ultimate, it is very, very, very easy to just pick a single target and decide they're no longer allowed to play the game, and they're going to be getting taken down. And that serves the Viego so well, having that single target damage. The other thing is obviously the Gnar, right, is a good matchup into the Gwen in terms of sort of harassing in the lane, but the Gwen should be able to hold her own, and then scales up to be exceptionally strong. So I think WE, they have the tools in hand. Whether they can deliver, that's another thing altogether.
Well, the percentages on the screens certainly think that BLG will have an advantage in the laning phase at very least, but if that happens or not, we'll have to wait and find out. But I want to refer to that LeBlanc versus Lissandra matchup once again, because, you know, you're talking about the ability for WE to find a pick with Lissandra. Oh, well, you remember the big conversation that was happening around Worlds about Twisted Fate versus LeBlanc, right? Where you're not necessarily going to have threat in the laning phase, but the gold card later on makes the team fighting really difficult for the LeBlanc. Well, Lissandra ult is almost like TF's gold card, but times a million, you know? It's like, that's a huge stun with big damage and a lot of follow-up from the rest of Lissandra's kit as well. So if Fofo plays a little too precariously in these fights, Shanks can shut him down.
I think particularly the root as well is so significant, because the thing with the ult is there's a bit of delay. A sharp LeBlanc can dash back before the ult actually connects, so might get stunned when you return to your distortion. But with the root, it's like if you end up going within range of Shanks, it's just, you can't, once it's cast, you're basically just caught out, and it's very easy for them to translate. So yeah, I like the Sandra pick, and I feel like it's kind of punishing the early blind LeBlanc. So hoping to see Shanks have a good game here. And we talked a lot about Shanks and Beisheng being a critical factor in terms of finding momentum. Now, do you want to say BLG got a heavy amount of vision down into this enemy jungle, but it will be traded off. There's a ward on both junglers' reds, so full information provided on where they're starting off.
Yeah, I am a little curious whether or not we see a full clear coming out from both junglers. Obviously, Viego, it's one of these champions that he's quite flexible. You can go for the ganks with the W, but often it's very easy to just flash away and keep yourself safe. So whether or not we see that, I'll have to wait and see. But Hecarim as well, he's a jungler that often will see people just full clearing, but you can be kind of cheesy on the Hecarim pick, right? With the movement speed that you have, with Ghost as well, you can make early ganks happen very easily.
Yeah, I will say though, in terms of these lanes, it's kind of tricky, right? Mid lane is very hard to gank for either side. Both of them have mobility to get away, and you know, the LeBlanc really shouldn't be in range to get rooted. Lissandra should just be able to claw away before the LeBlanc can land the chains. Top lane, there's potential if anyone overextends, but bot lane, the setup isn't the greatest. So I think full clearing for Hecarim makes a lot of sense, but we'll see if any windows open up. And obviously a big thing as well is level 6, right? I think both of these junglers get a humongous spike at level 6. Hecarim in terms of his skirmishing and ganking power with that big engage power and the CC, whereas for Beisheng, it just means when the skirmishes go down, the ult means it's so much easier to get resets, and once you do, you keep getting that value out of it.
Yeah, you really do. The extra value is just insane when you can pull it off. But I'm not gonna lie, I'm looking a little bit up at BBU here, because BBU's had Gwen before this split, and unfortunately for him, he currently has a 0% win rate on the Gwen across 4 different games. Gwen, one of these champions that we've seen a lot of teams just get wins pretty much just from locking the Gwen in by itself. BBU has had a rough split, but I want to just mention that it's not like BBU has always been a bad player or anything like this. He's certainly a talented top laner, and I remember back in 2020, he was one of these players. I mean, him and Bin were both on Suning, and Suning kept on changing between the 2 top laners, couldn't decide which one they wanted to run, as Beisheng moves up into this top side. Breathe in big trouble here, gets a good hop, has to flash and dodges away from the stun. Nicely done by Breathe, but a summoner burnt.
Yeah, so they get the summoner and Beisheng ganking top, which is something we've seen a fair bit of him since he's been back on WE. I like it, you know, the Nars wave was pushing forwards. It was a good window. And if you actually look, both junglers went for a full clear. And on the map right now, there's no camps actually up for Beisheng. So it's not like he even lost any time. He's now heading towards his bot lane where his Krugs are respawning. So that's essentially just a completely free gank. We are seeing Weiwei trying to answer on the other side. Actually, I think this might just be covering for him, right? If we look at the wave state, it's going to push in. So I think he just wanted to make sure that nothing was going to come. You know, Beisheng wasn't necessarily going to stay around and looking for a return gank on the back of this.
Yeah, that Scry's Bloom on the bottom side as well should give the game away a little bit. Although, actually, maybe that was Kidaya that hit that one in the end. But regardless, Beisheng going to be onto his Krugs on that bottom side. And you can see Weiwei going to be doing the same thing on that top side of the map as he already reset while that top lane gank was going on. So our junglers kind of even Stevens so far, which is perfect for BLG, right? This is exactly what BLG like to do. Just slowly but surely try and find lane advantages, which actually they haven't been so far this game. If you take the bot lane, Stay and Kadai doing a good job of finding a CS lead for themselves. It's relatively even in every other lane, but slight leads again for WE's laners here. But BLG, generally speaking, they don't usually fight for the Heralds. They don't usually fight for the Drakes early on. They usually like to leave it until a bit later on.
Yeah, and, you know, it has been that sort of slow pace here. I am interested to see who starts to make things happen a bit more frequently. We could see return ganks towards the top side from Beisheng if they wanted to really punish Breathe. But again, that level 6 spike makes such a big difference. And that's kind of where I'm looking for things to come online, particularly for the Lissandra. Lissandra is so powerful at leaning into those side lanes and finding those dives. The fact that you can reset turret aggro, you get the heal, that CC, really effective. So I'm looking for that as a statement. But we do see, you know, we talked about the flash being down for Breathe. Already, Beisheng's headed up towards there, going for a potential return gank on this situation. And we see on the other side, Wei is going to prioritize taking the dragon. So to me, this should signal to Breathe, okay, we're making a play bot. I need to get out of dodge. And you can see he just completely backs away from the situation. The wave is in a position where it's going to push into him. So WE find nothing. BLG get a dragon essentially for free.
Nicely done here by BLG. And once again, this is a team that doesn't ordinarily prioritize that Drake. So good to see them finding the advantage when they can. And Fofo playing very aggressively. The mid laners are the wrong way round in this mid lane right now. As WE will crash this wave on the top side, like you say. Breathe, respecting this completely. But it does mean that that CS difference in that top lane is only going to get worse here. As Breathe now 15 CS down and a turret plate for Bew as well. This Gwen is going to start to become a serious problem.
Yeah, and it's kind of like that trade-off. So Bayshun going top lane meant that they were free to take the dragon, but them taking the dragon meant that WE could apply this pressure top, gives a lead over the Bew, lets them get a plate as well. And you saw Shanks just move from the mid lane. All he needed to do was walk into the fog of war, and that's enough, right? The fact that Lissandra could be there means that Breathe has to back away, especially as it's a Gnar. I feel like that's one of the things, because you're not obviously always going to be a Mega Gnar. When you are a mini, you're so vulnerable to dives. And Shanks doesn't even go top lane, just walks back mid, catches the wave, but the job is still done. A little bit of a lead accrued for the top lane.
Yeah, when you think about Gnar as a champion, honestly, it's kind of funny to me the way that this champion does feel balanced right now. It doesn't feel like he's a massively oppressive champion necessarily. But when you think about just Mega Gnar, imagine if a champion was just Mega Gnar, how insanely cracked that champion would be. The amount of stats you get for being in Mega Gnar, not to mention, like, your entire kit is just CC after CC with mega damage on it as well. It's like, man, that should be in Earth, you know? That's the kind of thing that should be in Earth.
You're saying that a champion, right, just has insane stats all the time would be broken and just like you can't deal with. So
that's right. I'm saying Aphelios is really strong. Well, Wei going to try and make something happen on that bottom side of the map. Just going to be clearing some vision, though, as WE respecting what's happening, because they've got Beisheng up on the top side right now, going for the Herald. The exact opposite of what we saw earlier on, right? Where we saw WE playing towards that top side. Oh, actually, no, it's the exact same as what was happening before, where Weiwei's on this bottom side. Stay's in trouble, though. Kadaya not level 6 just yet. Stay pushed against the wall. Quickness should come through. That's a flash to try and get himself away. A cleanse as well. But he survives and gets a bit of healing from the ulti. Nicely done here by Stay.
Yeah, there was a good window from BLG to punish, right? The lack of the ultimate from the Tahm Kench did make that one a little bit precarious, but Stay uses all his tools available to him. The flash and critically avoiding the W from the Rakan kept them safe. They still lose out on that play, right? You can see Doggo getting a couple of plates. They're still missing farm. They're still down summoners. But, you know, it could have been a lot worse, and WE are able to pick up the Herald on either side. Now, they've just lost 2 plates bot lane, right? In return for that Herald, they also lost some farm as well. So I want to see at least 2 plates on the back of this Herald if they're going to get their money's worth. I mean, okay, 2 plates is standard. I want to see more than 2 plates, right? I want to see...
I was going to say,
yeah.
Even WE can deliver on that promise.
You know, you say that. I've seen far too many Heralds where, like, they throw them down and then they get killed. And it's just... It's incredibly... Yeah, more than 2 plates, okay? More than 2 plates. Ideally, they get a tower. Top lane on 4 plates right now. I feel like if they lean Shanks up there, could potentially just take the whole thing, and that really frees the Gwen up to be, you know, Gwen.
Okay, well, we'll see if Gwen can be Gwen this game. We'll find out over the next couple of minutes. Beisheng going for an invade on this bottom side, but no camps available right now. There is a small Doggo, though, in that bottom lane that is looking awfully lonely, but with a zap onto Kadaya and with Crisp moving in, Doggo will be safe from the dive. I'm not sure you can dive against a Rakan with quickness.
Yeah, they really need Lissandra here if they want to make this work. And right now, Shanks, you know, down a bit of farm, just contesting priority against Fofo, but really they need to ensure that Shanks is in a position to move, because that is the difference maker, right? You get that Lissandra there, far easier to make those side lane dives work.
Yeah, nice little trade from Fofo there as well. Staying out of range so that the root can't ever come through, but still managed to get the Q and E combo to get that damage off and get a little bit of poke going in the mid lane. LeBlanc can certainly do well in the trades if she plays it correctly. But I do want to kind of... Hang on, Beisheng making an attempt in the mid lane here. Fofo's just used his W, but stun's going to go wide. That's a Mega Gnar up in the top side as Breathe I thought he was going to go for an all-in there, but looks like just trying to force this wave in, make sure that he can get that play goal.
Yeah, I think you still got to be concerned because a lot of tools used there by the Gnar, and then in an extended trade against the Gwen with the ultimate does get a little bit dicey. So goes for heavy trade, gets the plate, doesn't overstay too much though. And now WE, they're sort of moving this two-man unit of Kadai and Beisheng around, trying to apply pressure and clear out this vision. They're still not really finding any opportunities to make a play as of yet. The next dragon is up and available, and it looks like BLG are making quick moves over to secure this one. In the top lane, UB is pretty low HP, so not really in an ideal position to teleport down.
Yeah, and Breathe doing a really good job to just keep harassing him here and stay out of range. He's almost Mega Gnar too, so if they were to TP to the bot lane tower to try and get involved in a potential dragon fight, go the way of BLG right now. But Herald going to be dropped here. The WE, 4 members strong. They just want to try and win. Doggo, I'm not sure about that ultimate. Kadaya happily just blocks that one. We got at least 3 plates, Orcs. Are you happy?
You know, not really, because they're losing a plate mid as well on the back of this. I feel like it wasn't really that worth it, but better than 2 at least.
You sound so disappointed.
I was hoping for a bit more. I think, you know, they saw the opportunity. It did force BLG out of the river, so that's one sort of consolation prize in this situation. Now they're looking for Crisp.
They are, but they won't find him. Crisp, too crispy with it. And now WE managed to get themselves onto this Drake. It'll be second Drake of the game, first for WE. If they can get the smite, Doggo and Crisp both are here. They're trying to contest. Dragon goes down, but now Quickness onto 2. The fear across the team as well. Doggo firing those rockets into the fray, but the damage just isn't there just yet. And Wei Wei going to be chased down. He goes down for the kill. Fofo low on HP, but he trades one at very least. Graviton ticks out as well. Fofo's clone will fall, but that's not enough right now as Beisheng dives for more. Doggo falls. And a reset onto Beisheng. Won't find any more.
It felt like as soon as they got that first kill, the resets start coming in. That's when BLG knew they had to back away. Top laners don't even end up joining into the fight. And it's WE who come out ahead. They get the dragon, get a couple of kills. Definitely favorable for them. And you know what? The Herald itself, not that much, but the aftermath, they're getting their money's worth. And I think in this situation, the ult from Kadaya really solid. Look how low Stay is. Ulted, dodges all of this CC, comes out with a big shield. And then the extended fight, we see Wei Wei getting lower and lower. The first reset comes in at this point with the Frozen Thrall there, with Beisheng on full HP in this Hecarim. You know you have to back away. And unfortunately, he dives onto Doggo, and Doggo, you know, I think he could have waited a bit longer, gotten closer to the wall, flashed over to the tower. I feel like there, he kind of just wasted it because there's no way you're getting out from flashing downwards in that situation. So, Summoner's Burn from the side of BLG, and also just fight outright lost.
Yeah. Unfortunate stuff for BLG, especially considering they lost the dragon as well. So they've contested the dragon after the fact. They were too late on that. And then they also lose the fight. Really positive for WE. Because if you think back to what we were talking about between these 2 mid laners as well, if this laning phase is just extended, you expect Fofo to find the advantage. Statistically, like, he has the best CSD at 15 in the entire league, and he's living up to that this game with an almost 20 CSD. But when it comes to these fights, not only Shanks as a player, but also Lissandra as a pick is going to show so much value.
But also, I feel like this LeBlanc pick is so weird because we've kind of had it, right? We talked about how the low jungle proximity between the mid jungle for BLG. You don't pick LeBlanc for a low jungle proximity player. And if you're going to farm up and have really good CS per minute, again, LeBlanc isn't the sort of pick that you take to do that, right? There's plenty better scaling mages. An Orianna here wouldn't be a miss, right? You have the Hecarim and the Rakan for delivery. But they've really heavily prioritized this early LeBlanc, and I'm just yet to kind of see the value coming out of it, especially as when you look at WE, there aren't really any good targets for the LeBlanc other than Stay. And Stay has, you know, a Tom Kench and then the peel from Lissandra as well to keep him safe. So either way, we see first tower going down bot lane for Doggo, but the return from WE is going to be that tower mid. And as much as it's extra gold for BLG, because they got the first tower, mid tier 1, very valuable. It really allows you to push in deep and expand that control outwards. So definitely a good call from WE there, I feel. But they are falling behind in terms of gold now. 2,000 is the goal difference as of right now.
And I'm curious on your take here, Orcs, because so far, even though WE in that last fight have done well, ultimately they are behind in this game. Oh no, the red buff takes the blue there as well. That is
tragic.
A little unfortunate.
Well, at least
Shanks.
Beisheng won't run out of mana. you know?
That's true. That's very true. Shanks will, though, over that top side, because they removed his mana passive. It's a disaster. Just kidding. Every Lissandra in the world was happy to
I feel
get
like
an actual passive.
mana passives are such a scam because I feel like they make your abilities cost so much, and then they give you a passive that's like, oh, you know, this. It's like Xerath, right? They could just lower the cost of Xerath's abilities and then give him a real passive. But instead, it's like, no, no, no. You have to auto a minion every so often, otherwise you'll just go oom.
Yeah, it's brutal. It really is brutal. But you know, Lissandra, she got reworked. Maybe Xerath one day. Maybe he can get a real passive. He's going to need it with the way that the game is going, honestly. I'm not sure a mana passive is going to cut it anymore. It's like Kog'Maw's passive as well. It's like, you know, it was cool back in the day. I'm just not sure it holds up.
You know what? They should give Kog'Maw passive and AP scaling. That would...
And now we're talking. Now we're talking.
I know some certain Kog'Maw players who would become a lot more viable if that change was implemented. Not going to name any names, but BLG looking for a fight here.
Yeah, or are they? BLG toying with the idea of looking for a fight, but doing the BLG thing and not fighting. 30 seconds until Drake comes up. We'll see if WE are able to contest, because right now BLG in full control of this river. They'll clear the vision. Crisp just going to be rejoining his team for now with Stay. Actually, Gale forces forwards, gets onto Doggo with the Graviton, but the rest of the team there to protect him. And we reset to the A-Ram once more.
Yeah, a fair bit of value there from the Gale Force ult in forcing them away, but it is big tools down. And you see Breathe has just cleared that wave top. He actually ulted the wave as well. This kind of gives me an impression they're not going to contest this dragon. You do see Fofo looking for a pick, but Kadaya is nearby. And it looks like BLG kind of accept they've been forced out of the river. They don't really want to face check into Alessandro, who could potentially be hiding in the brush, and so they will give that objective up.
Yeah, you can see a bit of that LeBlanc poke coming down in that fight as well. It's just a shame they don't have an Ornn to be able to scale that up a bit later on into the game. But certainly Fofo going to be able to get a lot of value during these skirmishes if he's able to get that poke down and jump forwards and dish out the damage without getting punished by the Lissandra. That's the key thing, is an attempted engage here from WE, but fortunately can't close the gap.
Yeah, and I feel like they're fishing for these opportunities, but they're kind of relying on Shanks to be a big part of this. This is why it's so important that they sort of get control of the area. You know, just see in the bottom right, that was Beishang ulting away. But I think that's the thing, is once you're in the area where the objective is set up and BLG have to force in, that's kind of ideal scenario for WE. Really strong at just kiting backwards with the tools they have available. But, you know, we talked about these positives for WE. They are 3,000 gold behind. And you can look at how that is manifested. It is in the CS. While that play was going on the bot side, Breeze was top side, picking up a tower for free, picking up extra waves. He's even got a CS bounty, right? Little Blanc has a CS lead. There's a pretty sizable farm lead for Doggo, and he had a cull. He's actually an item up. And this is kind of what to expect from BLG, right? When we talk about BLG being slow, it's not like they just don't want to play the game. They are very farm heavy. They love to pick up extra resources, extra waves, extra camps. And as a result, you will see scenarios like this where it feels like they're behind, but their carries are getting strong, and they are waiting for the later stages to try and capitalize on this.
Yeah, I mean, all three lanes, there's a significant CS deficit in favor of BLG, right? Got the kill for Fofo. And on top of that as well, and he's going for a Void Staff second. And the thing is, once these carries hit 2 items, like you have a 2-item mark in all 3 lanes, that's when BLG can really start to hammer home, and especially once Doggo gets the 3rd item. And we saw in the clips at the start of the day, right? Once Doggo has those 3 items, BLG will start to be proactive. They will start to just force the issue. They know when they are strong. It's not that they are, you know, afraid of fighting necessarily. They just know that in a couple of items, they'll be stronger. You know, they know that there's a higher percentage of winning those fights. It's an intelligent way to play League of Legends.
But I do feel like a lot of weight is going to go on Doggo in these situations, right? LeBlanc, not exactly a great scaling carry in terms of carrying through in the team fights. So I feel like emphasis really going to be him in terms of positioning well. He does have that cleanse to try and deal with Alessandra, but doesn't really do too much against the Gwen. So good setup in team fights will be vitally important. But still feel like they're just happy farming up for the time being. You can see they've spread out. LeBlanc dealing with the waves top, not in the bot side, and they are trying to apply some pressure here. WE, and this is the thing, right? They're sharing waves here with Shanks coming in to defend the tower, but they will just move top, grab that wave there, and we'll see this time. Once again, Beisheng had the red. but I think he's managed to actually give over the blue buff to Shanks. So good job there, Beisheng. Yeah, doesn't mess it up this time around.
Hey, look, it's an improvement. It's an improvement. We would take that. It's Beisheng even gets the Scudder Crab as well. Fofo looked like he was toying with the idea of trying to make a play there, but Beisheng just one-shots the crab a little bit too quick for Fofo to be able to do anything about it. So, reasonable stuff here by WE. 2 Drakes in their pocket. They're about 2,500 gold down right now, and that gold lead just inching forwards every single time I glance up at the scoreboard. It feels like BLG are just inching ever so slightly further ahead. And the crazy thing is, it's without kills, you know? That's the impressive thing. And, you know, I'm sure there's a lot of people that are here in chat today thinking, I'm here to watch the LPL. Why isn't everyone fighting all the time? It's good to have a bit of variety, guys. And BLG, it's one of these teams that there's a lot to enjoy in watching immaculate macro like this.
Absolutely. And speaking of macro, minute till that dragon. This would be the 3rd for WE. And I feel like the health, the healing, sorry, on that dragon, a big factor. Now, Weiwei is fishing.
Certainly is. That's going to be a fear onto 2 here as Kadaya just gets absolutely annihilated. That's the Tom Kench. He's meant to be tanky, but he's just gone now. Breathe on the front line. Gets the double gnaw. Everybody jumped into him. And BLG, this team fighting is working out beautifully. Fofo is going to end up still surviving for the time being, but Doggo chased out the bottom side of the fight. Beisheng trying to get onto him, but the flash over the wall keeps him safe. Ultimately, BLG win out the fight.
Yeah, and the 2 big things there were, 1, BLG started that first, right? They TP breathe in. They're ready for the fight when WE are kind of waiting for BB to reset and turn up. And also, Shanks, not the play, right? He claws into range of a Gnar next to a wall.
Yeah.
Don't need to know too much about League of Legends to understand what's going to happen there. Doesn't even get a chance to self-ult. And the thing is, we talked about those resets. A big part of it was the Lissandra, right? Being able to get those frozen thralls. Well, can't exactly get them when you're dead.
Yeah. Bit of a toughie. Fofo in the brush has to back away as Shanks moves forwards, had TP'd in there. But now 2 Drakes apiece for each team. And the gold lead, again, inching ever so slightly forwards. And even though the score is very even, that last fight, that was a 3-for-1 in favor of BLG. But WE looking for a pick here as in goes Crisp to save his jungler. Can he escape again, though? Yes, he can. Grand entrance into the battle dance. Very nicely done by Crisp. But WE thwarted here.
Yeah, but they are going to start the Baron anyway. They don't have TP on View, so they end up backing away. Breathe does have his available. Let's start this off. Remember, Weiwei doesn't have his ultimate to get over the wall. It looks like they feel ready to fight this one. TP from Breathe will come in. I think WE could just back off if they just want the TP here.
Are they going to flip this? They might just flip this. They're staying on the Baron for now. Weiwei off on the side. They're going to flip this one. And it goes the way of Beisheng. WE find themselves a Baron. Now they're looking for Weiwei as well. Crisp gets a huge knock up onto the team. And Breathe almost turning Mega. WE, they've got to get out of dodge. But the health bars are starting to fall. Stay getting chased down. The Hyper coming up through to try and close the gap. But Stay heals up to full HP. The stun comes through though. And Fofo finishes the kill. WE though, 2-for-1 in favor of BLG, but they got the Baron.
Yeah, absolutely weird in that situation. You can see BLG a little bit hesitant about approaching. Felt like WE were fishing for the fight, and then they just have the Gwen burst down the Baron to a level that they can smite it. Weiwei without the ult can't even get in the pit, so we'll get a replay, and it's this situation, right? BBU has a fully stacked Q, does a ton of damage to the Baron, and then Weiwei doesn't even get a chance to get in now. We see BBU already low, but is bought a lot of time by the Tom Kench in this situation and granted that shield. But eventually, you know, at this point, you don't have the Lissandra ult. You don't really have the momentum to follow through. You have so many low HP members. They decide the goal is just to get away, keep as many Barons as possible, and Stay does his best. But at the end of the day, again, 2-for-1, and you get the Baron. 100% worth for the side of WE. They are still down in gold, but they forced the fight and they managed to come out ahead.
And crucially as well, forcing a whole bunch of ultis before that fight, right? Like Weiwei had to use his ulti when he got caught in the jungle. So actually really heads up play from WE to force that Baron, to find an opportunity and to make that Baron happen for themselves. The question now will be, what can they get with the Baron? Can they play the map well? Can they go for some kind of macro play to extend the lead? Unfortunately, there is a bit of a pause. We'll try and find out what the issue is and get back into things. But players looking like? It's looking like it's still paused. I don't know. Whoever was on the screen before looked like he was about to get back in the game, but regrettably not.
And, I feel like the Baron is going to be a really powerful tool here, right? We've seen that one of the things was this Gnar was applying pressure in the side lane. You can now group up, right? It forces BLG to respond. And also, there isn't that much wave clear on the side of BLG, right? LeBlanc notoriously awful at doing so, especially since your only wave clear tool, your W, relies on you dashing forwards. And with the Lissandra on the enemy team, that's just a bad idea. It's really reliant on Doggo. So if they can push through 2 lanes, right? They have bot lanes, for example, set up in a way that it's pushing. They go mid, force Doggo to respond and be the one to wave clear, and the rest of the team has to protect him, and then you sort of rotate down. Does put you in a good position. And often, in a situation like this, the response from BLG would be, okay, they've got Baron, let's just force a fight to get it off them. But I feel like if you dive into WE, that's kind of a good scenario for them to be able to win the fight, right? Diving into Lissandra, notoriously horrible. Diving into an Aphelios, especially when he has like red-white, extremely painful.
Yeah. It's a challenge to dive into Aphelios. He's one of those champions that realistically, that's his dream scenario. That's the perfect situation for Aphelios when you're trying to move into him. And we saw the big heal, right? That Moonlight Vigil that came out towards the end of the fight. By that point, he was totally alone. There's not much they can do to actually win the fight, but certainly a huge chunk of healing, and it does show the power of Aphelios. Imagine if he still has some teammates at that point in the fight. Maybe they can
get a team.
Around.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a toughie. We'll have to see if Stay can get a few items. Like, we have seen some good moments here from WE. They got the Baron for themselves. We saw them win that fight earlier on in the game as well. So perhaps there is hope for this WE squad just yet. They certainly look a lot better than they did before Beisheng rejoined.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, is they've been looking better and better, and I feel like the end of the split, making playoffs is a big ask, but I feel like there's definitely potential for them to pick up some wins. They do have some weaker opponents on the schedule, and then put themselves into at least a better position. But again, still possible for them to try and make it up to those playoff spots. And obviously getting a win here against BLG would make a massive difference to kickstart that.
Oh, I like the attempt from Doggo there. Tries to rocket the red buff away from Stay. A valiant effort there from Doggo. A valiant effort. It's not going to work out, but I appreciate the gumption that was required to make that play.
And when you see Doggo now with that 3 items, okay, just picked up the Infinity Edge. His Jinx is strong. So if it does come down to a fight, definitely a big thing to be looking at on the side of BLG, what Doggo can do, how you can find opportunities to consistently lay down that damage. Now, WE have got top lane pushing, right? And they are grouping up mid to find priority here. Looks like they're leading towards that top side to pick up that last tier 1 available on the map.
Yeah, going to try and knock down that final tier 1. Using that Baron buff to do so. I feel like they need more than a tier 1 tower with this Baron buff, though. Like,
yeah, not really worth.
This whole situation for it to... I mean, it's still worth, right? Because they won... Ultimately, it was a 2-for-1 plus Baron. So I think,
yeah,
regardless, it's still worth, right?
Yeah.
But,
yeah.
But you feel like they could take more with a Baron than just a tier 1. And hopefully they can. They've still got a little bit of time with that buff on. As they try and make some damage happen onto this top tier 2, and almost just one-shot straight away, but Weiwei with the engaged Crisp here to follow up. But a great Lissandra on Weiwei. He's going to go down for his trouble. Crisp falls as well. Mega Gnar, though, comes through for Breathe. And now the follow-up from the rest of BLG. Doggo trying to get these resets and finish the health bars off. Bew low on HP with Doggo. The same story thanks to the Frozen Thralls. And it looks like BLG can't actually answer. Still a positive play for WE.
Yeah, but I will say, now means the Baron will essentially have resulted in just that tier 1, right? That's all they got off the back of it. It is a trade that favors the side of WE, but only by a kill, not a massive difference. And it's kind of, this is the thing. It's so hard for this hack when we ult in. The only good target to try and go on to is that Aphelios. He gets ulted instantly, and then you get locked down. You eventually go down. You also see the Rakan. There's the frozen thralls that if you see Doggo, he's forced away by them. We do get that massive combo of the Mega Gnar ult into Fofo's AoE damage. That does allow BLG to turn around a fair bit, but still, it's the power of those resets and the difficulty of BLG diving into this WE composition. Now, BLG have got control of the Dragon area. As we said, whoever controls the area first, the objective, gets a pretty big advantage in this composition.
Fofo going to try and make an attempt onto Bew here. It is Gwen, so tough to find that instant pop, but Fofo, definitely the man of the hour right now for BLG. He's the guy you've got to keep your eyes on, as well as Doggo, who's currently cosplaying the Master Chief. His scoreboard says 117. WE, they're desperate to contest this one. This will be third Drake either way. Not the actual soul for either team, but soul point in either direction. And WE, it feels like this is a tense moment for them. This is the moment where they have to take control of the game. They get this smite. Can they get out? Beisheng doing an amazing job of rejoining this team and making the magic happen here. 3 Drakes in favor of WE. As BLG trying to get into this mid lane to stop the push onto the tier 2, and they will be able to do so. Now Wei goes for the engage. Doesn't find much, just finds Kadaya for the time being. Grey Health is going to help him out, keeps him safe for the time being, and that's going to be a pick onto Crisp instead. Great Mega Gnar once again, but there's no damage. Doggo isn't able to follow up in a big way just yet. Fofo getting chased out. It's going to be the resets, but no, Beisheng goes down. Traded junglers here as Stay steps forward. Saved by Kadaya. Doggo cannot finish the kills.
So scary at that moment when you saw Doggo walking forwards. If you got a reset there, it could have been an ace. And WE, you know, it looked a little bit messy at first. They ended up splitting. You could see there was a big wave top. They wanted to rotate over to pick up that tier 2. You can see the BLG is going to go grab it now. I mean, look how low it is. Just dashing an auto it at this point. But yeah, it felt like WE were trying to rotate. A little bit sloppy. Got caught out by the engage. But then the problem was that, again, it's so hard to engage onto this WE composition. Crisp flew in on this Rakan, got ulted by Shanks, and just deleted. I will say Beisheng kind of fumbled it a little bit. It looked for a reset and went on the clone of Fofo. So we'll get the replay. And obviously, we have a scenario where the Tahm Kench is split from the back line. But unfortunately, the Fear knocks stay away. They can't follow up. You can see the ult there onto Crispy gets deleted. Huge Gnar ult, though. Definitely slows the fight down. But then Beisheng gets the reset, dashes forwards, and then look, goes for the clone of Fofo. Try to find Breathe as well, but unfortunately, if that'd been the real Fofo, potentially could have got a reset to go further. And then this moment, Doggo primed to carry there, but not able to do so thanks to the ult from Kadaya.
We're already back to fighting stance once again, and I want to quickly point out BLG's inventory right now. This Gwen, 3.5 items. He has the Zhonya's, has the Nash's too. BLG can take over a fight if everybody groups up, and ultimately that's kind of what BLG want to do in these fights. What we've been seeing from them is nice. Some big damage out from Fofo. Kadaya wasted his Grey Health, does not get the regen, and now a huge fight can come on through. Crisp escapes with his life. Fofo forced away, Breathe being forced away as well. WE actually doing well in terms of the trade. Kadaya tanks the rocket for Shanks. WE will walk away with their lives. That looked a lot worse than it ended up being.
Yeah, they still have to be curious about engaging into this composition. Didn't want to dive too deep, but they burned Kadaya's health down, split him away, end up burning a lot of summoners and tools, and now BLG starting up the Baron, but WE hits contest.
Oh my god, Fofo! BLG gets deleted. That is classic misdirection right there. A little old magic trick out of Fofo's pocket, and a Baron for BLG off the back of it.
Yeah, Gwen was not immune to that. The sheer burst damage coming through from Fofo, understandably, right? Rabadons, Ludens, and that Void Staff. 10 stacks on the Dark Steel, 604. This LeBlanc is doing an insane amount of damage. I was a little bit critical of the pick. I was like, right, you're picking LeBlanc, you're not doing anything around mid. But he's delivering in the late game. This was just a bit disgusting. And again, W's there, the Zhonya's is there, but I just don't think BLG expected.
He didn't have time. Just gets one shot. Fofo's just like immune this. Just completely one shots him. Oh, you love to see it. I get incredible satisfaction out of watching Gwen die. Fofo managing to make it happen 6-0-4, and a player that honestly has not been having the best split ever comparatively to his 2021. It felt like Fofo has not been having the greatest year. This LeBlanc that was picked first rotation for BLG is doing wonders now.
Yeah, a lot of pressure in these fights, and finding windows to punish against a composition where typically it's kind of hard to do so, but you are dealing with things like the Lissandra, like the Tahm Kench. BLG now control the Dragon area. It is 1 minute till the potential soul for WE. We see that BLG are focused on to push down this tier 2, and again, you're kind of relying on Shanks for the engage. He has no flash. There's cleanse onto Doggo. Those make things tricky, and as a result, kind of just forcing in here with WE just watching.
WE not got the greatest tools to actually force a fight themselves, right? This is a composition where realistically They want to just survive the engage from BLG and then try and find kills off the back of it. Fofo hunting for stay. That's just a Q. That was just a Q from LeBlanc without even the second half of it. The Sigil of Malice practically one-shotting. The cannons will finish this bot tower off. The mid tower goes down at the same time. And WE now relegated to their Nexus towers. Bew has to use the Zhonyas. It's going to be the ult coming out from Shanks to try and re-engage with Crisp now getting into the middle of the fray. Big damage out from Stay though, and it doesn't. Oh, the Gnar comes through! And BLG looking to clean up. Stay has to turn gold. One more auto would finish the kill, and there it is. Reset for Doggo. Can they find more though? Because it's still a 2-for-1 in favor of WE for the time being.
Still precarious. Beisheng's looking actually does have the ult reset. Capsule blocking from that side. I would not run into Fofo. We've seen what happens there before. But yeah, BLG try and commit onto the Gwen. They do manage to get the 2 inhibitors, so definitely job success. But it's still difficult, right? When they're trying to find these engages, the defensive peel coming out from WE is huge. And you know, no jungler. Doesn't matter for BLG. They can just burst through that dragon. And we're going to see how things pan out. So Bew already used his W, which is why they look for this engage. The stopwatch buys time when they turn things around onto the Hecarim. The Mega Gnar to knock back is massive, and that really is what kills Stay here, right? Shunted into a pretty difficult position where Fofo deletes him. But then the resets start coming through. There's a Thrall on the ground. Beisheng's resetting, and it's kind of that point where like, okay, let's get out of dodge.
I'm torn on that. Oh, hang on. Oh, it's Fofo. He's going for Kadai. That's a Tahm Kench. He's practically one-shot at full health Tahm Kench. That is nuts. I mean, he is 4 levels up at this point. The rocket from downtown. Can he find it? Oh, it's so close and yet so far.
Honestly, that was a sick shot. Like, I know it missed, but that was close. Yeah, so... Fortunately for WE, Kadai survives. It's now 3 dragons apiece. Both teams 1 away from the soul. It is still BLG with that gold lead, right? I'm looking at the LeBlanc for Fofo. 12 stacks on the Medjais. Doggo as well. Look at the farm difference. Nearly Flame Horizon over Stay. Full build. Stay has 3.5 items. Doggo has a full 5 on top of the boots.
Yeah. I mean, it's not pretty. It's not pretty for Stay in this one. It's only 11-11 when it comes to kills, but a 4,000... in fact, no, I just can't count. 4,000 gold lead in favor of BLG. And now the question is, how do they finish things off? And I have to say, I've been impressed by Breathe across the course of this game. His Gnar ults have been consistently fantastic throughout these fights. That last one, I think perhaps could have thrown them down, maybe get some stuns onto the wall. The big issue I've had is that really there hasn't been much follow-up on these Gnar ultimates. Consistently, we see a big Gnar, and that's it. We don't get to see anyone go down off the back of it. It feels like it's all so close and yet so far, but with Doggo on full build, I'm not sure we'll see the same story again.
I feel like it's kind of a scenario where only the Mega Gnar can kind of actually survive jumping in. Everyone else kind of just gets knocked down and deleted. So BLG, despite being ahead, despite having these big Gnar ults, still feel a bit precarious about moving forwards in these scenarios. Now, 2 waves of supers will apply a fair bit of pressure here.
Oh, Fofo, what are you doing? That's Alessandra, and that's what we were talking about between these 2 picks. Shanks flashes straight on him, and Fofo is shut down. Now we get chased out by Beisheng. Unfortunately for WE, there is nothing on the map right now, and Fofo will be up in time for the Baron.
Yeah, it does relieve a bit of pressure, but there's inhibitors are still down. Oh, they might have found Breathe. No.
Wait. Okay. He's got a blast cone. He's all right. I'm not going to lie. I was really worried that both solo ladies from BLG were just going to take it in turns there. But let's take another look because, I mean, this was all Shanks just locking him down.
Yeah, and I actually get to see how this initially started off. But this is one of the scary things about the yeah, it's the Flash W. So the ult's a bit too much of a delay. Flash W, very little you can do to respond to that. And Shanks catches out Fofo. Not only obviously gets that massive shutdown, but also takes away 10 Medjay stacks. We got another fight though.
Oh, but a pick comes through for BLG here onto Beisheng. That's huge. And a fear onto the carries as well. But Weiwei actually bit off more than he could chew. Shanks now trying to back away. Great Everfrost. The rest of the team coming. Bew's behind enemy lines. This Gwen, can it carry the fight? Bew has to be the man of the hour. Chasing down Doggo for a 1K shutdown. And WE keep on finding these opportunities.
And remember, this is BLG who started that fight. Fofo wasn't even there. He was nowhere near. And they were the ones who opted to kick things off. Doggo cleansed down has actually just sold Knifeton to buy a Mercurial Scimitar. They are seeing the threat of this composition in these team fights now. You know...
This is not the strongest 2-man Baron. LeBlanc and Ricardo.
Yeah, there's a lot of times where there's champions. I mean, they just can't do this, right? Crisp is taking so much damage. And the thing is, whoever's tanking the Baron directly does half damage to it, right? It's called Gaze the Baron. So now Fofo is tanking a bit. The damage is even lower, but it looks like they're actually going to get away with it. This is nice. This is unreal. This is unreal. I mean, this is the thing. No one would expect this, right?
That's true. That's incredibly true. Christmas died! Oh no, Christmas died to the Baron. Fofo's taking. Weiwei's desperate to get there. They've pulled it off in the end. My God, that was the messiest thing I've ever seen. Can there be a punish from WE? They're here just a little bit too late. Chris sacrifices himself for the greater good. That is hilarious, but it might have just cost them an Ocean Soul.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard for them to contest this dragon now down a member. So, and the thing is, right, Baron definitely valuable, but it's temporary. The Ocean Soul is there for the rest of the game. So WE look at this. They got to watch out for Fofo. They should know he's there. They saw the TP.
No way does Fofo do it. Can he make it happen? No, the smite comes through. My goodness, that was close though. Beishong almost one shot. Whew. Scary, scary game for WE here. That sneaky Baron from BLG. Can they find anything with it is the question, because they need to now against an Ocean Soul.
No inhibitors now available, right? And again, the Baron is at temporary power. 2 minutes 10, where they have the push advantage. The minions are going to be hard to deal with. But after that, WE still have the Ocean Soul for the rest of the game. And there is a lot of value in it, right? Beishong on this Viego, when he's using his passive, when he's intargetable, will get a lot of healing out that on top of his passive itself. The Gwen obviously becomes even harder to kill when she's healing so much. There is grievous wounds on Weiwei, for example, with that Thorn Mail. There is the Chemtech Putrifier on Crisp that will help trim it down, but still, big amount of power over the side of WE, and they are ready to force a fight.
They certainly are. WE feeling incredibly strong right now. If they can help it, they can even wait to force the fight until the Baron has gone down, right? Baron does give you some combat stats. I think a lot of people forget that. As a rocket comes out from Doggo, I really don't know what the goal is of that rocket. Yeah. That's the only thing I can think of. It must be for Banshees. Maybe to try and set up Fofo to be able to find picks. That's the only thing I can think.
It's actually very scary for Fofo to dash in and try and pop Banshees himself. Obviously, LeBlanc is good at doing it in general, but against Alessandra, we saw it happen before. And still sitting on that 2-stack Medja. He hasn't added any more pages since he last died.
Yeah, it's a toughie. It's a toughie. Breathe is about to turn Mega, though. The siege in this mid lane continues, but the cannon looks like will get tanked up by BBU and taken out. Shanks dealing with the top side. 40 seconds on this Baron buff, which means BLG pretty much have 1 wave left, maybe 2 waves left in either side. Wave shoved in on this top side by Fofo, who's just trying to use the minions to finish this tower off, and will be able to do so. WE, though, threatening all in that mid lane. Shanks rejoins his team. Now Fofo threatens on the top side of the play, and great it's going to be another rocket this time used to get a bit of poke onto BBU. I mean, look, it's working, so I don't want to criticize it too hard. They got the mid in him.
Got 2 now. They are looking for that bot one. Would be a pain if they were to lose all 3 here, but the Baron is about to time off. The Ocean Soul helping BBU heal up, and it looks like they should be able to handle this.
Okay, Baron now timed out. Can BLG finish off the 3rd inhib? Because 3 inhibs, that's just about a death sentence for any team. So scared to do anything. Fofo still threatening on the top side, and BLG, they're basically saying, look, we don't want to fight you anymore. We're not willing to actually go for the fight. Let's just try and out-pressure WE. BLG basically saying, look, WE, you don't have the shot calling to take us on. You don't have the decision-making to survive if we just play this slow.
Yeah, and the pressure that'll be applied now on the back of this inhibitor is pretty heavy. There is decent wave clear on the side of WE, don't get me wrong, but still going to be a fair bit of a pain. But they keep the 3rd one alive. That's a critical thing. And Stay actually picks up a Runans on that reset, which is actually really valuable when clearing waves in these situations, having that extra AoE. So I don't think that WE are faring too badly, all things considered. And again, that Ocean Soul in pocket for the rest of the game will make a fair bit of difference. Now, BLG reset, will clear through these camps. It's 2 minutes on the next Baron, 2.5 on the Elder. Those are the big objectives. And it is going to be tricky for WE to contest, because obviously with Super Minions streaming in, it does get harder to push outside of the base and to contest these neutrals, especially when, honestly, Fofo's just been so annoying, constantly showing up in the side lane and just being like a fly in the side of WE.
fly in the side of WE. It's not a common phrase, but it's an appropriate one, you know, because WE are flying sideways, I guess. I don't know where to go with that, but I just hope it doesn't get infected, honestly, because that sounds disgusting. BLG doing a lot of work. Fofo, like you say, on this LeBlanc. Absolute pain for WE to deal with. So much poke coming out before these fights, and also just it's not even the poke, right? It's the threat of the all-in. It's the threat of anyone that comes and matches him in the side lane might just get one shot, because this is a full build LeBlanc at this point, and even with the 2-stack Medjais, it doesn't really matter. He's still got 4 other items, so he's still doing mega damage.
And BB's been sent here to answer. Your inhibitor's a little bit isolated if you walk around that way. And that's the thing, right? This constant threat, the fact that Fofo has TP, WE have to respond. They are sending the solo lanes who do have teleports themselves, but it's very precarious. If you overcommit towards the Baron, for example, definitely a chance that you could end up losing out. And we saw before how devastating the Baron was for WE to actually deal with, and that was while their inhibitors were alive. With them down now, it becomes a very difficult scenario, especially as they get the Baron. They could well just translate it into that Elder Dragon. Cause a lot of problems for now. BB is the one just permanently going to side lanes, answering these waves. WE trying to push forward, try and contest some of the control on the map with those big neutrals spawning up.
I love that Doggo just blasts this ult out for poke every time it's available. So he really does not respect the cooldown. Does have to get away with his Gale Force there, trying to get a bit of damage onto WE, but traded pretty effectively by Stay, and I'm not sure that was a trade that was worth it, because it cost his Gale Force as well. BB defending in this bottom side. Fofo just trying to finish off the inhib, but BB gonna go for the all-in as we flicker to someone's face for a second. Baron started off Fofo with Breathe in this bottom side, trying to make things happen. It's gonna be the smite taken. The Baron now in favor of WE. Can they escape? They don't really need to. It's 4v3 up on that top side. The inhib is gone on the bottom side, but there's no more push available for BLG.
Yeah, so the resets will come in for WE. The problem is, however, Elder Dragon up and available. They'll head straight over. I don't think WE going to be able to contest this one. So they get one of the neutrals. They do lose that last inhibitor, but it's very staggered with the others. So the others will respawn in too long away. But the problem is now they're going up against an Elder. Makes it very difficult for WE to fight this. And it's pretty much just going to be a matter of clearing waves for the next couple of minutes. Shanks, I understand what you're doing. Trying to clear the waves before they get close to the base. But this is a little bit precarious being this far up.
Yeah, I think he's realized it. He's going to dip. He's going to head on home. And Fofo is going to go hunting, which is a sentence I've said many times before. If you thought the LeBlanc was scary before, try with an Elder Dragon. This is not getting any easier for the carries of WE to survive what Fofo is bringing to the table. The crazy thing is, again, these are advantages that BLG are taking without ever getting kills. You know, the kills have happened all within fights, but the last few minutes have been BLG just playing the macro game, playing the map so much better than WE, and just taking everything they want, managing to get all 3 inhibitors across the course of the last few minutes, managing to get themselves that Elder Drake and happily trading the Baron for that, as well as the bottom inhib. It just feels like every single macro trade we've seen all game eventually goes the way of BLG.
And now 2 inhibitors back up. They want to defend them, but look how scared they are of the Elder Dragon power. Doggo just walks up and they're like, well, yep, you can have our inhibitor. We didn't want it anyway. And Doggo is continuing to apply that pressure. This is going to get problematic, right? You let 3 inhibitors go down. It does feel like it could just end up being a death sentence. And the problem is, WE, they want BLG to engage into them, right? They can't force the fight. But with the Elder up, it's not good odds.
I mean, BLG don't even need to. They can just sit here at long range with Doggo, finish the towers off. That's one more tower gone down. 1 tower remains on the entire map for WE. They've got 40 seconds until Elder is gone. They have to hold on for 40 seconds before they can realistically fight. The Ocean Soul will certainly help with that. They have a lot of damage to clear these waves, but can they survive when those double supers start to come in? 1 more wave of single supers in each lane, and then it's doubles. But Elder will be gone by that point. Perhaps there's a chance for WE. LG trying to push in, but the waves, they're kind of staggered here. They're not crashing at the same time. And WE are doing a good job of just one-shotting them.
Yes, Stay has Infernum with the Runans. That is like the ultimate wave clear. You can see as soon as he autos, just absolutely shreds them. You can see BLG fishing now.
OTP. Here we go. WE. They've got 4 seconds until that Elder's gone, and they go for the fight here. Chris with a big engage way there as well. Shanks has fallen. BLG onto the Nexus. They don't want to fight. They just want to end the game. Breathe going forwards as well. Nexus low, and Fofo finishes the job.
A win from BLG. Not exactly convincing and very slow, but it felt like they had a better read on how to play things out. A slow burn, but they managed to take the 1-0 lead against WE. And for WE, nearly 50 minutes in game there. Felt like they had a lot of strong options for the composition, but they just couldn't find the scenarios to make it work. They grouped, they held strong, but in the end, they're still 0-1.
Yeah, I mean, BLG, at this point, I kind of want to, like, rebrand them as the Pacifist Squad or something. Like, that was the least aggressive win I think I've ever seen towards the end there. They had Elder Dragon, and they're still just like, you know what, guys? Just don't fight them. Just let the minions do the work. They're just like cracking the whip as the minions go by. It's like, go minions to your death. But if you can chip the tower, it'll be another step forward for our cause. I don't know. Tough one for WE. That is going to be a really difficult game to swallow because it felt like so much went well for WE across the course of it, but ultimately, I mean, I don't even know what they could have done to stop that.
Yeah, it felt really rough, and you know, you can sort of think back to moments like I liked their draft, but they did also have the choice. Well, they did also end up giving over the Jinx, right? Because obviously they prioritized the Gwen. The Jinx for Doggo, problematic, right? The range advantage, the fact that he was just having so much damage in the late stages of the game, really caused a lot of problems. And Fofo, you know, we don't often talk about LeBlanc as something that, you know, starts slow and ramps up, but that's his play style, and he definitely started to find a lot of momentum. Some key picks. Pressure in the side lane. A 48-minute game. Hard to bounce back from that.
48-minute game, and Doggo had 47,900 damage. Almost exactly 1,000 damage per minute across that game. That is mental. Considering average damage per minute is like 500 or something like that, like for an AD carry. That's a crazy statistic coming out. So, well played by Doggo. And, you know, a lot of fights for him to pull that off on, and the Ocean Drake may be helping his stats a little bit, giving him more health to churn through. Either way, BLG managing to take themselves the game here. We're going to jump into a break. We'll find out what happens in game number 2, if WE can come back right after.
On the back, Allah's going ham right now. Lightning get in there to do some damage. Can he get the free fires off? He's excited. He goes cleanse from the death sentence, and Light is starting to pop off. It's starting to look like an MVP performance from this AD carry of LNG. In this new season, LNG and V5 have come roaring back to life.
It's beautiful to witness, and now Photic can clean house. That's 3 for him. He'll go for Bin. That's 4. The rest of the team surely gift over the kill of Xiao, who tries to survive, but the cleave through the chickens. It's a pentakill for Photic.
LNG has been the biggest surprise. Week in and week out, they have slaughtered the competition. And although the mighty may bleed, they are still currently tied for first under the leadership of the former world champion Doinby.
其实我觉得我这个人找机会就打输出能力，我觉得团战不管是团战还是什么都挺厉害的。这方面我觉得是 LPL 前3吧。不管是玩什么英雄，我觉得找机会能力都特别好。但我只能说，今年 LPL 真的是没有弱队，大家都很强。
Golden with minuscule levels of health. They've killed off Light, but Doomy's now the AD carry. Tarzan jumps straight on in. Double kill, triple kill, quadra kill for Doomby. And the man in the mid lane strikes back.
现在的目标的话，就冠军吧，因为去年拿了2个亚军，感觉亚军现在对我来说没什么意义。我不想再拿亚军，我想拿冠军。
And just like Doinby for LNG, Rookie's arrival was an integral part to the V5 plan this year. The duel between these two legends will take center stage in this clash.
最近打智能赛，配位蛮不错的，然后我们的配置也算是我个人觉得也是蛮好的。总体来说还是蛮不错嘛，就是在节奏这方面我们也会做得蛮不错的。
Blast themselves into this game. UV in the middle of everyone. Rookie looking for more in the backline. Jumps forward and finishes safe. The double kill. And I sure hoped so he would win. And boy, is she. The
triple for Rookie. Both of these teams have taken the spring split by storm. V5 ended RNG's win streak. The rookie Fodic has unlimited possibilities, and Rich himself has played solidly in the top lane. But now, Rich must face Ala, who has been core to LNG's dominance. It seems that this series shall truly be the strongest against the strongest.
Rich could actually be the one in trouble, but it depends. Never mind. Rich survives with one more auto to seal the deal.
Just solo kills the Shy in such a manner.
Wow. The jungle's down the bottom side, but Arlen with Xiaolao, who there's no matter on him to flash forward. Solo Molo this time from Arla in the top side.
No matter which way you look at it for both of these teams, this series will be monumental. If either side has any hope at a chance of reviving themselves in the playoffs, they will need to prove it here, as confidence reigns king in the LPL. Our match of the week, V5 versus LNG.
I just wanna love somebody, someone who gon' love my body the way that I want my body to be loved. Give me love, love, love when I need it. I'll be right here to receive it. Only kind of love is the one you give it, I mean it. Need it, need the kind of love you give, I mean it. Need it, I just really wanna know if you want.
The moment I throw my backpack in the trunk of your rusty car, not knowing where we going, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. Oh, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. And all I see is a white view light through soft clouds. The sun, moon, and you. emotional landscapes. Right here, making memories with you. Sun, moon, you. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, close my eyes.
我觉得对战 W 取胜点的关键可能就是下路跟上路的对抗吧，因为他们下路的话是2个新人选手，然后感觉他们的对线能力可能不是那种最强的，就是感觉可以尝试在他们下路打开一些突破口。我们中期的一些团队上的一些运营跟我们一些配合跟决策上，我觉得这些我们可能还需要再做得更好一点。
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL. I'm Munchables. I'm joined by Orcs. We're going into game number 2 now as BLG. A very slow and steady win in game number 1. We said slow and steady wins the race, and I didn't expect it to be quite as slow as that against WE, a team that everyone else in the league has essentially been speedrunning. But it is what it is, and BLG managed to get the win in the end. It was relatively clean, and Fofo is going to be your MVP because that LeBlanc performance looked pretty fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, super impactful when it came to those fights. Really delivering when it was applying that side lane pressure. Some great picks as well. Definitely a slower pace LeBlanc than we typically expect, right? We normally think of LeBlanc as someone who can apply that pressure from level 3. Really solid in the mid lane, can roam to the sides. We didn't see that, and it's what we expect from BLG, but he did ramp up heavily into this game.
Yeah, it certainly did. It wasn't about just like lane pressure. He got a CS advantage for himself, but wasn't like, you know, scaling like crazy through the laning phase. He wasn't trying to find solo kills or anything like that. It was much more about pressure in the late game fights. And there was the one blunder where Shanks was able to punish him jumping forwards, but realistically, that's kind of the only mistake he made the entire game. The rest of it, he was just an absolute nightmare. I mean, the one shot we saw him do onto Bew on the Gwen, I mean, that was absolutely disgusting. There's not many champions that can one-shot a Gwen like that, especially in the Shroud. So really impressive stuff by Fofo, and knowing what he can pull off with the champion as well.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, that was the thing, is it felt like he applied so much pressure throughout the game. And, you know, I feel like BLG didn't necessarily have the better draft. It did slow them down heavily. It felt like they had a lot of trouble dealing with WE's anti-dive. But they do manage to close out in the end. That's the critical thing. Do you see a flip of sides this time round? Gonna see Rise and TF. So banning away those heavy roaming mid laners. It's kind of what we talked about, right? Prio into roaming, so big for Shanks in this series.
Yeah, it certainly is. Caitlyn and Zeri banned by WE to start things off here. So 80 carries by WE over on the red side. Mid laners by BLG on the blue side. And crucially, banning comfort from Shanks, right? You just mentioned it. The Rise, the TF, the Lissandra, all comfort picks for Shanks, but also things where he can just roam out of that mid lane. They're trying to lock him into that mid lane matchup, and the LeBlanc is respect ban from Fofo in response.
Yeah, especially when you don't have Lissandra to deal with as well. Like, all things considered, it was still really powerful even with that matchup, so they will trim that away. Now, Wei gets the Hecarim again. The dive potential definitely valuable for BLG. But WE on the other side, we often see, you know, jungle AD carry picked up in this rotation. They are looking towards Euphelios again, and in fair play, Stay had a really strong game on it. I do feel like teams have a fair bit been looking towards the Jinx a bit more so just because of that range discrepancy, but they will lock that in now. Actually, potentially even looking towards the support role, so would obviously set BLG to kind of pick, but really with Rakan, there's not too many bad matchups. I will say, however, Nautilus is open this time round. It was banned by WE in that first series, And I think it's probably a good pickup into the Aphelios in this situation.
I mean, just Nautilus Jinx feels like a great rotation here for BLG, and it's everything they could want, right? You've got the hard engage from your support. You've got the scaling aid. I mean, you've got Jinx for Doggo. Let's be honest. He absolutely loves the Jinx recently. You've got the Hecarim for Weiwei. Feels like 3 perfect pieces to the puzzle for the side of BLG. Whether or not they do go for that, they might want to go for a solo lane as well. We have seen that they've started to prioritize Fofo a little bit in their drafts.
Yeah, I mean, if you take the support here, you can get the Nautilus and guarantee you have that tool to deal with. But if you take a solo laner,
I mean,
WE end up in a bit of a precarious position, right? Because they can only answer... they either answer the solo laner themselves or they pick their jungler, and the one that they don't do is going to get banned out. Akali will get taken, which is technically a flex, and this is also a good answer to Gwen, so WE would have to be tentative about picking the Gwen again in this situation.
Yeah, we'll see if WE are willing to go for that. Jace also available, which has been one of these answers to Gwen, so you could even end up with the Akali and the Jace, so whichever way around the solo lanes went, it would be disastrous for the Gwen. But it's Viego for Beisheng to finish this rotation for WE, and now to the bans once more. So we'll see where WE want to go with this one. I mean, you could just ban things like the Nautilus, and that is what they're going to opt into.
And I think for BLG, looking towards, you know, things in the solo lane that potentially could cause issue for the LeBlanc, and for the Akali, sorry. To be honest, LeBlanc, TF, those are picks that also do well into the Akali, and they're already banned, so could just look towards the top lane. Jace obviously is open and available. They could definitely look to take that one out. But actually going for the Orianna in the mid lane, which, especially paired with Rakan, I do like. I think Orianna's risen a lot in priority, as she is able to trade pretty effectively in the lane, while also just being so strong in the later stages. It's sort of like a mix of not only that shockwave threat, but also the utility, the shielding for your carries.
It's also comfort for Shanks, right? Look at the bans right now. These are the top picks for Shanks. You've got the Victor and the Corki, basically, are the other 2 that he's played, and then he's got 1 game on Tryndamere, which I don't feel like is necessarily Shanks' comfort zone going for those kind of picks. As the Tahm Kench banned away by WE, would not be at all surprised to see either that Corki or the Victor just banned away here by BLG, just to try and remove Shanks from the game.
They're actually going to go for the Galio, so this is another one of those Roman mids that we're kind of hamming on. You know, the Rise, the TF, and the Galio all banned, so they kind of really respecting that one of the big threats is the fact that Fofo isn't too present in the early game, and Shanks being more proactive can make a difference. So 5 mid lane bans from BLG, and I would love this if this came through. It makes complete sense here, right? Akali, Hecarim really will struggle to deal with the Veigar. Veigar not the best into the Jinx because of the range discrepancy, but still does a very good job at providing the anti-dive that we saw from Lissandra. And they do have the Rakan this time to provide some engage of their own. Now, BLG, you know, they are playing this sort of dive-heavy composition. I think Leona adds up well with that in terms of providing an extra level of engage. But they're actually going to go for the Gwen in this first situation. This is kind of the power, right, off that Akali pick. Taking the Akali meant that WE didn't really want to take the Gwen themselves, and it kind of freed up BLG to take it. But it does mean that WE Jace is available from the counter with.
Certainly is. The Gwen and the Akali, both on the side of BLG here. See, you have to assume the Akali's going into the mid lane, right, for Fofo, which is exciting as a prospect in of itself. We know Fofo can be incredibly prolific on these assassins. This will be his first Akali game of the split, but certainly not the first Akali game of his career. We'll see how Shanks is going to be able to do on this Veigar. Certainly a reasonable matchup for the Veigar, but realistically, Shanks not necessarily going to want to be fighting, right? He just wants to be farming up and scaling up, as BB does end up locking in that chase.
And honestly, if the game goes as long as the last one did, I personally, if I'm picking champions, I want to be playing at 50 minutes. Veigar is definitely up there, right?
Yeah.
And the thing is, with this Jace pick, this is a really good matchup top. Mid lane, the Veigar pretty good at shutting down the Akali, right? And I think the pick makes a lot of sense in the composition, but I do feel like BLG's comp is just straight up easier to play, right? They have these huge dive threats. If there's any scenario where they find a flank, it's going to be very difficult for WE. WE have good anti-dive with the Veigar, with Rakan. They have a lot of poke with the Jace. You know, they have the Aphelios who can kite backwards, but I just feel like all of that, despite being positives, it just doesn't matter if there's suddenly a Gwen on your backline, if there's an Akali threatening, if the Hecarim dives in. So I'm a little bit concerned on this one. I do feel like there's a lot of agency for the side of BLG, but we'll have to see how it plays out.
The one big positive is Kadaya has that Rakan, right? They have a way to hard engage unlike last game. And Kadaya, for my money, this has easily been his best pick of the split. We've seen the best version of Kadaya on this Rakan. So maybe that can be the shining light for WE. But on the other side, Fofo with this Akali, I'm feeling a little bit scared for Shanks. I'm feeling a little bit scared for Stay, especially, actually, because when you look at the career stats for Fofo, even just ignoring the fact that he dominated and got an MVP in game number 1 of this series, historically, he has a 70% win rate on Akali over 19 games in his career. He knows how to use this pick. He knows how to dominate with this pick.
And it is a scary one. I specifically remember when we had earlier in Split, when it was Bin and Ale, one of them on Akali, one of them on Gwen, they both got a triple kill in that fight. These champions just can do absolutely nuts things if they get ahead. And I think that's a critical thing when I look at this Jace. You have to be crushing this lane. You don't pick Jace, fall behind against Gwen, and you should be. It's a phase rush on the Jace, and this is very common, but just to explain why the matchup is so rough. You can obviously harass Gwen from a distance, but one of the difficulties Gwen has is sticking to a target for enough time to get like 3 ult charges off, right? That's why she takes Ghost off them, because you want to be able to run them down. The problem is Jace just switches into his hammer form, knocks you away, procs phase rush, and then runs with phase rush, and you can't really get back onto him. So this is a very painful matchup for Breathe. It'll be interesting to see if Wei applies some pressure up there to try and put it more in favor of the Gwen. But either way, really somewhere where WE need to be winning on the map.
Certainly do. Shanks going to move in, get a deep ward here onto the chickens. I'm not sure if it was Shanks or Kadaya that actually dropped the ward in the end. I think it was Kadaya as the sweeper comes through for Beishong. Fofo going to be here, though, to sweep that one up. It does mean he'll hit level 2, if I'm not mistaken, off of that first wave. So could be a small advantage there, but realistically, Akali versus Veigar, you're not expecting much of it all in the early levels.
Yeah, I mean, Akali notoriously useless, like level 1. Level 2 does spike a bit, but still kind of just sitting there as Shanks is able to farm up. And that's the thing with the Veigar. Not as much presence as some of the other picks that we saw banned away. It's not like a TF or a Rise or a Galio where you're going to be perma able to roam. It is kind of sort of taking things out of Shanks' hands, and he's really going to be looking to scale up a bit more rather than having that immediate impact.
Yeah, and I want to take a moment to talk about the top lane, because I feel like we're going to have a little bit of time before any action kicks off, as the jungler's likely to just go for a full clear once again in the same matchup as last game. Because when you look at Bubu, it feels like he was kind of the forgotten top laner of 2020, where we have, you know, Breathe, who managed to pop off, managed to get himself as a big name within the LPL last year. Ala as well, Bin as well, over the last 2 years. And Bin and Bubu were on the same roster. They were, you know, alternating between the main spot on Suning back in the days, and all in on the bottom side. They're both going to disengage in the end. Doggo going to get a couple of autos in. That's some big damage, and a hook coming through. Kadaya in trouble. One more rocket. The Ignite taking, and Doggo flashes for first blood. It's answered by Stay, but Crisp is just going to auto him down. One more auto would do the trick, but Crisp not going to flash for it. Now an all-in on the top side as well. I don't have time to talk history today, my friends, because Breathe is caught out here. The flash stun from Beishong, and it's 1-for-1 on the board.
Fantastic for WE, right? The all-in looks favorable for BLG on the bot side, but critically, because of that hook coming out from Chris, but now this might be a turnaround. Stay in trouble.
Oh, but a TP immediately on the bottom side. Stay survives for now as Chris tries to get him, but Guardian keeps him alive. And it's Crisp to fall. Beautifully done by WE.
More and more in favor of WE. The defensive TP from Shanks really forces Wei to back off. They don't finish off the Aphelios. And critically, 2 things to take away from that, right? One, it was a trade of kills initially, but Stay survived, so he's the one able to pick up that big stacked wave. You can see already he's got a pretty significant CS advantage. And then the follow-up kill, even more from him now. Beishong heading towards that top side. You know, so much to talk about, but also the gank top. We talked about how we wanted this Jace to pull ahead, right? We wanted to see him win the matchup. Getting extra input from Beishong, super valuable.
Look, because, you know, I wasn't even ready for this to be an actual all-in, because we see these level 2 fights every single game in the LPL, but Doggo managed to make it happen. The flash forwards there, but Stay as well, willing to answer that, willing to make sure that he's turning that one back around and getting a kill for himself. And in the long run, it paid dividends that he went for that flash.
Yeah, critical thing where was Doggo taking the tower hit, ends up making it go in favor of WE. And the gold lead isn't exactly super substantial. This is really positive when we already said, right, this is a lot less active game from Shanks. We see Beisheng. I feel like he always just ganks top around the same time. I feel like Breeze, you kind of expect that. He did in the previous series do a bit better at avoiding it. But that's the problem with Gwen. In those long lanes, you don't have a flash, right? And as much as Ghost can get you a lot of ground, if you see Beisheng behind you, it's kind of already over. There's not really too much you can do to avoid his stun.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Unless you can spot him early on. We saw the control ward in the river from Breathe that stopped the repeat gank from Beisheng. But you do need to have that advanced warning to be able to survive. And Kadaya returns to that bottom lane. And I feel like I've done that genius thing that we can do. When we're in a slow series, you start talking story, immediately the teams will fight. It happens every time. There's no way you ever get your narrative point across here in the LPL. As the junglers both show their faces on this bottom side. Drake is on the map as BuBu goes for an all-in onto Breathe, but he's inside the Shroud. Necessarily winning that trade.
Yeah, you know, and that's the thing, is you want to harass from a distance, then if Breathe goes on you, you disengage the trade, and you don't allow Breathe to sort of find the value. So I think BuBu just trading a bit too much health there, but ultimately saw the fact that Weiwei's on the bot side, knew that he's in the 1v1, pretty comfortable.
Yeah.
If you look at the inventory as well, got Biscuit's got health potions, so should just be able to sustain up regardless.
Exactly. He's trading his effective health, right? Whereas Breathe has the Doran shield, but doesn't have any pots or anything. So if a couple more of those kinds of trades go down, BuBu wins that battle of attrition in the top side. So intelligent play coming out. He's now level 6 as well. So Breathe only going to find this getting a lot harder as that massive wave crashes in the top side. BuBu has a bit of freedom to move around the map. Weiwei is here. BuBu just wants the honey fruit. He's not interested in the fight, but Weiwei just charges around picking it up. And now we'll have to flee for himself as Shanks pops the Predator. Weiwei forced out of this one. Beisheng will get himself that scuttle.
Yeah, good moves coming out from WE to cover there. Could have been a precarious situation, but made sure that top lane is safe. And obviously the big thing there is Breathe had a wave to catch, so there's no way he would have been able to join. It would have been a 3v2. Now this is where it can be a little bit precarious, just in any matchup with the Gwen. Well, I mean particularly this matchup, because obviously Jace doesn't get much of a power spike at 6, whereas Gwen gets the ult. But still, as long as BuBu is playing it correctly, should just be able to comfortably farm up in this lane and remain safe. It comes out from Chris, but I don't think that really does much.
Yeah, Doggo can get a bit of a harass onto the Kadaya, but does need to be cautious, because if he steps too far forward, you know Kadaya will be more than willing to pull the trigger, especially while Stay has red and white weapons. That Crescendum and the Severum as a combo is just absolutely devastating if you can find that 2v2. And importantly as well, in that bottom side, the gold lead that felt like it was huge earlier on. Shanks maybe getting all in by Fofo, but the Shuriken flip just to keep himself safe. That's perfect execution on cooldown, and he actually goes back in. Just gets a bit more harass off. I love the confidence with which Fofo plays.
Yeah, he knows the cage is down, so he can get some return damage, but ultimately, he committed his ultimate, right? And then instantly Beisheng shows up, so he knows he can't continue the all-in. That's a big cooldown unavailable.
Yeah, massive cooldown on cooldown, as it were. Fantastic stuff coming out from both sides. Very good. Good. Bravo. Golf clap, everyone. It's a bit of a quicker game than what we saw in game number 1. Thank God, because let's be honest, that was a very slow game. And it's going to be WE starting the Herald off. Once again, BLG, really, really low Herald rate. Not a team that is really that bothered about contesting Herald. They're quite happy to just play it slow and try and trade on the map. Remember, that's one of the big things about BLG is they're damn good at the macro trades. So if you try and make a play through the Herald, which we saw from WE in game number 1, didn't really work out in a big way for them. BLG are happy to just trade with an auto attacker on the other side.
Yeah, they didn't really find a window to do so. And, you know, they've secured the Herald already, and you can see that now Rakan moving down to cover. Beisheng's heading to that side of the map. There's no window that's been opened up. So for, you know, I was saying last game, it had to be, you know, more than 2 plates for it to be worthwhile. Yeah, they essentially got that one as pretty much a freebie.
Did. Weiwei going to move over to his red buff, clearing a bit of vision. So full information here for WE on where Weiwei is on the map. 2 minutes to tilt that Drake. Beisheng trying to go for the Scuttle Crab as BuBu just clears the wave, and Breathe looks for an all-in, but knocked away the phase rush. This is exactly what you were talking about. So difficult for Breathe to close the gap, but he doesn't care. Going for the dive under the tower, but BLG flashes a lot of that damage and will survive.
That's where it can get scary, right? The ultimate slowing him down and the ghost able to run down a target. BLG survives but has to burn the flash. Does become a precarious one. Phase rush, not quite enough to get him to safety. He will just TP back up, obviously, and without the ultimate, Gwen's not going to be too much of a threat. Ghost as well, unavailable. It still shows that even in the most favorable matchup against the Gwen, you still have to be careful.
Yeah, you really do. I mean, the second Gwen gets the opportunity, she will just all in. She will find that window and just start shredding you. And it's like you were saying before, if you mess up, like if your E is on cooldown as Jace in that situation, she's going to kill you. You're not going to escape from that one. So we'll see if BB does overstep, because he is a player that has been known to be a little coin flippy, right? Feast or famine sort of top laner, where when he gets the advantage like he is currently, he will build himself a massive gold lead. You can see he's 600 gold up in that top lane, but he's known for overextending, similar to Bin, similar to Ale, similar to all of these players from 2020, 2021, where it was all about who's going to be the next Shy, you know? Who's going to be the next guy that dominates the top lane every single game?
Overextending sometimes.
There was a lot of players in 2020 and 2021 that were really leaning towards that style, and BLG was one of them, but he did not get to the top of that pile. And this year, that story's continued, you know, where it doesn't feel like he's been one of the big top laners to be talking about. It does feel like when he finds that situation, he does have the potential to make that happen.
And he needs to be on point this game, right? The Jace, definitely a big aspect of dealing with Doggo. You know, we talked about the long range. The Jinx being problematic for the Veigar. Also causes issues later on for the Aphelios. The Jace can really circumvent that. You land some big shock blasts. It can just win you an objective off the back of it. Sometimes BLG just unable to fight at all. See, they've moved down pretty heavily towards this side of the map. No TP for either top laner to join. And we might try for a steal here, right? Ult over. Didn't even ult Blast Cone and then Lantern.
Yeah, in the pit too early. Beautifully done by WE here. Just peeling off, making sure that it can't just be 50-50 smited. Beishun gets that. That's 2 Drakes, and it's Hextech Soul as well. That's really advantageous for WE. They have a gold lead this time, albeit it's a small one. Maybe BLG's in trouble. He's going to have to clear this wave as fast as he physically can, because Fofo is here to dive, and I don't think clearing the wave is going to be enough here. But now tanking the tower is Breathe. BLG knocks him away, knocks him to safety.
Not sure about that one.
And he will go down. Fofo gets the kill. I mean, that was a bit of a disaster. Now Shanks coming in alongside Beishun. Perhaps an answer, perhaps a huge play here, but Weiwei is en route as well, and it's going to be Shanks flashing the fear, knocked underneath his own tower. Weiwei is going to be able to disengage for his team, though. This Fofo is still full HP, just trading with Beishun.
Yeah, a bit of an overcommit there in that situation. The Alco's given so much space for Breathe to move away and avoid Shanks, but knowing that they've chunked them out, knowing that there's no ultimates available on any of the topside members to BLG, they're going to throw down that Herald. The tower already fairly low from before, thanks to the Jace, but BLG are there to defend.
Yeah, can Shanks get in range for the plate gold? The answer is no, and that last plate does not fall to the minions. It's got to be on about 1 HP. Beishun will only get the gold for 2 plates on that one, which is a little bit of a heartbreaker for him, let's be honest. It's now Vision trying to be taken by WE around this top side. They know that they have control, and so blue buff will be the reward as BLG finds himself a plate in that mid lane as well. BLG doing a really good job with that Heartbreaker as well to find himself an individual advantage. Fofo wants to punish him, though. Takes a hammer to the face in return.
Honestly, we've seen a ton of Hullbreaker gameplay so far where just any AD top laner can potentially pick it up. Works well into the Gwen, right? Because, I mean, one of the things with the Jace is you scale very well, you bully the Gwen out early, but when lanes become longer later on, because of the fact that more towers are taken, it can be a bit precarious. The Hullbreaker obviously not only allowing you to hold up a bit better on the 1v1s, but also just when you have a window to hit a tower like there, you do so much damage to it.
You know, this is not super relevant to the game. How broken do you think Hullbreaker really is? Like, to the point where, if I was playing Gwen, for example, do you reckon there's a world where you can build Hullbreaker? Because she does auto-attack a lot. Do you think that's viable?
I'm not even kidding. I've seen people build Hullbreaker. I've seen people talk about it. You can build on AP champs. You can't build at first, right? There's currently like 2 pools of champions for Hullbreaker. There's the ones who can do what BLG's done here and build at first item, right? Things like Jace. We've seen it on the Graves a lot as well. then there is champions who need another item before they build it. Things like Jax, Camille, they really need their mythics to be strong. And obviously Gwen is an example of someone who would build it later, maybe second or third, or even later than that, simply because you kind of need your AP items to do damage in a similar vein. But then you can just pick it up and be this absolute menace in the silent. And the reason Fight's so broken is it's, even if you're in a team fight, it's still gold efficient. Even if you're grouped up with your allies,
insane.
that the extra resistance is. Obviously with Gwen, it's a bit different because a lot of that gold efficiency is from the AD, and that's, to say, less optimal. But yeah, it's just a very well started item right now.
Yeah, it's not super inefficient though, right? Because she does still get a lot of attacks off, does still build some attacks off. So not the least valuable. You just don't get the scaling on your ulti and on you. So now into the mid lane go WE as they look to try and finish off this tier 1. Dropping the Herald, they might be able to finish this tower before the Herald actually gets the charge. Slow State doing his best, but it's too little, too late. He's the Herald now low on HP, but perhaps can get a second charge regardless. In the meantime, you've got Doggo just pushing away in the bottom side of the map. They're going to go for a tier 2 in the mid lane here as WE just keep this push going. Nicely done here, and BLG losing a macro trade. That's not a sentence I expected to say today.
Just felt like BLG weren't really there to respond. They were like, okay, they got the Herald. We'll try and apply that pressure bot and trade in terms of towers. But Akali is never going to be able to defend against the Herald push alone. So it's a little questionable. And now there's still that tier 1 on the top side that is incredibly low that WE could pick up fairly easily. They apply some pressure. But for now, 50 seconds on that third dragon, it would be sole point for WE. Would put them one away and put it in a very precarious position for BLG. I expect both teams be setting up down there. Bree doesn't quite have the teleport available, but it is coming up very soon. Should be there in time.
Have to see. 1,500 gold lead in favor of WE here in game number 2. A much stronger performance we saw in game number 1. And it feels like, you know, in terms of playing for the late game, you mentioned it in the champ select as well. All of their carries scale exceptionally well, right? The Vigar especially, infinite scaling from that mid laner. Doggo, he's not going to enjoy that late game because yes, you can space, you can outrange in a lot of situations, but if you do get caught, Vigar will just press R. Here we go, Wei with an engage on this Hecarim, but he's just one shot. Kiting back from WE as Fofo now trying to make it happen, but Stay survives the dive. And this was way too much from BLG, sorry. 3 for 0. It's easy pickings for WE.
And the thought process there from BLG was, oh, Veigar has used Cage. We have to engage now. That is kind of how Veigar warps the game. You're playing around the cooldown of his E to pick the windows, especially with a dive-heavy composition by BLG. So they force immediately, but they don't actually find the follow-up damage. They don't connect incredibly well, and we'll see the replay. So Cage down, they're like, okay, it's go time. But Breed is trapped in there, right? You can see Doggo is still so far away, uses his long-range tools to connect, but by that time, Wei is already dead. And then still, how many autos does Doggo get off here? There's one, and that's it, right? The fight is already lost after the point. And this was just very much BLG seeing a window where the enemy team didn't have cooldowns, but not being on the same page, not being in the right position to capitalize.
It's very lucky, isn't it, that he only got that one auto off, because I was a little bit nervous. You know, you were educated in Newcastle. I didn't know how high you could go with that one if Doggo did keep auto-attacking. But
I've been practicing. I'm up to 4 at the moment.
Oh, really? Oh, wow. Congratulations.
It's a little bit shaky after that.
Coincidentally, the kill difference between the two teams as I pull off the smoothest segue I think I ever have. It's a 4,000 gold lead for WE, who are somehow massively ahead in this game. 18 minutes, they've got a 4K gold lead, they've got 3 Drakes, they've got everything going their way, and this is what we said. We needed an early game advantage for WE. Well, they found it in game number 2.
Absolutely. And the thing is, they can deliver so heavily. We've talked a lot about Fofo. You know, the Akali is still a relevant threat later on, but hasn't found too much activity in the Viego, yeah, but also the Veigar, the double V's, going to be a problem. And we kind of saw an inkling of that. It is very hard to engage onto this composition once again. And you have 3 many champions. It's not as easy, right, as having a LeBlanc. LeBlanc can just dash in, get some poke down, dash out. Even the Lissandra, although we did get that 1 pick on a Fofo last game, it's still hard to actually catch her out. But for everyone on this composition, for Gwen, the Hecarim, and the Akali, they have to be so close to be getting their damage down. It does make things precarious. And now we see Zonya's built for Shanks here. has that Everfrost as well. Remember, it's a Predator Veigar, so he will be taking Ingenious Hunter. Gives him vastly reduced cooldowns on things like the Zhonya's. Really powerful here. And we do have Doggo quietly just farming up, right? Got 2 items right now. And it is the Jinx, who I really feel, once again, is going to be a massive factor in these team fights, because she does outrange a lot of the tools in WE.
Yeah, I mean, it's a question right now, because if they can get to that late game team fight, if they can get to the position where Doggo is getting these autos off and getting the damage across, then yes, Jinx can become a massive threat and can be very difficult to deal with for WE. But as of right now, I'm not sure we're going to get to that point. WE in a very strong position currently. They have complete control. They will be fighting on their terms, and it's not like Aphelios doesn't scale. Here we go, BLG forcing a fight onto Kadaya here. They found themselves a pick 4v5 now, and BLG want a little bit more, chasing Beisheng at the top side of the fight, and now jumping onto the rest of the squad. A great hook from Crisp onto Shanks there as WE forced away, and Shanks will be taken down, or will he? Walks away with his life, and somehow Stay gets a kill. Doggo going underneath the tower here. Zap onto View, but can't find anything more. More autos coming out from Stay. He's dishing out massive damage in these skirmishes. But it will be a win for for BLG off the back of this.
And they'll get that mid lane tower, really big one, as well as an objective bounty on top of it. Now, critically, that turnaround kill for WE, very important, because taking down Weiwei means not really any concern about them going for a Baron. But this is where it gets different, right? Because look at the angle of approach from both Weiwei and Fofo on that Akali. The flank is so vital, because you see them, they have to kite away. Instantly, Kadaya gets caught out, and then the cage comes down, but it's only really blocking a couple of members. Fofo and Weiwei are already past the cage, and yes, it slows them, but it just puts them into such an uncomfortable position. This is how BLG need to approach the fights, and why I was a little bit concerned coming out of draft, because the second they start to find those flank angles, it's really threatening. And need I remind you, we are on a Hex Tech map. This is the best rift to have if you're looking for flank angles, because you literally can just teleport behind them and nothing personnel, kid.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if it's going to get personnel. Certainly Fofo, I think, is feeling like this one's personal at this point, because Shanks almost getting away with it on that one, but Doggo flashes forward to finish that kill. And now, even in terms of kills with Stay, but once again, massively up in CS. He's almost on that 3-item mark. He's half an item ahead of Stayers, and then Gage comes out from Kadaya, but it misses. Goes wide. Doggo having to use the heal just to keep himself safe. Crisp had to flash as well. And now WE want a little bit more. Crisp is stuck on this one. Shock blast in, but Weiwei triple fear here, trying to protect his support Breathe on the back line. But he's 1v5. Fofo joins the fray as well. And these two solo laners causing absolute mayhem for WE. Double kill though for Shanks before he went down. Now Stay jumps forward and finishes off Fofo. Nothing the Akali can do. And it feels like this is just individual players flexing on each other.
Yeah, looked a bit precarious because they committed heavily forwards, burned the Veigar cage, but it just completely dealt with the bot lane of BLG. Crisp goes down, Doggo can't even join the fight, and as much as the backline has come in, Stay now has a Bloodthirster. He had the red gun as well. Like, look at the size of that shield. It's obscene. It's so difficult for them actually to cut through him, and this is part of the reason I feel like they did prioritize the Aphelios, is when you're playing against Dive, he just becomes basically a tank. So we can see the kind of replay. Obviously, Shanks goes forward here, and this cage just basically means Crisp is dead. He does buy time with the stopwatch, but Doggo also can't really do too much. He is auto-attacking from a distance, but then we see Shanks stopwatch. He can't join the fight, and in the backline, Stay is like permanently full HP, just going around shredding everyone, and the healing available to him makes him such a hard target to get low. That's one of the things with the Akalis, you execute targets, right? Not the best at just whittling them down.
And the thing is, Shanks bought so much time in that one, right? He was literally 1v3 for the majority of that fight. He did more than what Fofo and Breathe could do together to backline the WE. Beautifully done. And now WE once again are just going to start the Baron. They really don't care. They've got the Hex Tech Soul, and they found themselves an engage. Down goes Chris. Weiwei with another great fear, but he's just not tanky enough yet. Now Fofo in the backline. Beisheng trying to survive. Will smite the Baron, but Breathe finishes him off. Fofo killed mid-air. They Stay now, trying to get the autos across. Good stun, good baby cage, and Breathe has nowhere to go. He can't leave. He's corralled in the cage and taken down. WE yet another fight.
And it's so frustrating to play against the Veigar, especially as he gets more AP, because all the mobility, all the tools that the Akali has, he presses R. Right? That's literally it. And especially, you know, the extra power they got from the Hextech Soul there coming through. It's still relatively even overall in terms of trading. But we can see Shanks feels so confident, right? He just walks up, eats the death sentence, but gets the cage down, and instantly Crisp is not long for this build. Now, it does mean that the engage here, the flank from Fofo and the engage from Weiwei, there's no cage to disrupt it. But as much as Fofo gets that kill, the ult, no counterplay on that one. Just really powerful tool. And then here, Breathe steps forward, but again, you get trapped in the cage. No W available. Nothing you can do. This Veigar pick paying off massively in this game.
This might actually be a game win for WE. I don't want to call it too early. I don't want to jinx it, but they're still 4,000 gold up. They've got that Hextech Soul, and they've got control of this top side of the map. Doggo is currently on red buff. This would be a window for WE to just start this Baron off, and it looks like they're going to do exactly that. Stay here, not with the greatest weapons to work with, the Calibrum as well as Gravitum. Not ideal for doing a Baron. Burnham certainly will help when it comes to this team fight. Rocket comes on through. Smite actually used by Bayshot very early on this one. The Baron low on HP. They need to finish this one off. There we go. Baron taken, and now the fight. But the fear on the entire team from Weiwei. Fofo in the middle of everyone as well. BLG flashes over the wall. Stay goes down. In the meantime, Bayshot buying space for his team as they desperately get over the wall. 2 for 2. But they're happy with that because WE get yet another Baron.
Yeah, a scary moment when you have this composition that wants to kite backwards and you're trapped in the pit. They will eventually use their ability to get over. But once again, WE make the correct play and they are rewarded for it on the end of it. Weiwei, I mean, I feel bad from this point. He's just getting deleted when he dives in. Finds a big ult there, but critically, the cage comes in to stop him from going through. We actually saw him try and take the Hex Gate, but then, as you said, Bayshun very early on the smite forces him to commit to finish it off. Huge ult from the Hecarim, but look how much health he loses, even though everyone's feared. It's insane how quickly they're shredding through him in this game.
Yeah, and also with the Hextech Soul as well, a lot of that damage becomes cleave, right? So when BLG do group up, oh, wait a second, BuBu, what a shock blast, tries to go for the 2v1 there. I think he was maybe hoping to just catch a singular player, but luckily for Doggo, Breathe sticks around, and it means BuBu can't go for that play anymore, but Kandaya for a play on this bottom side. Fofo alone underneath the tower. We do have Shanks off to the side here with his ultimate available. That Primordial Burst has got Crisp's name written all over it. See you later. There is no counterplay for supports against Veigar.
Yeah, and they're the ones with the Baron buff, so they let this wave die bot, which is a bit ideal, but obviously getting the pick, a lot of value. Then the Thresh's safety net no longer available. And honestly, I feel like Crisp and Weiwei are kind of just being bullied right now by Shanks. 7, 2, and 6. No doubt has a ton of stacks. Void Staff as well, which obviously you have so much AEP from your passive. The penetration comes in massively valuable now. You saw that, right?
Yeah.
We've been questioning some of the ults. At least
Doggo
most
has
of them
had some serious ults, yeah.
At least most of them have been in the right direction. I'll say that much.
I don't know if it was a misclick. I don't know. Whoa! Where did Breathe go? That's a bit of damage coming out from Shanks. And that might just be the game, honestly. With Baron in their pockets, WE, a man advantage. No top laner for the side of BLG. They can, at minimum, get 2 inhibitors here. I think they could potentially push for more. It's going to be a reset coming out from Shanks. He's got TP available. If they can get the minions under the tower, they're going to be able to get that bonus damage. One Nexus tower falls. Weiwei toying with the idea of engaging, but it's too late. The fear comes in, but straight onto the Nexus go WE. It's a win here for WE. They've been struggling to get anything on the board, but Bayshug is on the Nexus. Stay wants a bit more as Crisp gets onto the fountain, but WE, what an upset.
Find a great win against BLG, and honestly, the Veigar pick coming in so clutch. We talked about Shanks potentially being a big factor, being able to roam, being able to move and make an impact on the map. He didn't have to here, but the Veigar's so powerful. And remember, we came into this draft, BLG banned 5 mid laners, and he still whips out this pick and manages to deliver. This felt super one-sided. Like, remember, game 1 was a struggle for BLG. It was slow. It took them a lot of time. It came with a lot of individual outplay from Fofo and also very smart moves on the map. This just felt like clean sailing for the side of WE. My mind just went blank. Yeah, for WE.
That's okay. I see Shanks, I think WE. He's immortalized in my brain. Phenomenal game here from WE. And a crucial game as well. We came in today saying, look, their win rate has been much better with Beisheng than it has been when they had View on the team. It feels like the shot calling way snappier. And it feels like Stay as well in this series has been doing a really good job in the AD carry position. This game especially, surviving so much in these fights. Really impressed by WE. And again, I'm kind of mind blown, but we're going to 3 games between BLG and WE. I'm very excited to see more of this aggressive early game from WE.
Yeah, WE, they got a good draft, and when they got a lead, they managed to effectively close out, right? I think a big aspect was, as you said, Kadaya on the Rakan. They had that engage tool. That was kind of the major downside of the game 1 composition, was lacking the engage. So when they did want to start a fight, it was kind of relying on hoping that Shanks got somewhere with Lysandra. But here, they had those great anti-dive tools that worked so well against the Hecarim, but they also had the agency to start things off themselves. And I think really, WE have been giving themselves favors in the drafting phase, but also the fact that they won this game 20 minutes faster than BLG won game 1, it feels like they understand how to close a game out as well when they're given that advantage.
Yeah, and it feels like that's such a crucial thing when you're playing against BLG specifically, right? This is a team that will not do a good job of punishing the early game. They are more than happy to just chill in the early game, try and find farm advantages, and then go for team fights later on. WE saying, look, we're not going to let you do that. We're going to go for skirmishes. We're going to just stack dragons as fast as possible. And when it's a Hextech Soul as well, really, for BLG, they couldn't afford to just allow all of these dragons to go over with barely any contention.
But I think one thing for me, I know it worked in game 1 with the LeBlanc, but I feel like BLG are trying to fix their issues with Fofo not really connecting with the team by just picking champions that are like, we'll give him an aggressive LeBlanc and a Carly, and then he still just kind of like farms up, right? Every scenario there, it was always the Veigar moving first in the laning phase, and Veigar's not exactly a great first mover. So it just feels like, if you're going to have Fofo scale up to be super relevant, put him on something that really starts to kick later in the game.
Or we'll see if that's going to change up, whether or not they change Fofo's pick for game number 3. There's a lot up in the air and the potential for a massive upset here if WE can repeat that performance. We're going to jump into a break, and then we'll find out if history will be made for WE.
So,
be
tangent
negative.
into the next point. Overwhelming positivity. Ah! Give me your team that looks bad right now, but that you believe in. Tell me, Lear. Give me the positivity for once in your life. Give it to me.
I feel like we've kind of already gone over this because I feel like for me it's IG.
Yeah, I feel like we have to.
I feel like it's IG. I feel like it's I really like watching IG. I really love Shun as a player.
Welcome to the Shun Stan believers. All right, welcome.
I've always been a believer. Always.
Not outright. All right, where was your plaque? Where's your belt that says Shun on it? Like, I have one.
Do you really?
Come on.
Do you
yeah,
actually?
but don't ask me to show it to you.
Oh, jeez. This was a team I was excited for from the beginning. I was really happy when they brought in Lucas last year instead of using someone like Reheal or Southwind, because when he was on his IG young days, I thought Lucas was a player who was extremely solid. Still not there. Like, I don't look at Lucas as a top caliber support by any means.
Mm-hmm.
I think Lucas very much is like serviceable, but I feel like even watching Lucas from last year to this year, he is better. His laning has slightly improved. Last year, one of my big problems with Lucas was he wouldn't take advantage of, like, I'd say, off timers of when to move. It's like Lucas would always know, like, okay, we pushed out bot. I can recall and I can walk mid. But he would never know how to be like, okay, my AD carry is safe in this 1v2. Maybe he's on Ezreal or like he's against Braum or something like this. I now can like create my own window and maybe something happens bot, but I can make something happen more top or mid. I feel like we've been seeing a bit more of that out of Lucas as well. Uakai has come in and I think he's looking, I'm just surprised we didn't see more used by RNG last year. With like how decent his Akali game. My God.
It's insane,
it was
dude.
Crazy. Like, he was all like, oh, whoosh, and like, Patao! And people were dying. So people were dying left and right.
It happens.
There was blood. There was violence. And that's the key to success in the LPL. You don't know how to make the LPL blood and violence. So.
Apparently. All right. Well, thank you for the positivity. I appreciate that. I'm going to have to mark that down in the history books because that's not going to happen again for 1,000. Nope.
On a mystic way of life, unsure where we
我觉得 biu 其实是个实力很不错的上单选手，我在去年我就感觉到他进步的特别快，有很多我需要向他学习的东西吧，然后就希望我也能保持好状态跟他打。下一场对上老东家 WE， 然后就希望悲伤跟皮就香克斯洗干净脖子等着被我宰就行了。
I thought he was going to say something nice there.
My goodness, yeah, that is aggressive words from Breathe. Aggressive words. He's coming in aggressive today. I'm joined by Orcs. We're going to game number 3. Breathe is spitting some fire, but wasn't in game. That's the key thing, right? Went down at the end of things as WE found themselves an upset in game number 2, and it's Shanks that managed to grab himself the MVP. On this Vigar, no less. After 5 bans went the way of Shanks, he has an MVP performance. That is a statement and a half.
Well, I think the solution is Riot needs to give them 6 bans because 5 clearly wasn't enough. And this Vigar pick, not only did he perform excellently on it, right? Constantly finding these great cages and also disrupting the enemy team. There were some times he was out of position, but still managed to find so much value. But just the pick itself did so much, right? Often we talk about Vigar, something that really makes it difficult for dive teams to function into, and it felt like every single time BLG were like, okay, the cage is down, let's engage. They slowed them, and the cage comes back up again. The cooldown's quite short. constantly able to deliver and punish threats, and especially this Akali for Fofo. Not fun playing against a Veigar. You can see this is the fight where it just gets absolutely deleted by the ultimate.
Yeah, just, I mean, trying to come back in on the Shuriken flip, but just one shot in mid-air. Really difficult situation. And as soon as WE had that soul as well, it felt like these fights got harder and harder. And you can see Stay in the pit does eventually go down. But again, that was pretty much the first time they actually managed to take Stay down in the game. Every single fight prior to that, they were diving on to Stay. They were trying to finish him off, but it would just last for so long. Like you mentioned, the Bloodthirster that he picked up very early on into the game made it incredibly difficult for the side of BLG to finish him off. A great game here for WE. We'll see if they can replicate it. We're heading into game number 3 now, into picks and bans. And I really don't know what to expect. I really don't know what BLG are going to pull out. I'm hoping that this game was a wake-up call for for BLG, sorry, and that they'll bring something more to the early game. But they're starting off by banning Kadaya out, taking that Rakana for 4.
Yeah, but obviously we saw them ban so many mid picks. A lot of them now left open and available. The Sandra ban not there. I mean, if you know enemy team are going to ban LeBlanc, then it's pretty meaningless. But it looks like BLG might be leaning towards that Aphelios, and they will commit to that this time. So moving away potentially from the Hecarim as well. They've played sort of a bit more dive-heavy compositions with the Hecarim being that frontline engage, and it hasn't gone too successfully. So maybe they pick it up later. But for now, WE could just take the Jinx in this situation, right? The trade off the AD carries, and they can pick a jungler for themselves as well. We often see jungle AD carry on this rotation on red side in the LPL. I mean, globally, honestly, in drafts, just because you don't really commit too much, right? It's the trade off AD carries, and then your jungler doesn't really solidify your comps so heavily. It looks like they might actually steal away not just the Jinx, but also the Hecarim, which we've seen BLG play 2 games in a row.
Beishan goes for that Hecarim, taking it away from Weiwei. You're absolutely right. This is WE just basically taking BLG's drafts to their comfort picks away from them right now. And I'm really curious what Weiwei will choose to lock in against this Hecarim, because I feel like this is an opportunity to be aggressive in the way that we've been asking. Like, if you go for a Xin Zhao, for example, you could be more aggressive. It's the Viego. It's not aggressive.
It is BLG on blue side and WE on red side, by the way, just to make it clear. We haven't got these mixed up. It just seems they're swapping, right? They've swapped AD carries, they've swapped jungle, they've exchanged toys. We do see, however, Crisp gets hands on the Nautilus, something that we have seen banned away. First rotation game 1, second rotation game 2. The response to from WE is going to be that Tahm Kench again. So we did talk about in that game 1, one of the downsides to WE's comp is that they lack the engage. With the Hecarim there, you have plenty. So the Tahm Kench perfectly fine to keep the Jinx safe. Now, going to the second rotation, both teams look at the solo laners. So I feel like for BLG, potentially concerned about something that you can counter pick top. Maybe concerned about something like the Orianna. I actually think Orianna would be sick for WE this game. Obviously, buffs up the Jinx, and you have the ball delivery with a Hecarim, so I think they should ban that. WE are kind of banning some of these more pressure-focused mids, right? We see the Vex banned, things like the Syndra are on a similar vein. We actually see Jace being banned first and foremost away from BBU.
Yeah, I mean, Jace has always been a relatively safe blind pick up in that top side. I've gone Scottish for a second there. But we'll see if some of that... It could be a Graves ban as well, is where I was going to go with that one before I distracted myself from BLG. Whereas WE likely to go for another mid lane ban here. Try to set up Shanks for success. But Shanks' favourite pick of the split so far, just Camille taken, has been that Twisted Fate, which is still totally open and available.
Yeah, definitely potential for it, and especially if you have counter pick on the top lane, you can really look to bully that one out, lean over, and make sure that BBU not only has a good matchup, but also has helped to crush the lane. I still think, for me, the Orianna stands out as being so broken with WE's comp, and they will ban it away, which for any BLG fans, you should be very happy about that one. Now, WE, if there's like a standout blind you want top lane, something like the Graves, you could absolutely pick that here. Alternatively, there's a bunch of mid lane mages. There's even these roaming options that we've talked about that you can take. Although, potentially looking towards the Akali, like, you know, we saw this played last game by Fofo. The dive potential is there for the composition. And on top of that, this is a flex, right? This can go mid or top. So it kind of keeps BLG guessing. It'd be very interesting if we saw Fofo pick up the Veigar in response to this.
If Fofo doesn't lock in Veigar here, like, I mean, you have to, right? You surely have to. This is just the perfect moment to say, hey, I'm the better mid laner. We'll see if Fofo is willing to make that play. It's going to be the top lane locked in for Breathe with that Kennen. I'm just saying, Kennen and Vigard, that's a pretty spicy combo. Maybe the double purple Yordles are locked in. Maybe not. We'll have to see.
Yeah, and the Kennen does a great job of dealing with dive threats. Because obviously when you charge in and there's the slicing maelstrom, it's not only going to disrupt your backline, but just the AoE stun is huge. But also Victor, often we see compositions where they have that, they pair it up with the AD carry, they help the peel. It looks like they might be eyeing up the possibility of Corki, however, and they're going to lock it in, right? And the thing is, I feel like Corki kind of suits Fofo's playstyle, right? Not the most active in lane, pops off later down the line. So a lot of value from this pick if they can get to those later stages of the game. The range is obviously problematic. WE, I'm not as big of a fan of the Veigar in this situation. Obviously here, BLG, they kind of want to play the long range with the poke and the Corki. They want you diving in, but they're still going to commit to it, interestingly enough. So WE, kind of a mixed ball in terms of what their composition offers. They have the strong backliners in terms of the Jinx and the Veigar, but they have these dive threats in the top jungle, whereas BLG, I feel like their comp for the first time like has a lot of cohesion between it compared to some of the other drafts they've had so far.
And once again, very focused on the late game, right? Very focused on the team fight. Later on, Doggo can scale up, Fofo can scale up. Massive amounts of poke damage will be coming out of that Corki later on. You've got Breathe for the huge ults, the huge engages alongside Crisp there, and Wei. Once all of that kicks off, if he can get the resets going, take over the game. We'll see if it's going to be enough for BLG though, because up against essentially a lot of their previous comp, right? A lot of the stuff that they've been prioritizing in this series, WE have gone for alongside that Tahm Kench, and then this Vigard coming out from Shanks once again. I'm excited to see what he's going to be able to do with that pick, whether he's going to be able to use it to the same effect now that he's not necessarily in the sort of counter matchup that we saw last game.
Yeah, and I actually think that specifically in talking like champion versus champion, Veigar feels very ineffective against Corki, especially the Coke Porky, right? I keep doing that. I say poke Porky instead of poke Corki. I feel like one of the things is that because you outrange so heavily, there should never, ever be a scenario where you can cage Corki and he's trapped in it, or, you know, he's actually in range to connect with it. Unless he's like packaging in, and if he's flying into your team with a package, he's either one inting or two, he's just absolutely smashed the team. So either way, I don't really think that you land in the cage makes too much of a difference, but he definitely had a good game before on the Veigar. We'll see if he's able to bring out again. And once more, I expect him though to be moving a bit faster in the play, because Fofo playing the Corki, we've already seen him be fairly inactive in the laning phase, and this is just going to exemplify it.
And realistically, I'm looking towards this top lane as well here. Breathe up against his old team with some extremely aggressive words coming into the game about his old teammates. He's got a Kennen. He's got a pick that he can really individually influence the game on. I feel like he's the one that needs to step up and stop this upset happening for BLG. We have to remember, WE are 1-7 right now, but with Beisheng rejoining the team, it feels like we've had such a drastic change of playstyle from these guys. And I'm honestly, I'm a little bit excited for WE. I'm a little bit excited. The game is only just beginning. Maybe they can make it happen though. Maybe WE, if they can find an advantage early on again, can manage to make this upset happen and get themselves back into the league. Because right now, honestly, they're on the cusp of just straight up not making it to playoffs.
Yeah, and it's been a painful start of the split. I talked a bit about this earlier today, but it does feel like the schedule gets easier as the split goes on. It doesn't account for 1-7 scoreline. It also isn't really an excuse for all of their gameplay. But I do feel like if they pick up the play, as they have been with Beisheng joining the roster, there is still hope for them alive. There is still opportunity. But time is swiftly running out. And getting a win here against BLG would make a massive difference. Not just in terms of the actual absolute score, but also just the confidence for the team.
Yeah, I mean, the momentum. I mean, we talked a little bit about strength of schedule earlier on in the broadcast as well, where, you know, WE, the start of their year, it was a tough one. Like, when you look at the games that they had to start this year off on, they had to face against Weibo, which nobody thought much of at the time, but turns out Weibo, kind of good at the game right now. Then they had to go against V5, basically the other team that's challenging Weibo for the top of the table right now. They had to play top esports, LNG, JDG, EDG. Like, these are all big names that they had to face off to start their split off. And we talked about what that does in terms of your standings, but there's also like the mental aspect of that, right? When you go on a big losing streak to start your split, it's going to be very difficult to maintain a positive atmosphere within the team.
Yeah, as much as what some toxic fans might think, no one wants to go 1-7, right? They're not choosing this situation. Sometimes, well, someone ends up having to lose, and I'm hoping that W gets the bounce back, and it really feels like they are feeling more alive.
You say sometimes someone happens to lose. Like, every time somebody has to lose. That is the way that it goes, unfortunately.
Sometimes both teams lose. We've absolutely seen that before.
Well, that's true. That's definitely true. It's rare that we see both teams win, though. In fact, I'm not sure we've ever seen that. But WE, honestly, maybe they'd be happy with that. If they could go for a tie in this series, the first ever tie in LPL, I think they'd be okay with that one.
Well, you see, Oh,
hang on.
That's no mana.
Oh, Shanks, he's He does have his flash available, but stunned up. In comes his jungler, but it's too late. Beisheng late to the play, and a very nice setup there by Weiwei. He gets to be a yodel for a moment as he skips merrily back into the jungle.
A rare opportunity, a rare moment where Fofo gets a gank in the mid lane and they're able to deliver. Now Weiwei applying some pressure here, but Shanks is going to be back on the map in just a moment.
Yeah, Weiwei might have gone too deep for this one because Fofo is underneath his tower. It's a 1v1 for now. Shanks trying to get over there with the Predator, but I'm not even sure he's needed. Weiwei, oh, turns it around! Last possible second and gets himself a reset. Shanks, you got to finish this kill off, but he can't. The speed comes out from Weiwei, and it looked like Beisheng was winning the 1v1, but Viego, the Ruined King himself, completely ruining WE.
Ends up winning out in the extended fight. Conqueror, a big factor in that, no doubt, with the fully stacked up, whereas the phase rush has the instant impact, but doesn't really carry through, and we'll have the replay. Feels like, obviously, this situation, it felt like Weiwei was kind of overcommitting, right? You don't have the backup from your team. I think Shanks comes in here, the cage goes down, and then he's able to not actually get stunned, just on the edge of it there.
Oh, Beisheng now trying to make some impact on the side lanes as well, and Breathe realizes that he's doomed.
That's what he gets for those comments before the game.
Yeah, perhaps Beisheng saw the interview, but either way, Breathe actually doing a very good job so far. Akali very weak in the early game, and so Breathe has a big CS lead to work with. So this is more damage control from Beisheng than anything else.
Yeah, we do see Daya just moved off from bot lane, so there's a window where BLG were potentially fishing for stay to overstep, but the ward will give them the information. And Weiwei, he's been pretty aggressive on this Viego pick, trying to challenge the enemy jungle and find opportunities. We'll just start up the dragon now.
Hang on, let's just take a moment here, all, and appreciate the fact that we're seeing the junglers gang. It's BLG versus WE. Game number 3 is all it took for the junglers to gank in the early game. Weiwei being proactive, Beisheng being proactive. This is great to see. This is so much more fun.
I will say Beisheng does try and gank a fair bit. It's really just Weiwei who is kind of a little bit lax. But also, one thing I will comment on is this is like the 3rd game in a row. I mean, no, this is the 3rd game in the series. It just feels like every game Beisheng just ganks top around the same time, and Breathe just keeps dying to it. Like, you feel like at this point, you know, having been on a team with him as well, and also him doing the same thing multiple times in a row, you would think he'd have conned on by now. But maybe if you go to a game 4, then he'll not die to that early gank.
Maybe. It's a big maybe, though. We'll have to wait and see if Breathe is capable of learning. Only time will tell. But massive CS lead, at least. He may not be learning from the previous games, but he is 20 CS up in his matchup. So we'll give him props for that at very least. And almost 10 CS lead for Fofo in that mid lane, as well as Beisheng. Really would like to finish that big chicken off. Does manage to do so. Can he get out with his life, though? Just about. Hit level 6 off of that chicken. Now Shanks walks into the brush very confidently. I think maybe a little too confidently. I'm not sure BLG were ready for it. They weren't expecting him to just face check like that.
Yeah, I think as well you have to be concerned about the cage. I think that's why Shanks felt so confident, because he had his E available and he was like, I'm going to march forward, trap them in this. But especially having the control ward in that brush next to Raptors makes it very hard to fight around there. And we talk about the big power spike that's offered by the ultimate from the Hecarim, now down and unavailable, and Weiwei continuing this plan of his just to permanently play aggressive and in the enemy jungle.
You in the brush will find a shuriken here, but Breathe is like, you know what? I'm happy to take this trade. I know you can't go in on me. Happy to just keep getting that damage down at the top side. This huge wave for Stay. He has fallen behind in CS off the back of that last passage of play, but be able to redeem himself somewhat off of that wave that was just crashing there. And so we kind of reset once more and go back to a slower pace of play between these two teams as Beisheng now trying to invade on the bottom side. Perhaps can find himself a red bull.
So finally get a bit of a counter, and he has the assistance from his team to lean over there. Just make sure he has some cover. Weiwei's clearing up on the top side, so no real contest going to come down from this. And actually, I feel like WE can potentially get a little bit more here, right? They have BLG walking down on this side of the map. This is really an easy dive to set up.
Hook for Crisp, though, as Doggo just charges forward. And BLG are like, you know what? If you're going to try and set up a dive on us, we're just going to 2v2 you before it can happen. But Beisheng now arriving. BLG behind the plate as well. Doggo in trouble. In goes the Akali. The exhaust onto Doggo as well. There's no damage coming out onto WE. Now the tower's starting to stack up, but Beisheng survives, at least for now. One more tick will not do the job. And it's a double kill for BLG. And it's so huge that BLG will be back in this top lane matchup. That said, look at that CS deficit.
Yeah, pretty substantial. The 2 kills definitely mitigate that, and they will deliver on some plates here to make it up in return. Big wave being lost and Breathe hammering down as well. And actually, you want to take a look at the inventory of BLG in this situation? You know, you were talking about this a little bit before. You know what phase builds into Munchables?
I have a sneaking suspicion
It
might
ain't a
be a
rocket
slightly
belt.
larger hammer.
It seems like he might be on the hype train. They will throw it on the Herald, and this should just take the tower here pretty much.
Yeah, I really hope BLG aren't building any ships today, because the hulls will be in trouble. That is for sure. BLG going to be able to clear this wave. The tower doesn't quite fall, so a silver lining for WE here, but this top gap is rough for the side of WE. The fact that you're 2-0-1 on this Akali and still 500 gold down, that says a lot about how many plates, how much CS Breathe has managed to find for himself.
Yeah, and I do have an important question for you. Would you say that Corky's little plane thing has a hull?
No, it has a rib cage because it's a dog.
There we go.
I've never heard anyone refer to a dog's chest as a hole before, so I'm going to say definitively no on that one.
So good skin choice from Fofo to defend himself from a potentially precarious situation.
Had it been Red Baron Corky, we would have been in trouble. But luckily, he went for the dog.
Keeps himself safe for the time being. He actually feels like he's fishing for an all-in here, which honestly,
ultimately,
being a Carly, I could see him winning it.
Yeah, and especially when he's got Shanks and Beisheng just off the side of the wave as well.
That's not a 1v1, you know. A little bit unbalanced on those numbers. You see Fofo has picked up the package, so they will grab the dragon off the back of this.
I saw the Predator and I got excited. He's just there to clear the wave. Wait, going for the Drake here. That'll be the second Drake back-to-back here for BLG as well. So, nice. I will say, it's not very fair, is it? That Weiwei's name starts with WE. I don't know why that hurts my brain so much, but it's managing to make me get these teams the wrong way around so many times. Every time I'm talking about Weiwei. WE. But fantastic start here for BLG. And crucially, that's the thing that we've been lacking from them. In this series so far, we kept on talking about how little they like to go for the Herald, how little they like to go for the Dragon in the early game. But now, managing to find both of those to start this one off in their favor. Really nice to see BLG adapting across the course of this series.
And especially when you have the Corky, getting early dragons is so scary, because from now on, that package is going to be synced with every single dragon from here on forwards. And so it makes the team fights very hard. Normally, you know, the Corky gives you a lot less presence in the mid lane early. The other team picks up the early dragons, and then you start stacking from that third one where suddenly the Corky team is like, we're going to be really strong every dragon from here. Because BLG are the team with 2, it puts a lot of pressure onto WE.
The question will be, though, the eternal struggle of all LPL mid laners. Can Fofo figure out how to use the package? It's been the eternal battle that we've seen across the course of this split. Some mid laners have figured it out. Xiaohu, for example, some amazing packages. Yukal, not so much, you know. We've seen a very mixed bag when it comes to these LPL top laners and using the package on the core key. So, Fofo, your time is now. Let's see if he can work that one out. As Breathe will be able to finish this tower off on the top side. So, nice bit of gold influx for him. That will be the first tower of the game. Using it to just deny as many minions as he can before he finishes that off as well. So, smart play coming out from Breathe. You'll love to see it.
Yeah, and he has a massive gold lead. You can see across the board, you know, bot lane, They is marginally ahead, but mid lane, huge advantage for Fofo. Jungle, 700 gold. Top lane, 1,300. Not a good omen to be this far behind this early into the game.
It's really not, especially against a team that, you know, they don't really play for the early game usually. They play for that late game, and now with an early game lead, with early game objectives as well, that late game comes a lot quicker. That's the key thing, that it's not just about BLG doing nothing for hours. It's like, well, if they can find a lead, as soon as they get an advantage, they will push it. As soon as they get to 2-3 items, they will find more. They will close the game out. It's not like they're afraid of just ending the game. So BLG in a phenomenal position here. And I want to just highlight Breathe and BuBu once again. Like, we talked about how these guys were kind of rivals to some extent a couple of splits ago. It feels like that is a long and distant memory at this point, as Breathe having a massive advantage and, in my mind, being far away the better top laner across the course of this series, aside from the early ganks that he just has not been respecting. The Heartbreaker is finished for BuBu, so I mean, maybe he's going to show us some crazy dark tech split push technology.
I mean,
that can win the game.
In fairness, Akali does actually have... Oh, I see Shanks in trouble.
We are seeing Shanks in trouble. There's no might about that one, but Weiwei whiffs the ult. He didn't know which direction Shanks had gone in. It doesn't matter, though, because Weiwei's playing Viego, and now he's playing Veigar. All about the Vs today, apparently, as Kadaya has to flash over the wall. That event horizon, so scary. Weiwei will be able to grab himself a blue buff. Minute and a half until the Drake comes up. Herald up in 10 seconds, though. It's WE that have control of the top side.
And they could look for this Herald right before the package is available. Might be a window which they can get something. And just about the Heartbreak Akali, she does actually have decent AD ratios for an AP champion. Like, a lot of her abilities do scale with AD, so I can kind of understand the thought process to some extent. But definitely a bit of a unique one that we haven't seen too much of now. It looks like WE putting a lot of resources into this top side, and time is ticking for this Dragon time up. They are going to try and dive Breathe.
They are going to go for this one. It's dangerous to dive. A Kenendo Beishuk so low, but Kadaya saves his life. BuBu gets out barely with his life. Has to kill the minion just to survive. Crisp, can he answer? That's a dangerous recall. BuBu has the Shuriken flip to get over the wall. Crisp won't be able to punish him. Very nicely done here by WE.
I will say, though, that pretty much guarantees they're not going to contest in that Dragon, right? Look at the ults for WE that are unavailable now off the back of that. No ult for the Hecarim, none for the Veigar, none for the Akali as well, or the Tom Kench. But they managed to pull this off, right? Dive comes in, you actually see the ult from Beishung into the Gobble to keep him safe. And then BuBu able to use his second ult charge to get out of tower range. But again, right? Package was picked up there by Fofo. Don't have the tools from WE to really fight this Dragon, so it is pretty much guaranteed their Dragon for BLG. On top of that, they're using the pressure to also pick up the Herald. So yeah, WE got a kill, BLG get everything else.
And again, this is not how BLG usually plays. They don't usually bother with the early objectives, but especially if WE aren't really going to contest, aren't going to put themselves in a position to fight for these objectives, of course BLG are going to take them. They're going to have themselves a free Dragon here. They got themselves the Herald already. Very nicely done here by BLG. This is clean play coming out from them. And, you know, we always talk about how they're slow, but they're clean in the early game. Well, this has not been anywhere near as slow as what we're used to. And it's good to see them pushing the envelope a little bit here. Now on Soul Point, it's 17 minutes. That's not a sentence I think I've ever said about BLG.
Yeah, and they are continuing to drive the pace of this game. WE are fishing for these opportunities, but not really finding anything. And as the game goes on, I am struggling to see it a bit, especially this Corki. You know, Manamune stacking, Luden's already completed. It is going to be a massive problem. It really feels like BLG have to start making some fumbles for WE to close the gap here. BLG is going to be present in that side lane. And again, Akali's not like the fastest tower taker. a Heartbreak is definitely going to help, and it's kind of annoying for the Kennen to hold. Like, Kennen does not enjoy... Like, his goal is a team fight, right? He doesn't want to be dealing with these super buffed cannon minions. But I'm not exactly super ambitious about BuBu's chance to, you know, backdoor end the game.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see. And I want to clarify on the points on this Akali build as well. It's not like we're trying to flame BuBu for the build. I'm sure there's value in this Heartbreak for Akali. Like you said, there's some AD scalings and things. It's just... The reason that you pick Akali is not usually to be in that side lane, right? It's usually to get involved in the skirmishes and threaten the backline, which the Heartbreaker not necessarily going to bring the same value as a lot of other items would. So, bit of a tough one. We'll see what BuBu can do, though, because, again, I'm hoping we can see some kind of interesting strats here and maybe see something that is going to be a bounty at very least taken, but it's traded for a tier 2 in this top side as the Herald is dropped. Not sure there's much that WE can really do about it.
Yeah, a lot more gold for that Corki and that Viego. Definitely becoming very scary. And you can see Weiwei actually has like a 40 CS lead over Beisheng. They're going to get the second charge as well. A bit of a disaster right now for the side of WE. 4,000 gold lead. Like, kind of just feels like they're following BLG around, but not really able to do too much to them.
Yeah, to be honest, it's getting to the point where this is feeling kind of over for WE. And the game is... barely started. We're 19 minutes in, you know. It's not...
Especially compared to game 1, which was 48 minutes, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Game's still young.
I know. This is not the way that we usually see BLG win, but hey, if you're a BLG fan, this should fill you with a little bit more confidence that BLG can change their style, can play more aggressive, and can win the early game as well, because that's something that felt incredibly lacking across the course of this series so far. Honestly, I was coming out of this series with huge question marks for BLG, and I'm certainly not saying they've resolved all of them, but this one at least gives you a little bit more confidence again.
And honestly, I feel like this game's gonna hit critical mass in 2 minutes, right? Hextech Soul, especially for a Corki, those long-range rockets getting extra damage and slowing, incredibly suffocating. If you look at his items, right, his mana immune will be stacked up for that dragon. He's got a stopwatch in pocket. I feel like if they win the fight and they get the Dragon Soul, that is probably just it. So WE need to find the angle approach for that one.
Do whether or not they will. I mean, my eyes are on BuBu. I want to see him pop off on the Hullbreaker Akali, just prove everyone wrong, show us that apparently Hullbreaker is just the best item on literally every champion in the top lane. We'll see, though. Shanks as well has been stacking up this entire time. You can never quite forget the Vigar, even if he hasn't had a lead in the early game. Chris getting aggressed upon by BuBu here, and actually will just go down. No, has a stopwatch, buys some time for himself, but BuBu can't finish this kill off. Now he's the one caught, flashes over the wall, but in goes Weiwei to finish the job. Breathe behind the play as well. This is gorgeous from BLG. Completely outplaying WE. They're looking like a different team to what we've seen for the rest of the series as Doggo just tries to finish off Kadaya. Won't be able to do so, but hey, we've got a bonus blue buff. Actually, no they don't. Survived on 2 HP and reset, but maybe a Baron can be the consolation prize.
Yeah, if they get the Baron before the dragon even spawns, then it would be even more devastating. BLG 5-member strong heading over. Beisheng will respawn. May be able to actually get there in time, especially with the Hextech gate. So see how that goes. But this fight, you know, they look for Chris, but you're committing so heavily onto the support who also has the stasis to buy time. A lot of resources invested to try and take down this Nautilus, and it just meant they had nothing left, right? Great flank from Breathe here. Not only just deletes the Hecarim, but by hitting the Jinx as well, forces Kadaya to ult stay instead, and then it's just already over from this point.
And I don't want to overstate the point. I don't want to belabor the point too much, but BuBu with his ult would have finished Crisp if he'd gone AP, right? That is a Hullbreaker diff right there in the fight. And now BLG looking strong, looking well positioned as they try and contest onto this Drake. Up in 10 seconds time, the whole squad will be here as Fofo moves on over with that package in tow. I will say, the package maybe does have a hull. Perhaps BuBu can break it. We'll have to wait and see. Drake started off here. This would be solved for BLG if they can get the smite. They're happy for a 50-50. They don't actually have that much to lose in the grand scheme of things. In with the engage, but Beisheng is already gone, vanished before our eyes. A great package from Fofo, and I think that might be all she wrote on this one, as BLG just wiped the floor with WE. It's going to be a clean ace as Fofo flashes for the kill onto Kadaya. And there's nothing more in this one. Kadaya wants a tasty snack before the game ends, but that's all he'll get.
Yeah, we just crushed them in the fight. Now they're 10,000 gold lead. Baron's still in hand for a minute 45, and they got the Hextech Soul. BLG weren't too happy about that game 2 loss. Honestly, with this game, it feels like they weren't too happy with how long game 1 took. They are trying to finish this one as quickly as possible.
There is a competition going on between a lot of teams on who can speedrun WE the fastest. BLG are certainly not going to be winning that competition after a 50-minute game number 1 and losing game number 2, but at least they're making up for lost time here in game number 3. Grabbing the soul, and again, this is exactly what we've seen from Hecarim all series long. Dive in, get one shot.
Yeah, and give you, I'm just going to say, ults in onto the package. Not exactly the greatest play we've seen out of a Heartbreak Akali, but in fact the only play we've seen out of a Heartbreak Akali.
I was going to say, it is the greatest play we've seen out of a Heartbreak Akali, because it is the only one. It's by default the best and worst simultaneously. Crisp caught once again. Can he survive this time as well? So far, so good for him. Is Kadaya the target taken down? We're just going to get ults out across the board. Beishang escapes with his life as Wei Wei wants a little more. Turns himself into Thomas for a little while. Shanks falls apart in the top side. Wei Wei looks for View. Won't find it. BLG. Slowly but surely now with Soul and Baron. I mean, there is no defense possible.
Yeah, I mean, they are just absolutely destroying them right now. There's nothing really they can do to hold up, and the gold advantage is so massive. The Soul on top of that. This kind of just feels over and done. We had hope with that game 2 from WE.
No.
It kind of feels like it's a... I knew you'd make that joke. I knew you'd make that joke. I was going to say hope earlier this series, and I knew you'd make that joke, so I didn't. And then I fall for it here.
Sorry, mate.
Whatever, man.
I'm just a bad person.
You are, really.
But you know what? That's okay. By my own standard, I guess. I'll just absolve myself, so no worries. It's a 13k gold lead. I'm just going to move on. 13k gold lead now for BLG. I mean, we can take another look at this fight, but it felt like WE kind of making desperation plays.
And it feels like a repeat of the fight around the dragon, where it's like, hey, let's kill Crisp. And then they realize, okay, burning all our resources onto a support, maybe not the best idea, especially when you don't even kill him at all in this play. But WE definitely feeling desperate. But it feels like it's kind of a rough one right now. Mid and top inhibitors down. BLG pushing in that bot wave. Currently a 13,000 gold advantage. You can see in the items across the board pretty much.
All right. And with the soul, let's add a little bit of value to that as well. But without Baron, it does become a little more difficult. But with Supers pushing in the top two sides, top two lanes,
and you know,
it'll still slowly but surely go the way of BLG.
I've been really negative, but technically, if WE can just stall the game out, Veigar does scale infinitely.
While that is true, I'm not predicting that scenario is going to come to pass as we watch literally every structure get shredded before our eyes. BLG just going to dodge the ult from Beishang as well and just body him as he gets sent back to his fountain. Sent packing as the whole team from WE will. Good hook from Crisp onto Shanks. And in goes the ulti. 369. Oh, wait, no, that's Breathe. Got the wrong top laner in my head. It's 369. He's the only Kennen player in the league this split. But an amazing ult from Breathe. And it's going to be the end of the game.
Yeah, it feels like WE maybe 30 minutes short of where they were hoping to be in this one. They just get absolutely dismantled.
End it. Just let it end, please. BLG will finish things off.
Will they? Eventually,
I've entered it almost as hard as WE, but not quite as hard.
Yeah, that was a rough one, right? I mean, game 2, I feel like game 1, they came in with a draft where I had a lot of things that made sense, but they were kind of missing that hard engage. Game 2, their draft was actually really stellar. The Veigar pick, standout. Game 3, it just didn't make sense. Veigar and Corki, not really going to do anything, right? And it felt like Fofo was just a lot of free scale. They got the early dragons, they got the package, and then from there, it was just kind of over. The whole Breaker Akali, I'm also not convinced on. Not really sure what it achieved because it didn't really win in the side lane. It didn't do anything in the team fights, you know. But I'm not even sure that was just a whole break. It's the Akali felt pretty useless in general in this game. It felt so mixed, right? You have Veigar and Jinx who want to stand back, whereas Hecarim and Carly are diving. But either way, BLG, a much needed bounce back, right, from that game 2. I think if they had lost this series, there would be serious questions about the potential of this roster to compete with the top 5.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the fact that they lost one game against WE says a lot in of itself. It's still... I'm walking away from this one with question marks about BLG. I was coming into this series with question marks about BLG. There's still a lot of work to be done for this roster if they want to contend for the top spots. Like, when you compare them to teams like Victory 5 and Weibo right now, like, BLG have a lot of work to do. So we'll see if they can continue to improve across the course of this split. And they're going to need to quickly because we're heading very quickly towards playoffs. There's only 4 weeks left. So a lot to be done. A lot to be done, that is for sure. But still, a win is a win at the end of the day. The scaling working out. And I like that at least we got to see something different here where they played more aggressively. They didn't just wait for 50 minutes and then end the game. They pushed their lead and finished at 26 minutes. That's a very respectable time.
Yeah, I don't think I could have handled if we had a repeat of game 1 where it just felt like the game took so long to close out and BLG just felt really unable to capitalize. But here, I think as well, the Corky for Fofo, with how he's been playing, it makes sense. It fits, right? Not the most active in the early game, even though we did see Weiwei gank in mid here, but just able to scale up and be a monster later on. And this is the expected result, right? The win for BLG. Maybe not in the manner people anticipated. WE getting a game, definitely positive, but as the split goes on, harder and harder for them to gain back ground, whereas BLG still trying to fight to get into that upper echelon of the LPL.
Yeah. I feel like the way that BLG played this game as well kind of did a lot of work to mitigate this Hullbreaker build coming out from the Akali. Because, like, the reason you build Hullbreaker, right, is to stay in the lane and have the advantage. It's not for team fights, but the way that BLG played it. And, like, if you think about how BLG plays, I can see the line of logic, right? I'm going to be stuck in this lane for a very, very long time. This game's going to go on forever. I'm going to get value out of this purchase. Unfortunately, BLG chose this game to be the one game where they are proactive. They do team fight very regularly early on in the game. And suddenly, the Hullbreaker just looks like a joke.
I do agree that they responded to the Hullbreaker well, but really, I think it was because they had no holes on their team with some good skin selection from Fofo. So ultimately, fan favor there. There's no holes to break.
Zone.
Yeah.
So,
glad we can agree on that one.
Yeah. And, you know, we've had a long time to talk during this series. So I'm running out of interesting topics to bring up in terms of this series because I feel like we had a long time to talk about why BLG were winning throughout. But I will say, hey, at least Breathe beat his old team, right? That's going to be a nice little positive for him. He managed to get that
Especially
double
after
on
the
the
trash
board.
talk, right? It's kind of, you know, if you trash talk like that and then you lose, it ends up making you look a little bit silly, but fortunately able to claim it. And with a pretty crisp triple kill at the end on that cannon, just absolutely deleted them.
Yeah. Yeah, 369's ult there at the end of the game was really something special. Yeah, Breathe doing a good job on the cannon. Very nicely done there. Beating his old team. Good stuff. We're just waiting for the interview to round this series out, and then we'll be moving on to the series that I know you're all waiting for: LNG versus Weibo, fighting for the top of the table. Whoever wins that as well will be in first place. They'll overtake V5 on match difference because V5 have gone to 3 games, literally every single game of the split, except for a couple. So not literally every single game. So
fight for first.
Big. Sorry, go on.
I was saying fight for first, but we do have just heard we have our interview ready, so we will quickly be going away to that.
Hello everyone, welcome to the interview, and now we have invited Weiwei from BLG with us. So congratulations on today's win, and my very first question is about the jungler matchup, because in today's best of 3, we have seen 3 games of Viego versus Hecarim, this jungler matchup. So what are your thoughts toward these 2 champions, and especially their strengths in this current meta? 那首先恭喜微微，恭喜 BLG 获得本场比赛的胜利。第一个问题想问一下打野对位的选择，在今天的3场对局当中，你们都是拿出了人马和佛耶哥的打野对局，所以说也想问一下，可能微微怎么评价这个版本的佛耶哥和人马他们两个的一个打野对位呢？同时他们彼此的一个强势点会是在哪里呢？
人马跟佛耶哥的话，就人马比较团队吧，然后佛耶哥的话，就个人打人马会很舒服。就是这样的，然后人马河道碰到佛耶哥就有点难玩，然后打团厉害一点。
So I feels like Hakrim this champion is more play around the whole team, but for Viego, I really feel this can be a good counter pick against Hakrim. But if the Hakrim can really control the crabs in the river, I think this for Viego, this will put him really in a disadvantage. And also I think like Hakrim can have a better performance in the team fight to just play around the team. Yeah, I totally agree with you. And now let's move on to game one. We feels like in game one, although Shen Team WE, they would like to have some skirmishes or early game ganks, but by the gorgeous macro, you guys were able to just snowballing to the very end. So tell us more about the focus in your early to mid game until the late game macro. So what's your strategy and what's the focus in the team's macro? 那其实说到第一局比赛，我们感觉好像其实 WE 一直想在前期想找一些机会啊，但是其实你们都每一波都能通过很漂亮的运营，然后呢，最后感觉是通过运营拿到了一个比赛的胜利。所以说也想问一下，可能你们整局比赛的一个运营的重点会放在哪里呢？
第一把嘛，就是慢慢打嘛，然后对面的阵容比较克制我们的冲阵，然后我们要拉扯的好一点，拉扯的好一点，打团就好打。
So I think for game one, we would like to just slow down the pace a bit, and also because opponent's team they can really have a very hard engage draft. So we would like to just kite a bit to try to find a very good angle. So with that, we can easily get the win. Yeah, we can see this. The game one, you guys have shown us a gorgeous performance. And moving to game three, in game three, we noticed you didn't ban out Vega this champion, which can have a super good performance in game two. So tell us more about as a jungler, how did you manage to restrain the performance for this Vega, for the opponent's team's Vega in game three? 那其实说到第三局，其实你们是没有ban掉对面第二局表现的非常好，而且拿到 MVP 的一个小法的，所以说也想问一下，作为打野选手，可能微微会怎么样去针对到第三局的一个对面的小法呢？
小法的话，我感觉小法这个英雄就比较好打人马吧，其他打野其实小法都挺怕的。
So I feels like for Vega, this champion can be a very good counter pick to face against Hakrim as a jungler. But if he just faces other junglers, I feels like Vega, this champion, is not that strong. So we have some ideas to just handle with this to restrain his performance. And let's move on to next question. I want to talk a bit more about which part do you think the whole team can still make some improvements on in order to have an even better performance in the future? Because now BLG, you guys have accumulated 6 wins in total, which can maintain a very good position in the standing. 那其实你们现在也是来到了6胜嘛，也在排行榜有个不错的位置，所以说也想问一下微微，可能整个队伍在哪些方面继续的来进行一些提高和进步，可能会让你们在未来可以打得出更好的一个成绩呢？
队伍的话就配合吧，然后一些战术体系就每条路得打得好一点，就这样。
I would like to say for our synergy, we still need to make some improvements on, and also for the playstyles and also the laning phase, there are still some parts that we still can make some improvements on in order to have an even better performance in the future. And definitely we are all looking forward to that. And best of luck for the following matchups. 那再次恭喜你们，也希望你们在未来也能越打越好。And back to you guys. Bye bye.
Fantastic to hear. Thanks again, Wendy, for the interview. Consistently smurfing, by the way, in all of our interviews. And Christina as well has been having a fantastic time of it. Wei also having a fantastic time of it with the MVP. Good stuff coming out from him, especially after game number 2. Not going to lie, the Hecarim did not look great, but this Viego really popped off.
Yeah, I find it funny how we got the swap at the end, right? It was the Hecarim Viego all throughout the series, but really delivered on this. Super aggressive in this game, right? Making things happen, bringing it to Beisheng. And this is often how you sometimes see teams punish a Hecarim, is like really challenging him in the early levels. It was good to see that, and he was rewarded pretty massively on the back of it.
Yeah, and it's such a close little coin flip fight there on the top side as well. So good that he was able to pull that one off. And then so many of these fights early on in the game, kind of close to going the way of WE, but then it was way outplaying, getting the resets on this Viego, and then cleaning house.
Absolutely. And particularly, I remember that pick that he got onto Shanks where he just caught him, just absolutely deleted him from the game. Yeah. And it really felt like this game was all BLG right throughout. It didn't feel like WE had much of an opportunity into this one. and a decisive win, a much needed series closeout for BLG, where I feel like start of the split, they came in pretty solidly, and it feels like this middle of the split point, they have dipped a bit. And it just felt like they haven't been firing all cylinders in the recent matches.
Well, that is going to round out our first series of the day, which means we can move on to what you're all waiting for. It's LNG versus Weibo after the break. This is a fight for first place in the LPL. Both teams have been looking stellar. We'll find out which one can take it right after this.
Ultra Prime here, you can see what they're thinking. Hey, we still have a lot of follow-up damage. Sure, our Leon tells them to back off, but again,
Elk is flying! Elk is flying in this replay!
Oh wait, Elk is flying!
It's Harry Potter! Oh my god! Oh my god! Alright, forget the replay. Elk is a wizard. Like that.
You're a wizard.
I don't know how.
Got the Shy on your roster because they can move towards this bottom lane. The inhib is open. There's a minion.
Nice.
Man, my team is very good. My team is very good. Very good.
Nice.
My team is very good. Very good.
Nice.
Man.
Stepping forward with another point. Short onto the board. They're 1-0.
And now they can just look to take that wave in mid. The TP's already coming through the Shy. The masked man standing. Can he get Doggo?
How is Doggo on this side of the tower?
Oh my
What
god!
happened for Doggo to be there?
He's so far from home. He doesn't even have a color. Nobody
He's
knows.
got Battlestar, but still gets the kill. And now the chase down is on. Invincible has to block for his team as the curtain call sends V5 away. The team. I mean, let's be honest. If you want a team with Mojo, this is your team. They know what's up.
Oh, the ulti comes in. Cole's now going to be the target, but that's just the support. Southwind has been left behind. Wait, did Cole think the Jinx was on the enemy team, I wonder?
And WE find a consolation prize at the end.
V5 need to stop this. Dragon is in 20 seconds. V5
Wait,
are
what
trying
are
to
these
stop
wards?
them from resetting.
How are you missing?
And wow, Super Mega Death Rocket with an absolute big one. Strive on the chase, the needlework. It's just a little tip. Tarzan, the what? Strive is a madman. That target selection lyric, that was insane.
That wave out, and it feels like they're trying to get pressure on that bottom side while they can. 2.5 minutes until that Baron comes up, so they don't need to worry about getting caught on the wrong side of the map. 6-9, he's found us.
It was at this moment he knew. He f***ed up.
He must have gone past that control wall to get there. Goes for the slice of Maelstrom anyway, but Viper flashes away. And 369, you know, it was a good attempt. I like the gumption there. You're down on death row at this point. You might as well try and make something happen, but it just cannot come to fruition.
Try and use their map pressure, use their mobility, look for picks, and see if they can kind of catch out Ultra Prime. Oh, they're going again.
Oh, they're doing it again! They just have no chill. EDG, these guys have families. Come on.
Very curious about that. So no TP available for ZDZ. Let's have a look at the inside. Oh, no! Or sorry, in the base, I should say, is actually just Spin saying, look, I don't care about the 1v1. So where are we going, observers? We're looking at one, the other. RNG, take the neck. No, he didn't the inhibitor. No, wait, did he? Wait, no, the inhibitor respawn. We haven't finished. Go back to the game. Go back to the game. Go back to the game. Observers, please. Go back. Thank you.
Okay, they're gonna end it. They got it. They got it.
My God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
All right. I have one word. Fiesta. that was some. Okay. RNG do close it out. They do manage to. They manage to. I mean, the rest of the team would join them.
There's probably more than love. That's why I know that there's There's a place I wanna go, 15 miles to the coast, where the sun always shines, right down on the borderline. Here in Barbados, Santo Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Sitting here under the blue sky, people here don't ask why. The sun comes down every evening, oh, the sun comes up, we're believing. Here in Barbados, Santo Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Lazy breeze in a sea of green, slipping on the sunscreen. Lazy breeze in an open sky, never wanna say goodbye. Here in Barbados, Santo Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Here in Barbados, Santo Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Oh, here in Barbados, oh, Santo Domingo, oh, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago.
Dear Mother, I'm writing to tell you about this absolute Chad in the LPL. Where do I even start? Well, when both teams are even in gold, Hung feels that FPX is at a great advantage, and thus he does not hesitate to start a team fight. When FPX is 3k behind in gold, Hung thinks that FPX is at a small advantage, and so he starts a team fight to secure their lead. When FPX is behind 7k in gold, Hung thinks that FPX is at a disadvantage, and so he looks for a team fight to regain control of the game. When FPX is 10k behind in gold, well then Hung just thinks that the team has reached a desperate situation, and they're only waiting passively for their death if he does not start a team fight. I know you love statistics, Mother, but in this situation, you can keep your statistics, because I prefer the magic.
我觉得 LNG 下路是一队非常强的下路，他们有的时候很稳健，有的时候也很狂，然后我会好赢的。我们两个队打应该打野和中路比较关键吧，因为这两个是能影响上和下路对线的情况的。我觉得每个人做好自己该做的事情就够了。
I think it's enough for everyone to do what they should do. Wise words from Juan Fong. I don't have a clue what that sentence means. But the previous statement about LNG being all about the jungle, I think he's absolutely on. He's absolutely spot on that one. As apparently I'm having a bit of an audio issue. Let me just
fix that. There we go. That should solve everything. I'm Munchables. I'm joined by Orcs. We're having some tech issues here, but that's okay. We've fixed it. It's the nature of an online league. Let's talk about this banger series that's coming up, though. LNG versus Weibo. Straight off the bat. I mean, you already know this one's going to be crazy. It's the fight for first. Whoever wins this series, no matter the score, they will finish in first place in the LPL.
Yeah, which is pretty big, right? We always hype up these battles between the top five, but the fact that these two vying for that first place spot to overtake V5, it's going to be exciting. And honestly, I feel like there's so much we can talk about here. First off, I think, it's just a standard thing. We all know how broken the role is. We got to focus in on the junglers because really they've been dictating the game so heavily for basically the inception of League of Legends.
Yeah, the early game essentials here. Essential early elements of the game. It's SOFM versus Tarzan. And statistically, Tarzan is blowing SOFM out of the water. The only category in which SOFM is going to be able to do himself justice is that CS difference at 15. But SOFM still a crucial member of his team. He is going to have his work cut out today, though, against LNG, because Tarzan, I feel like, arguably one of, if not the best jungler in the league.
Yeah, arguments for the best in the world, honestly, the current rate he's been playing. I feel like he's been such a massive factor for LNG's victories. I feel like on top of that, he's been so focused on snowballing things and getting the team ahead. We saw that in the LNG RNG series, picking his volley bear, moving with WBG, this mid jungle we talk about so much, finding these beautiful plays on the side lane to snowball. And to credit him, Tarzan makes these great things happen, makes these positive plays. It does feel like later in this series, right, LNG struggled when he wasn't able to find headway, but this is another example of the team moving with him, following his lead and delivering.
Yeah, it feels like Tarzan is the driving force for LNG. If he can get ahead, they'll take over the game. But if not, things can fall apart. And SOFM, a very mechanically gifted player, right? It feels like Weibo, right now, they are individually popping off, right? And SOFM has been a huge part of that, setting a lot of these plays up.
Yeah, and I think, particularly in this recent series against EDG, it really was SOFM stepping up that was such a big factor and then finding the advantage in that one and being able to win out. As much as the stats may show like he wasn't having the best early game presence, he definitely delivered in that series. And I think overall the lineup has been performing exceptionally.
Yeah, we'll see if they can keep that up as well. But I want to move on from talking about the junglers, because the junglers are the story of the early game, but then later on into the game, the buck is passed to the AD carries, right? We have Light and Huanfeng, both exceptional late game AD carries. And it's kind of interesting how similar these two players are. They both started playing in the LPL in spring 2020. They are both a very similar age, and statistically, both very similar players in the way that they like to. They can win the lane, but generally speaking, just like to farm it up and then look for those late game team fights.
Yeah, I feel like they're very good investments. You put resources into them early, and they will deliver so heavily in the later stages of the game when it comes to those critical team fights. I feel like you can just rely on them, especially when you have players making aggressive plays like Don't Be Here. You have Light who will back that up and just constantly pick up the damage across the fight, constantly deliver and be able to clean up. I feel like both AD carries very much capable of this. And in this meta, it's really the sort of AD carry you want, right? We've seen a lot of focus around mid leading up to top side, but then the AD carries and things like the Gwen, the Jinx and the Aphelios will deliver so effectively in the late game team fights.
Well, you can see that the way that LNG plays as a unit, right? They stay grouped up, they keep working together consistently, and that's how they're able to find their wins for themselves. And when it comes to that late game, Weibo, similar story, right? When you keep your eyes on Huanfeng, when he's on something like this Jinx, he can just take over a fight.
100%. And I think the thing is that having that late game insurance to play for when you go for these more aggressive picks to try and snowball, it tends to be often at the moment mid jungle control, find an advantage, lean into the sides, and you have these picks like, even here it's actually the Xayah for that he delivers on, but things like the Aphelios, the Jinx, and the top side often seeing picks that also scale exceptionally well. Kind of feels like that's the main focus for teams, and particularly for LNG, who have such a strong mid jungle. I feel like you have to be ready to go toe to toe with them there so that you can get the rest of your team ahead.
Yeah, and I want to also talk about the mid lane a little bit here, because when it comes to getting those side lanes ahead, right, both of these mid laners are instrumental in that conversation. I mean, Twisted Fate, 100%. I'll be amazed if that's not banned in this series. Both of these teams have massive percentages on Twisted Fate being banned against them. Weibo, it's 85% of their games Twisted Fate is banned against them. And for LNG, it's 76%. Like, Twisted Fate almost certainly will be off the table. But both of these players are incredibly flexible. Both Angel and Doomb have 10 unique picks so far this split. They will play whatever role it is their team needs them to, and they'll both play it to an exceptional standard.
And I think, you know, talking about the TF being a heavy ban priority, something that's definitely emerged and absolutely both teams would be able to utilize effectively is the Rise as well. I think having those early prior contesting picks that can roam out, insane here.
Will be as we head to the stage once more. Weibo will be stepping out first, as they'll be the only team in Shanghai. LNG will be playing in their own arena. This is the squad that we're so used to seeing. And, you know, I was looking at the lineups today, and it kind of amuses me that on both sides we have these supports that have been amazing in the past that are somehow on the bench for either side, right? Swordart on the side of Weibo and Iwandi on the side of LNG.
Pretty stacked lineup, and particularly the Shy, really hype going up against Ola here. I feel like Ola hasn't been super standout so far the split compared to what we've seen him from before, but definitely a matchup where we expect them to go toe-to-toe, and hopefully one of the teams will ban Gwen.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Or at least counter-pick it, right? At least go for something like that Jace where you can still have a good time of it. LNG now going to step into their home arena here for the game. And LNG have been one of the teams that I think a lot of people very hyped up for. And it's kind of an interesting one to see the conversations online about LNG, right? Because it feels like a lot of people have very different reads on how this team is. I mean, recently, the most recent series losing to RNG, right? A very crucial loss because that was the end of their win streak. And some people extremely hyped, believing this is the best team in the LPL right now with Tarzan and Doomb in the mid lane. But other people less convinced about the lineup as a whole. And so I feel like somehow, despite their pretty immaculate record, this team is somewhat polarizing.
Yeah, I think a big aspect of it is the sort of teams they played against. Their start of the season, granted, they definitely deserve the 7-0 win streak they managed to get. They did manage to convincingly win all of the series, but they didn't really play any super tough opponents. Their first top 5 team they played against was RNG, and they obviously lost that. Now they're going up against Weibo. We have V5 later on in the week. It really feels like it's one of those situations where if they start getting a lot of losses now, it raises question marks. Did they just get such a long win streak because they were beaten down on the weaker players? Can they hold their own up against the top tier at the LPL? And this is really an opportunity to prove that the RNG matchup was just a bit of a fluke and not par for the course.
Yeah, you can see the Shy there on your screen. And I want to take a moment and talk about him, right? Because earlier on in the first series of the day, I was talking about that list of players in 2020 that were kind of trying to take the Shy spot, because the Shy had fallen off in 2019 and 2020, started to not play at that same peak that we saw from him in 2018. But it feels like this split, the Shy is back, at least to some extent. It feels like he is really warming into things, and he's starting to dominate that top lane again. It's so exciting to see a resurgence from a player that, honestly, one of the greatest top laners of all time in his peak.
Yeah, I think even when he was struggling, people still had so much respect for his name. And I think the Shy is one of these players where there can be some moments where you have some question marks. I even remember earlier in this split when he went the teleport, ghost, grasp, Victor top, and it didn't really perform. But he comes up with the mad ones. But when it comes down to delivering, especially when he's given the tools to do so, things like the Gwen, he's had immaculate performances on the champion.
Yeah, he certainly has. And I mean, to be honest, he's one of those players that has been doing this crazy stuff for so long at this stage that even when he does bring out something crazy, you're like, okay, the Shy's played this in solo queue. Let's see how it works out. Let's see what this is all about, right? And it's you have to be a pretty successful and pretty prolific player to be able to have that level of gravitas. You know, when you lock in something crazy, people don't just go, "That's crazy." They go, damn, I wonder how this works. You know, that in of itself says a lot about the Shy's reputation.
At the end of the game, you either go, oh, I guess that's how, or oh, I guess it doesn't, which was kind of my view on that Victor pick that ended up coming out. You know, it's hilarious as well. I had one of my friends who's a challenger top laner, right? And he literally played it in solo queue and got stomped. and he screenshot it and went, I have permission because the Shy did it. I don't think it works like that, but he kind of he is just one of the few that can pull it off and get away with picking those things. And again, you know, I feel like there's a lot of space in the LPL for some experimentation, being that it is best of 3, being that there's such a large amount of teams you go up against. But I fully believe in this series it will be all guns ablazing to try and take down LNG.
I certainly hope it's all guns blazing. I'm hoping we get the opposite of what we saw in Series 1 of the day, and we get a bit of a bloodbath. Thresh going to be banned as well as Rakan and a Gwen. And it's going to be the Caitlyn and Zeri to start us off for Weibo and that Rise we talked about. But that means Twisted Fate, despite being banned 76% of the time against LNG and 85% of the time against Weibo, is available for both teams.
And we're going to see the Jinx prioritized first pick for LNG again. Both AD carries great at cleaning up those team fights and scaling into being monsters. So definitely a big focus there for Weibo. We often see AD carry and jungler on this rotation. And actually, we typically see the Aphelios trade-off, but this is a bit of a Huangfeng special where he goes for the Xayah instead. But not yet. They're going to commit to this Lee Sin, right? I think it's a big pick for SOFM. Also a humongous denial away from Tarzan. I still expect them to probably pick up the AD carry here. Leaving it till the 3rd pick can be risky, but still could go in a different direction. Twisted Fate, as you said, is available. There's still support options with 2 banned already. Maybe there's one they want to commit to.
To see. I mean, the Lee Sin pick, you're absolutely right. It's a denial from Tarzan. It's also a comfort for SOFM, right? I would say 2 of the very best Lee Sins in the league in this lobby, right? SOFM, Tarzan. I would say Caster's in that conversation as well. And I'm sure there are people. But Tarzan goes for the Diana and immediately a Renekton alongside it.
So we had so much talk of this at the start of the season. We did see a little bit, but we just really haven't seen as much Diana Renekton as was kind of expected coming into the season. But really strong combo, the great setup for a jungler who can farm extremely fast, and just as long as you land your Q, you're just gonna be able to nuke down a target. So top lane, the Shy, potentially gonna be punishable here. Now we do see Desire come in through for Huangfeng, so a very safe bot lane between these two, especially after level 6. And now Weibo can look at the support role, anything that has potential issues there, or just decide to start off with the Camille ban. For LNG, I feel like, you know, you could look in the direction of things like that Twisted Fate that we talked about. Could also look to try and target top laners that you feel like you'd have a hard time punishing.
I want to just quickly talk about this Xayah for a second while the bans come through, because this has been, like you said before, a pocket pick for Huangfeng. We're seeing very little Xayah pretty much anywhere else in the world, but Huangfeng specifically, he's played it 4 times this split already, 100% win rate on the pick with an 11.3 KDA. Huangfeng is absolutely firing on all cylinders on this pick. So even though it looks weird to see a Xayah right now, do not underestimate what he could do. It is very much comfort for him. Is LNG banning out tanks in this top side with the Malphite being taken off the board?
Yeah, so just not want to give Shy a pick where he can play sort of defensively under tower and survive. As well, the Xayah into the Diana Renekton, definitely a pick you want to be able to deal with that peel. So we'll see Weibo. You could just take your top lane here if you expect the Renekton to definitely be there, but instead opting to potentially lean for a mid lane here and now. My concern with the Corki is it does mean that WBG can essentially pick whatever he wants to find pressure and roam up. Even an Orianna would have a lot of pressure in this matchup and scale exceptionally well. Think of the dive potential, the wombo combo between the Diana Orianna. And obviously, if you push in the Corki, very easy to roam up topside. We could also see things like the Twisted Fate come out. But for now, they are going to look to actually potentially flex that Renekton in the mid lane. So still going to have the setup, but the Jace in the top lane means that the Shy is going to have an exceptionally rough time in this lane.
Yeah, a bit of a do and be special, taking that Renekton to the mid lane. And Jace going up towards that top side against the Shy. But the counter pick, like you say, Shy, we'll see where he's going to go with that one. I'm just saying, Tom Kench can be played top lane. You can build a lot of armor on that champion, but we'll have to see. I'm not anticipating
so much
that
after the
necessarily.
changes.
Nautilus going to be locked in here for Lumao, and immediately Sion being hovered. The Shy has had hit or miss performances on Sion in the past.
Definitely sometimes looks to utilize the passive a bit excessively. So the thing is, I feel like you have to pick something like the Sion because you are going to get targeted so heavily. And my concern in this series is I kind of talked about how the mid jungle was really important. I don't see how you win out in the mid jungle with that Corki, with the fact you're up against the Renekton Diana. Well, likely we expect to see the Jace go top. It just feels like LNG have so much pressure on the top side, and then they have this Jinx that will be super powerful in the late game as insurance. Like, if you get all out ahead on this Jace, he will absolutely deliver. He has the huge Shock Blast to match the Corki poke. You have Jinx who outranges the Xayah and can shred through the Sion. And again, this mid jungle is so powerful early that I feel like the fact that Angel is on this Corki is going to be a little bit of a liability for Weibo. They definitely want to slow down the early game and try and lean into the sort of neutral objective fights when they have that package available.
Yeah, they're going to try at very least. There's a lot of scaling on the side. It's Weibo roster, but to be fair, same can be said for this Jinx and for the Jace as well. But Tarzan on the Diana. This is one of those champions that pretty much changes the shape of a game of League of Legends, right? When a Diana is in the Rift, everybody's looking out for that ultimate. It will win or lose a fight. You whiff it, you're completely useless for the rest of the skirmish. But when you land that big ulti, especially when you've got follow-up from a Shock Blast, from a Jinx Rocket, that can win the game individually. We talked about Tarzan being the driving force for LNG when it comes to finding their wins. It's all about Tarzan starting the early game strong. We'll see if the Diana pick is going to work out for him.
Yeah, and if they're able to shut the Lee Sin out of the game, garner a big CS advantage, they can really have so much momentum in this one. You know, they're going to have the Sion, who's going to be a strong frontliner, and the team fighting can block the poke from the Jace. But if he ends up getting really far behind, if Lee Sin's behind, a lot of problems that can arise.
Certainly can. As we head on to Summoner's Rift, it's going to be the second series of the day, but it is the fight for first place here in the LPL. Weibo Gaming up against LNG, and you can see they're chilling there in the background. Chilling being the name of that mythical beast that's on their logo. It's not a dragon, guys. It's a Chinese mythical lizard horse thing. I don't really know how to describe it, to be honest. Just Google. Well, you won't be able to spell it. It's with a Q instead of a CH. I digress. Weibo, start things off slow. Same for LNG. No deep vision just yet. Just spreading out across the map, making sure for no invades.
I don't want to go for anything too crazy. And honestly, LNG, their level 1's not exactly stellar. We'll see what vision is able to get laid down in the early levels. We often see a strategy recently. It's like a late invade when you're on red side onto the enemy red buff to get down a ward. He's going to do that himself solo on the opposite side, but no vision actually placed down on the bot side of the map by Weibo. So a little bit not exactly what we see all the time, but they will give a pretty strong leash over to SOFM to get things rolling. Whereas for Tarzan, it is just going to be him solo starting. Going to use the Q, I think, here just to leash both of them so you can clear them both at the same time. Obviously, one of the strengths of Diana is that AoE, is that strength of and speed of your clearing.
SOFM, though, will be able to match it at least somewhat when it's on the single target camps, like that Gromp, for example. And we'll see if SOFM is going to try and get active in this early game. Lumao certainly is. There's a hook onto Huanfeng. Good bit of trading coming out from the LNG bot lane. That might just secure them the level 2 spike here, which Weibo will have to respect and back away from.
Yeah, one of the powers of that Jinx is that big ability to push the waves, the AoE and the rockets, or just using the minigun for the extra attack speed. But also Nautilus level 1, pretty intimidating now. Well, they're taking a bit of a rough trade against the Shy, but does have priority there as well. And able to instantly start moving around and getting some vision down just to make sure he's covered and safe from any potential ganks. And I feel like that's the thing here is Lee Sin does have better ganks than Diana early. Definitely a factor. And SFM might be reliant on those, because if it just comes down to they're both farming, they're both clearing, Diana will curve ahead quite heavily. Once she hits that level 6 point, you get so much extra power to play around with.
Yeah, we need to see SOFM impacting these lanes, getting some advantages with the Lee Sin, because like you say, he'll fall behind that Diana. But I'm curious if Tarzan will do a similar thing, right? Are you expecting Tarzan just to farm up, try and hit level 6, and that's the story of this early game? Because I'd be a little worried for LNG if that's the case. We keep on talking about the fact that Tarzan pretty much is the early game for LNG. He's the guy that makes things happen.
I feel like his side lane dives is what I'm looking for from Tarzan. I feel like you get a bit of momentum, right? You get through your first clear. You find an opportunity where WBG has pushed the wave in and can roam to the side lane. And then you can, you know, either look to dive the Sion. I think bot lane's a little trickier. Xayah and Tom are harder just to pull a dive off against because they have, you know, the root from the Xayah, the extra tankiness from the Tom Kench. but you can easily go top and look to snowball this Jace on the back of that. So I fully expect he will look to do so.
Doombeat does not know SOFM was coming in from the side here. Might be able to force a flash, but Angel was nowhere near the play. Did not realize that was happening and cannot follow up. But will mean that SOFM at least gets his top scuttle, but he is way behind on tempo now. Only just resetting as Tarzan gets back onto the map on the top side.
Yeah, and I like the gank on a Doombeat, right? If you apply that pressure early, put him behind a bit, you also allow Angel to get the shove in here so he can reset. But it doesn't really do much to slow Doombeat down, especially as you see him there just sustain back up and just have TP to match Angel.
I love watching Scion trades. They're so funny. It's like, you just take no damage and just slam down the axe and return. As Ala not having a fun time of it up in this top side so far. Pretty much even in farm. The way very pushed up, and good little E there though to knock the Shy away and manage to not lose the trade too heavily. But it looks like Ala might actually just have to reset.
Yeah, low on mana, which makes it a little bit precarious. The wave isn't really in a great spot because it's kind of just being kept frozen by the Shy, which means, you know, it is a big stacked wave, so they can crash it. They have dive potential, but that hasn't really come to fruition yet for the side of LNG. And right now, Weibo, they're just happy to farm up the time being, especially Angel in particular. If they can get through this early game without Doinby really doing anything on the Renekton, you'd much rather have a Corki in your team. But I do think early Dragon, definitely a conversation to be had, because it's something I always talk about the Corki, where when you get to that third Dragon, you're going to have the package synced up. It's going to be a lot harder to contest. If you can start collecting them early, it definitely relieves a lot of pressure. So LNG making a good move to pick this up. And also Dana, just exceptional damage to neutral objectives.
And great stuff. You see both Doombeat and Light moving from their sides to get involved in this Drake as well, to make sure that they have that one. But Ala's in trouble. As SOFM is already up in this top side. Flash available for Ala. Is he actually going to get away with this one? Getting towards the wall, but the flash from the Shy. And it might be the Baus up in that top side right now. 1-0 on the Scion. It's a good lead for Weibo, but it's in trade for a Dragon.
Yeah, but I think Weibo honestly fine with that, right? You're putting Jace behind a decent amount in the matchup, and it is one of those situations, if the Shy gets ahead on this Scion, he can just become super tanky, super hard to deal with. And basically, at any time, if he pops the ultimate, which is now available, can it potentially set up an engage onto Arla and just run him down. You see Lumao
CS deficit on the top side as well. Now massive lead as many minions dying to the tower off the back of that play. Onfong and On could be in trouble in the bottom side, but I don't think they will step up enough for Lumao to find that engage.
There wasn't really an angle, and again, it's a pre-6 Diana, so don't really have as much power. Still, you see SOFM's been keeping up in farm and has obviously managed to get that first gank off, but now Diana with the 6 available, a lot more agency. We haven't seen too much action from Doinby in the mid lane, but now is the kind of opportunity where I'm looking towards the side lanes. I'm looking for you to try and make those dives happen and rotate that pressure, because you really want the momentum. You don't pick Diana Renekton just to chill and farm up.
Yeah, you're not exactly going to outscale the enemy as that Renekton, right? You are going to fall off later in the game. We need to see this mid-jungle 2v2. It's what we talk about every single time that we commentate LNG. Tarzan and Doombeat linking up. But we've got an ulti up in the top side from the Shy. Going aggressive here. Has Spellbook, which means he currently has Ignite available. Ala has to be so careful in that top side now. The second he steps up, the Shy will go for a kill.
You know, and you expect the Shy to be a player who likes to dominate in the 1v1. Like, you don't really expect it to be happening as a Scion. But this is what can happen if you're playing Jace and you fall behind. Really can struggle to get back in the matchup against tanks, because again, Jace is going to build lethality, the Shy is going to build armor.
Yeah, he certainly is. He's already got a Warden spell for himself, crashing yet another wave in this top side. Ala will arrive in time to collect most of this, so he'll be okay, and actually has closed the CS gap a little bit that we saw before, because there was a crashing wave at the time, and so we'll be just about, or slightly less than 10 CS behind in that top side as Tarzan starts up the Rift Herald for himself. Has priority in the mid lane because Angel had reset. I think Angel might just have the package.
Yeah, it's moving a little bit slowly, but I could assume he picks it up at this timing off the map. So yeah, we'll make his way over. Makes it a little bit tricky to contest for LNG, but they do have the numbers advantage. You can see on the map, On hasn't moved up in time.
Wait, look at this. Look where Light is. I don't know how he's ended up in this position. On cannot find him. He's searching. They must have chased him into the river, and he somehow juked them. I want a replay of that. I want to know what on earth happened that Light had to recall in the back of the Dragon Pit.
Kind of a wild one, but either way, it means he's not diveable in this current situation. We'll see the plates traded off, but LNG with the Herald in hand can definitely find more. Now, Angel, he still has the package for a little bit longer. He's looking for Tarzan.
Oh, he's found Tarzan. The red buff taken by Tarzan here. The double vault comes on through. Tarzan has to flash over the wall surely here, but he goes for his own ulti. Big damage, but not big enough.
Yeah, I think at that point, you kind of realize if you flash, these things can just follow you and you just burn your summoner. So ends up just going down there. A little bit of an overstep, right? WBG was actually on the bot side of the map at that moment, clearing out some vision. So you went in very aggressively and alone and were punished pretty swiftly. You got to respect the package, right? The assumption is we got the objective. Package isn't a threat, but Angel holds on to it and still finds some value. A kill onto this Corki. And this is going to be that 80 carry Corki, not the poke Corki. So a little bit better at cutting through threats like WBG on this Renekton, but not quite as much threat at the long range.
Huanfeng might just be in trouble here. Has his ultimate available, and that's going to be used immediately. The flash as well. Nice creative flash there, going sideways on the Flame Choppers to also dodge the hook from Lumao. Well played there by Huanfeng.
Yeah, good moves. Able to get away from that one. But still, it's LNG being proactive and burning that ultimate. But I got to say, right, we set up this game being like, we see the Diana and the Renekton. We see Jace in the top lane. I want proactivity. I want to see them snowballing. I want to see them diving sides. So far, WBG pretty comfortable in this one.
Yeah, they're more than happy with this one. And again, the scaling conversation, fantastic for them, right? They've got the Corki, which scales incredibly well, regardless of which style of Corki you go for. The Zyra is going to be an amazing late game carry. And then you've got the Sion, like literally the best scaling tank in the entire game. So phenomenal stuff for WBG when it comes to playing for that late game. And the Shy still just bullying in this top side. This is not the way I would have anticipated this going, but Ala not having a fun time with it. And now, second Drake of the game, started up by WBG.
Yeah, and I really feel like the contest might be a little bit difficult here. The LNG moving over. Actually, maybe it was a bit of an early Dragon style. I'll take that back. Huanfeng not even in vicinity, so LNG will force that off. If LNG can get the second Dragon, definitely a positive. It does mean there's a little bit less pressure when we start seeing the package synced up with the Dragon. For now, though, Angel with double buffs heading over. WBG should feel comfortable to contest this one, especially once Huanfeng gets there. But actually, I guess they just don't feel like they're in position to go for it.
Not feeling it right now. Not feeling it. So they are just going to back away on. His Spidey sense was tingling, I think, for a second there. Was recalling on a ward, but managed to walk away before Lumao's hook comes on through.
Part of the thing is, I feel like WBG hasn't backed in a long time. He actually is really weak right now on the map. I feel like that's why I felt they could have been confident to go for that. Maybe he just didn't like click, but like, look at the side. He's got 4,100 gold, and look at his inventory. He has Ninja Tap, right? Like, he has so much gold in pocket that, I mean, I know it's a Renekton.
He's going to face it by a whole Gorge Drinker at this rate.
Yeah, so, oh, nice engage.
Hook onto Huanfeng. He doesn't have his ultimate available just yet, and On isn't there in time to save him. The Devour could not come through. Beautifully done here by LNG to find that dive.
Yeah, especially as it was a matter of seconds, right? The ult, if you actually look down, is available. If they'd done that play 5 seconds later, would have completely backfired, but they find a critical window. Now they're going to drop the Herald, and we talk about, you know, a couple of plates isn't really that much of the investment to get from the Herald, but to get a whole first tower onto the Diana and onto the Jinx, absolutely massive, and exactly what we want to see from LNG.
1,000 gold difference between the 80 carries off the back of this Herald play. We were complaining about Herald in the first series of the day, how it wasn't being used effectively enough. That's how you use a Herald right there. Beautifully done by LNG. And we said in the early game, if they can find advantages in these side lanes with Tarzan influencing the lanes, that's how they win their games. Well, they've got a big all advantage in that bot side now.
Yeah, 10 seconds away when the ult actually connects. Dies with it 7 seconds away. On nearly there to eat as well, but ultimately a very finite window that they were able to find and capitalize on. So well played from LNG. Do still want to see more momentum from them. This Renekton pick has done nothing so far, is one thing I'll say, right? Obviously, Renekton still spikes hard in the mid game. Still very effective on this path. We haven't had the bruiser itemization changes, but you really don't want to be picking a Renekton and just have a farm fest against a Corki, especially when it's also a Corki with their First Strike, who's just going to be farming extra gold off you because you're a melee champion.
Yeah, and he's gone for that shield bow build that you mentioned earlier on as well, which You know, a lot of people not big fans of the AD Corki these days, but especially when you're against this composition with a Diana, with a Jace, etc., the shield is going to be valuable for Angel. That's going to keep him alive in a lot of situations as he quite happily goes for a trade with Tarzan here. Tarzan goes for the Crescent Strike, and Angel's like, you want to go, mate? Let's go. SOFM's just around the corner. Tarzan has to back away.
And honestly, I think it makes sense because they have this Lethality Zyra, right? I think if you go for the Pro Corki and Lethality Zyra, your sustained DPS is really, really lacking. Especially as a big factor is you have a tank top, right? Lee Sin, not the highest damage jungler. He's not the scale as well as, say, a Viego. You could just end up running out of damage and not having the sustained DPS in fights if it was a Pro Corki. So I think the build makes sense here. I think the reasoning is understandable. Despite the fact that Pro Corki is insane, you just kind of need that. We will get a picture-in-picture to see. Bit of a misclick on a Gale Force there, coming out from Light, so it is on cooldown. And it looks like setup for this Herald fight is coming in.
Yeah, Gale Force cooldown, quite a big deal for a Herald fight here, but LNG still confident to go for this one as Ala just leaving the base now, but the same can be said for the Shy. With that said though, 1,000 gold lead in favor of the Shy right now. Already has a chem tank as well as a bonus Warden's Mail in his inventory, so you can expect him to just charge into that fray fearlessly. The Herald started and Weibo the ones comfortably on the scene. LNG will now group up and try and contest.
Yeah, and you've got going to be coming in the flank. We want the Renekton on a flank angle, right? Xayah very good at dealing with targets from one direction.
Oh, SOFM! That was gorgeous. Ala does get out with his life. SOFM, I mean, he's going to pay for that one with his life as he tries to get out to safety. Devour actually going to work, and the Shy makes it happen. The Shy and SOFM, partners in crime, making the impossible possible.
Their carry Sion performance. Shy actually maybe in a bit of trouble here.
He's going to get knocked up. He is damn tanky, though, and I'm not sure they have the damage to finish him off. He's got so much armor already. Comfortably walks away.
Yeah, really nice livery there on that double kill. We're going to get a replay. This kick was so slick coming from S2FM. Ola did have the flash, so he wasn't instantly deleted off the back of it, but lands the Sonic Wave here onto Light. Goes for it, ward hop, and actually burns Light's flash as well, because Light expects to play onto him. Super slick from S2FM. Kind of seeing the value of him on this Lee Sin here, and does even manage to escape thanks to Eat from on there, but ultimately just the Shy coming in, delivering with the ultimate. And this is the big threat, right? As you talked about LNG having the power of this mid jungle, they can snowball sides, the Jason Jinx can carry them in the late stages. If you don't get ahead in this game, you are dealing with a brick wall Sion and two strong backline carries who are going to be massive issues later on.
You absolutely are. Not to mention SOFM playing this Lee Sin. I said at the start when he locked it in, Tarzan and SOFM, two of the best Lee Sins in the league, and SOFM showing his prowess. I think a player that a lot of people kind of underestimate in a lot of situations is Ala. Not having a fun time against Angel off in this side lane, but Angel needs to be cautious because his shield bow is on cooldown now. But SOFM's moving over. There's the ward hop. He lands the Sonic Wave, and he goes in with a little emote as well. But the kick is actually going to save Ala, who has the Eclipse. Doesn't matter. SOFM finds a solo kill onto Ala. And Weibo, it feels like they're styling right now. It's going to be a Herald charge in this top side, and the Shy realizes he's got to get out of dodge, has his ultimate available. Going to go for a chem tank, though, instead, because he knew Lumao could block the ulti.
So unafraid.
The Shy survives. He's not afraid of anything. Happy to just walk up to them. Knows how damn tanky he is. Knows that Tarzan is the only one that does any damage to him.
Yes, smite as well, but remember, when you have spellbook, it's not going to be the empowered smite, so not really going to be able to use that to clear up the Herald. Still get the second charge, but they only get one tower, and in return, Angel picking up that tier 2, so much gold into his pocket. It's now 1,600 gold lead. We see Angel's picked up the mana immune, it's about stacked up. Weibo are super strong right now, and I keep bringing it back. This Renekton has done nothing, right? It really feels like it's just been a non-factor. You're 0-0-0 on it, and it's like your intro of Corki who's just been fun. We'll get a replay of how this went down. And essentially just the package advantage, right?
Yeah, straight up package diff on this one. Imagine if it's a split second sooner. Ala knocked away from the tower instead of under it. That would have been just a solo kill for Angel immediately. But SFM able to make it happen. Able to finish things off. And that Gore Drinker literally saving his life. Ala doing his best, but in a 2v1, only so much you can do there. And Weibo now in a phenomenal position, right? The gold difference is actually not that dramatic. 1,500 gold in their favor. But now, with the most recent Drake, looking towards that Ocean Soul if they can keep stacking those Drakes. And I feel like you're saying, the onus is on LNG and specifically Doomby to start impacting this game, right? 200 CS at the 18-minute mark. He's had 200 CS for about 20 seconds, I would say. So very impressive farm numbers, but, you know, we need to see that translated into kills. We need to see that translated into the skirmishing power that a Renekton brings to the table.
Yeah, but one of the problems as well, I mean, not only is Renekton a pick you need to like snowball with to have value in the late stages, but the Jace as well. You're 25 CS down, you're 0-3-0. This pick is a pick that needs momentum, right? If you're behind the curve, you're just useless. And especially as if you look on the other side, right? You have the tank top lane and the soak poke. Angel has the shield bow for sustain. Huangfeng has the eclipse for sustain, right? If your shock blasts aren't doing much damage, they'll just out heal it, and you really won't be relevant. I've had criticism for Arlo so far this split. There's definitely been moments where he's been very underwhelming in the laning phase, and it has really been that way this game. LNG, although the goal difference isn't that big, it just feels like they're quite far behind in power as of now.
It certainly does. We'll see if Weibo can actually exploit that. 2 items now on Angel, and we're getting close to 2 items up for the Shy as well. I believe he's not reset in a little while, so you expect him to finish off his second item when he does go for that reset. Drake going to be coming up in a minute and a half, so those item spikes are going to be pretty nice for the side of Weibo, and Angel is really not afraid of this Renekton. He's more than happy to go for the 1v1.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's kind of like the Renekton's value has been long outlived. Angel is feeling really strong right now, level 13, pretty farmed up. But we do see the Shy again, just bullying him.
The Shy is trying to find a solo kill off of the sideline. He's playing tank Sion, but that will not stop him. Lumao moves in, gets a hook. He's tanking the tower. I'm not sure he's that afraid, though. Still managing to survive for the time being. Flash available for him. Does have to go for that one now. Waiting for his shield cooldown. 2 seconds until that, but he goes down. Lumao punishing the play. But in the meantime, Doomby up on the top side. The other tank taken out.
Yeah, and as a result, Weibo will get this top lane tower. It was a shutdown from the Shy. So overall, ends up even. Actually, I say that. No minion wave. May not even get the tower on that. But yeah, 600 gold in the pocket of Arlo. Definitely something you need right now. Did manage to close the gap a little bit. But yeah, it just feels like if you think about how long it took to take the Shy down, imagine that's in a team fight when Corki is hammering down at you, when Huangfeng is just layering damage. We're going to see a replay off it. It's actually the top lane play. It's going to be very low because of the chunk that came from Angel before. It just really isn't doing anything at this point of the game.
Yeah, I mean, obviously didn't realize On was there. So a solo laner with a sneaky support on both sides of the map there as the Shy TP's in. They're trying to fight for mid prio, maybe get a mid tower before this Drake fight that happens here. We've got the Ocean Drake live on the map, and SOFM going to start that one off for his team while the rest of the squad just grouping up. You're absolutely right. Angel with the package in his pocket. And that should be enough to deter LNG as the Shy happy to just tank the tower while Huangfeng gets hits in here. And he literally barely lost any health whatsoever. He's got 2.5 items. I mean, the Shy's practically invincible.
Look at these autos, by the way. He doesn't even break the shield. Finally, just 4 autos it took Light to break the shield, by the way. Definitely not doing that much damage, and it is the Gale Force, not the Kraken Slayer. Obviously, Kraken Slayer, you get the attack speed mythic passive, the true damage as well, definitely more DPS. So I'm not saying the decision's wrong. The mobility will definitely come in useful, but feels like Light is a long way away from being able to shred through the Shy. And the Shy's looking for a play.
The Shy, he's behind enemy lines here onto Lumao, trying to block the escape. Knock up after knock up. Lumao in a bounce house. And it's going to be Weibo finding themselves a pick onto the enemy support and perhaps an opportunity to posture around that Baron that's just come up onto the map a couple of minutes ago. Certainly they have priority to do so, but not going to be too aggressive. The Shy's still going. He just won't stop. The Shy won't give them a break.
Like, he's so annoying. And the thing is, if they commit to him, it's so risky, buys so much time. And as well, you have the Tom Kench nearby to eat out. Now, it is going to be resets coming out from Weibo. They will finally pick up that top tier 1. And in the meantime, we see LNG. I say that. They're still leaving it alive. Angel not wanting to overstay. But critically, we see LNG will take the Scuttle Crabs. They have a bit of vision information around the area. The goal lead is about 2,500, just under. So, you know, we've seen bigger goal leads at this point in the game, and the Dragons are dead even. LNG aren't completely out of it, and actually Arlo did get the Manamune completed, and I saw him at a shock back on Huangfeng. He did a fair bit of damage, but still looking rough.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Angel going for a 1v1 with Doing B once again. Dominus pop just to try and survive as Doing B now looks to turn it around, but SOFM is here to help finish the job. Angel with his hat trick now. 3 kills on both solo laners for Weibo, and that's a huge pick. Doing B now down 0-2-0 this game. Weibo on the top side of the map with vision control, with no enemy mid laner. This feels like a huge opportunity.
Absolutely does. They're going to finally take that tower. They're stealing away some camps. And the thing...
Are they? Will they ever?
Yes, yes, finally. Okay, they got
did
the
it.
tower. They did it. You know, that honestly deserves a round of applause after all this time, but... I digress. They're stealing away some camps. They are waiting for someone from LNG to step up. You can see Lumao is trying to contest some vision here. Bear in mind, if Weibo go to the Baron, they have an exceptionally healthy Baron. It's pretty fast as well, right? They have Corki and the Zaya do good DPS. But it's the fact that if the Shy is tanking it, they can pretty much tank it for such an extended period of time without getting chunked out. So the second they find a window, can potentially look. But for now, they're just fishing, contesting this vision. LNG will look to contest. And for now, with Angel on a reset, I don't think they want to go too aggressive. But look at his Corki's items. 3 fully completed and got that Coalfields and got that stopwatch. Compare that to this Renekton, who just has the 2 and a couple of resistance pieces.
Yeah, it's not a fair fight between the solo laners right now in either of the solo lanes. And SOFM does it again. Kick on to Tarzan. No follow-up from his team, but he doesn't even need them. SOFM looking for a solo kill onto Tarzan. Devoured by On to keep him alive as Doing B goes down on the other side of the fight. SOFM, he is just playing out of his mind today on this Lee Sin.
Really performing on it. There's the aspect of denial. You're against Tarzan, you take the Lee Sin. But SOFM more than accomplished on this pick as delivering, and now they head over the Baron. Remember, SOFM has good sustain. You can see even healing up there, and the Scion is super tanky. They don't have to rush this Baron, right? They can wait and force LNG to contest. Pick a perfect time to find and engage, and potentially get some exit kills off the back as well. You can see they have Wangfeng's not even hitting the Baron. They don't even need him because they can just take it as slow as they want.
Tarzan is here, though. They need to be cautious. Lumao having to use a stopwatch super early. Wangfeng with an aggressive ultimate here. Will buy them a kill onto the enemy support.
Ooh.
Rocket through, though. On is down. Weibo needs to be cautious. Tarzan into the pit. It's going to be a smite off between SOFM, but it's Tarzan to get it. LNG maybe with a miracle play now. Is SOFM stuck in the back of the pit? Doesn't have anyone to jump to and will fall to Doing B. Suddenly everything turns around and LNG are back on top.
You know, I said Weibo could take it as slow as they wanted. It looks like they went a little bit too far with that one. They allow an opportunity for Tarzan to get in the pit. They allow an opportunity for LNG to approach, and Light gets the resets. Bear in mind, he now has the Lord Dominic's, a lot more damage to these tankier targets. Gonna really cut through on SOFM and the Shy a fair bit sooner. So we can see on this replay, the problem is, right, they commit so heavily just for the Nautilus. Wangfeng could have just killed Lumao. You don't all need to peel out the pit. They take a huge shock blast in the interim, and Wangfeng is extremely low. On doesn't use his great health, and then finally they're retreating. They don't want to fight. Tarzan comes to the pit and the Baron is too low. Look at Light. He gets it low enough for Tarzan to smite, and Weibo, not interested in following out the fight, lose the Baron and everything, honestly, in that play.
It's a really tough one for Weibo. They still have both of their carries untouched. You've got a Sherilda now coming through for Wangfeng. He is incredibly strong. This is probably the strongest the Zaya becomes throughout this game with the lethality build. And Drake is the call. Angel has that package available, so keep your eyes on that Corki. It's going to be so crucial whether or not Angel can find that big ulti. SOFM onto the Drake here. Tarzan has smite available as well, though. And in with the package. Angel just trying to buy space for Tarzan on the Drake right here. They're trying to burn it down. The Shy also just zoning. Drake taken, and now Weibo in full retreat, but they might just turn around for the fight here. The Shy happy to sit on the front line, but he's not tanky enough to deal with all 5 members. The rest of Weibo don't follow up, but now SOFM tanking up, trying to escape to the rest of his team as Light jumps forward. Can't finish the kill. Weibo trying to survive, trying to buy time, but they're on the wrong side of the map. They're getting chased around. Look where Allah is on the map right now. This is beautiful from LNG. Just stop the recalls and let your solo laners take towers. Beautifully done.
Yeah, losing the dragon, obviously not great, but LNG managed to find the kill, get some structures on the back of it as well, and that gold lead that Weibo had has been completely eclipsed. In fact, I think with Arla taking his top lane tier 2, they will pull ahead in terms of gold. So really solid play coming out from LNG. This Jinx really online now. The difference it makes when you have a Lord Dominic's, and honestly, Arla's already got the last whisper. The Shy went from being immortal to, you you know, actually killable at this point. And honestly, this package helps secure the dragon, right? Because it completely cuts off LNG. But it doesn't do anything for them in the fight, right? Package now died. The Shy ends up pathing into the pit, a bit of an overstay. And he dies a lot faster than he was earlier in the game, right? The damage is now there for the carries. Only takes a couple of seconds. And then it's just retreat mode once again for Weibo.
Yeah. I mean, the Shy literally was 1v5 in that fight. Like, not necessarily a criticism to the rest of the Weibo there. Maybe a criticism towards the Shy. Did not need to go for that fight. They'd already got the Drake. Now in full retreat as SOFM chased out of his jungle, drops a cheeky little thumbs up as the Shy sticking around in this bottom side. Has Ghost as well as his Chemtech here, so very, very fast Scion if he needs to be. Now, with neither objective up for a couple of minutes, the question is, what can LNG do with the advantage that they've found?
Yeah, well, I think, honestly, getting vision, like pushing up lanes, you can play through two of them, right? So if they push up mid, they set up a wave stacked in the top lane to apply pressure there. Although, honestly, I think the tier 2 bot is the easier one to do. But really, I feel like they might just end up playing a bit of a waiting game, fishing for opportunities if someone steps up. But it's kind of hard to force against this composition. There's a bit too much wave clear on Weibo, I think, is the issue. And Angel, what are you doing?
Tarzan going to find a two-man ulti here, but on saves Angel with that devour. It will be a big cooldown, though. Lumao, in the meantime, caught out on the other side of the fight. The Shy charges at light, but doesn't find the knockup. He's going to be the one to go down at the end of all of that. Just one casualty. Wonfong with a big ulti. Ala into the backline. Big damage out coming out from Angel here. Tarzan jumps back in once more. Wonfong needs to finish him, but can't do the damage. Angel still going strong, though, is on the front line, and SOFM finds the Sonic Wave onto the backline. Doesn't commit to it. Doing B finished off by the backline of Weibo, who just don't seem to be able to die. LNG trying their everything, but they only find the Shy.
Yeah, honestly, it was such a weird start to the fight. Angel just essentially face checking, but the peel from the Tahm Kench allows him to survive. And what ends up happening is because Weibo can just back up, because Angel and Wangfeng are able to free hit, they end up just cutting through the members of LNG. Ola, again, overstepped massively there. With the replay, so yeah, really weird start of the fight. Angel just kind of, I don't really know what this was. Obviously has the safety of the Tahm Kench, and they do end up burning the Diana ult, which is kind of significant because that's such a big tool. But then the fight continues. The Shy overestimating his tankiness here. There's no real follow-up on this one, and he just gets shredded. But then Arled just completely oversteps here, trying to go for the kill. Flash from Wangfeng means they can turn it around. He just gets deleted, and it feels like Angel plays this one so well, permanently making sure he can't get jumped on. Flashes away from Doinby and just constantly layering damage out here. And I respect SOFM for not taking the Sonic Wave and just letting his backline do the work.
I would have taken the Sonic Wave. I don't respect it at all. So, SOFM, you should have gone for it, mate. Yeah, really smart play coming out from Weibo. 12-6 on the scoreboard, but goal just about even. Ala caught by the Shy. Great charge in, and the rest of the team collapses as well. There's one, but now, a four-man ulti coming out from Tarzan, but he's exhausted. Doesn't finish the kills, and they're still going strong. It's going to be in the middle of everyone. Wonfeng falls, though. Angel has to carry now as the Shy over on the other side of the fight, trying to buy time for his squad, but Angel surely will fall. A kill coming through for Light at the end of it, and LNG regaining control.
They can actually just push up mid. I don't know how much damage they can do, but there's long death timers on the carries. Remember, this is the Lee Sin and just to tank Scion. They can honestly just ignore the Scion at this point. They're definitely going to get in here, but maybe even more here. We'll see what they end up going for. I think actually they're just going to back away and play it safe. Yeah. It's still a lot of time with those death timers. Look, it's still 20 seconds for Wangfeng. Man.
And crucially, Drake is up on the map as well, right? We've got 3 Drakes apiece now because LNG will have this uncontested. I'm sure we're going to have a replay of what just happened there because these fights are so chaotic, because it's so hard to keep a track of every single carry because they're all going... We're seeing 2 separate fights at the same time.
Yeah, but honestly, I mean, this was a great engage from the Shy, but Tarzan on the Diana over the wall here, this ultimate solo carries the fight. Yes, gets exhausted, but the big pull burns the Tahm Kench, burns the Featherstorm, and still does a solid amount of damage. And then that allows Doinby to get in. This is the power of that combo. Able to get in the backline. Now, though, we're going to have to go back to live because this is the thing. Those death timers for so long. Actually, it's so Weibo on the Baron.
The hook almost hitting onto Angel there. Has to use the package super early. Lumao with a good hook to burn a cooldown. Now in they go. SOFM trying to make it happen, but Lumao actually just hooks him out of the Sonic Wave now. Stun on the front line onto the Shy here. This is a very extended, very long fight, but Lumao goes back into his own demise. That was a disaster of a hook. But the health bars are low from the side of Weibo. Maybe more as Light finds a Gale Force forward, finishes off on. 1-for-1, supports are down. SOFM behind enemy lines, though, still threatening. Still has ways to make things happen. LNG return to this mid lane again.
And this is where Light is really online, right? We're talking about putting the resources into late game carries for LNG and getting the payoff. Light on this Jinx, absolutely a carry in this situation. And the thing is, it's not a pro Corki. No one can really match his range. They are going to start at the Baron. Angels in the vicinity. SOFM caught!
Yeah, he's going to get ulted by Tarzan. Chase down, has to flash. A lot of cooldowns here. Still has his smite, though. Sonic Wave onto the Baron. Could be a 50-50 as Huanfeng is flanking. He's doing the Huanfeng. He's doing what he did at Worlds once again. 80 carried behind enemy lines. He's going for Tarzan 1v1. I'm not sure if he wins it, though. Finally gets that kill. This is pure chaos. The Shy looking for Light as well as SOFM now chasing them down. But LNG, they're on the wrong side of the map. And they're slowly but surely getting picked apart. Light trying to turn the fight around, but Angel takes him down. In the meantime, Allah got a kill onto Huanfeng. Now onto the Baron again. Allah has to make the hero play. But goes onto Angel, misses the shock blast, but it doesn't matter. Sonic Wave connects. SOFM has to go in here, but Allah has damage. Won't finish the kill off. Lumao alone. And I think Weibo have done it. I think they get themselves the Baron.
Should be able to get it on the back of this, right? They have 3 tanky members. They won't take too much damage. It's still 13 seconds until Tarzan even respawns, and then he also has to get that. But man, this game, right? It felt like LNG had missed the window for the early win cons, but such a back and forth. They deny the soul, then they end up losing out the Baron fight in the extended play. Huanfeng on that flank. I have no idea how we got that. I'm going to be honest, but
yeah, I don't know. I have no idea either. This is a really slow Baron. I don't think Tarzan is even going to try and contest those, so it's okay. They will get that Baron.
It's slow, but Tarzan was so far away from even spawning, let alone getting there. They will eventually get it. The nice thing is, because it took so long, Huanfeng just respawns, so he'll get the Baron, but he was just waiting there. He just backed up, retreated from that initial fight, right, and said, you know what, I kind of am feeling myself. I have my ultimate. Why don't I just stay over here?
My question is, when did this happen? You know, when did he have that moment of, I'm going to need to be a flanking Zaya this game? I love that. I love this player, honestly. Tarzan tries to go for it, but Huanfeng, very dangerous face check there, but still manages to survive.
Yeah, and I just love how the Shy just walks at Light. And that's the thing, like, when the fight is structured where it's like LNG can hit the Shy without any recourse. Oh. Without any recourse, it feels great, but when the Shy is right up in the Jinx's face, a little bit painful. This is actually a no IE Jace, no IE Jinx, sorry. Light picking up the GA is the last item, so definitely not quite as much damage as you could have, but go for the defensive tool of the GA. The utility of the Storm Razor for that slow. But both teams posturing mid. Weibo with the Baron.
Yeah. And take a look at Angel's inventory as well. 6 items at this point on the Corki. That is a late game AD carry. Make no mistake, this is not poke Corki. He will one-shot people if they get too close. And Dragon, up in 40 seconds time. Weibo with the Baron should be able to get themselves priority. I'd expect someone to try and push that bot wave out, but I guess it is a fairly large wave. It should push itself, hopefully. Is Angel actually going to recall in vision, but Doing B takes a huge chunk. Angel, he's got to get back to this fight fast. But LNG not going to pull the trigger. They know that Corki wasn't there, but they don't pull the trigger on the fight. Package now available for Angel, and it looks like Weibo want this one for themselves. Angel! Package into everyone. Angel has a GA, and he forces one out from Light as well. SOFM alongside him, trying to find the enemy AD carry. Kick goes through. Sonic Wave connects, but it's not onto him. Allah is buying space, though, as SOFM puts 3 of them against him in the back line. Forces the rest of the team away, and somehow Weibo come out on top, but it's 1-for-1, and Tarzan actually survives. Somehow this is an even one. Jungler down for Weibo, but they're going to start the Drake anyway.
We got all the GAs being burned there in that situation. Such a chaotic fight started by Angel, who just dove straight in. Like, I have GA, I'm going to make this happen. They will get the Ocean Soul. LNG not going to be there in time to contest. Pretty big, especially for Weibo, who have this Scion. He's already so hard to take down. Actually healing a fight, but look at Tarzan fishing for something.
This is such a bagger, the way these teams are posturing. Lumao now steps too far forward. It's a game of inches, and he might have just stepped 1 inch too far, but Allah hasn't. Takes out Huanfeng. What a pick. What a play from Allah, the guy that had to make it happen, but On answers it with a great knock-up, and Weibo somehow go 2 for 1.
We're 500 gold apart, which is basically even at this point. Such an irrelevant amount of gold. These teams are still going head-to-head. Light, really the big carry for the side of LNG, but you can see Olive finding these opportunities. It is now Ocean Soul to Weibo. Definitely a solid advantage, especially when there isn't really any grievous wounds on the side of LNG. We'll get that replay, and this is just... I just realized I haven't spotted here. They're just going to walk past me, and he literally just one-shots him. And the thing is, he nearly gets away as well, but on flash W, right? And just catches him to finish him off. This game has been an absolute mad one, but I am so here for it. Huanfeng respawning in just a few. Arlo will be a bit longer, and aren't really any objectives on the map for them to pick up right now. But again, Ocean Soul and Pocket does make a big difference.
It certainly does. That's good, especially for the Shy, right? He's completely invincible at this point. Look at his inventory on top of it as well. But I just want to reiterate, this is the fight for first in the LPL, and it could not be more perfect of a game for it, right? We have 2 teams at 7-1. Whoever wins will have a positive game difference over V5, who are currently on 8 wins. So whoever wins this series will take first place for the time being. And you can see how much that means to both of these teams. They are fighting tooth and nail. And after the early game, I was about ready to count LNG out. I felt like Weibo had this one in the bag, but LNG managing to hold on, and these fights are just pure chaos from start to end.
It feels like, you know, we talked about the Jinx and the Jace being these sort of late game carries that you want to lean your mid jungle pressure to. LNG really missed the mark on that, but Arle and Light don't really care. They're still delivering. Both of them full build at this point. You see Light is actually sold the GA, which is obviously on cooldown for the IE, so less safety at the moment, but more damage in pocket. The other side, Huanfeng full build, Angel full build, even picked up a Zhonya's as a defensive tool, because obviously also GA on cooldown. But tons of damage coming out of these pivotal carries at this point, and it really feels like this late in the game, one big team fight could decide it all.
Probably will decide it all, honestly, but neither team necessarily at a significant advantage. The Ocean Soul, I think, the only defining factor when it comes to finding those advantages. But that said, Huanfeng has started to fall off at this point. You know, with Zhonya's on Lumao, with B having a stone plate, there's Zhonya's on Tarzan as well. There's a lot of armor across the squad of LNG, and this lethality is going to stop feeling anywhere near as effective.
Yeah, and it really feels like at this point, the thing is, with Arle, he's so good at landing Shock Blast from the backline as a Jace, right? Whereas for Huanfeng, it's very hard for him to ever land damage onto Light. The range is proving to be a bit of an issue here. You have the package spawning up in a second. Looking towards Baron, Angel is going to grab that one.
Angel has the package. Baron up on the map in 5 seconds time. And Angel not going to choose to TP just yet. Going to walk on over with that move speed that you get from the package, as well as On alongside him. Weibo posturing for a fight, even though 2 of their teammates weren't even there yet. But I respect the confidence.
You
and
hear
hey,
the
you can
alarm
happily
and
take
you
a couple
know.
of tags.
Oh,
Yeah.
what is that damage?
That
Oh,
is some
man.
damage.
That is
That
painful.
is damage and a half.
And that's the
Yeah,
thing,
it
right?
is.
Huanfeng's
Ow.
full build. You know, there's nothing else you can really do unless you switch out your items. But they are going to stop the Baron. They do have the Ocean Soul to heal up. This is going extremely quick.
It certainly is. SOFM over the wall as well. B trying to contest. Tarzan's nowhere near, though. And SOFM just jumps into the pit. They'll smite this one. The Shy buying time for his team. Devoured by On. Baron is taken at no cost to Weibo whatsoever. They didn't even have to use the package.
Yeah, they didn't even use it. It felt like LNG so hesitant to approach, which I get, right? It's so scary moving forwards when the Shy could be hiding around a corner looking for a big engage, when Angel has the package, but ultimately Weibo, right? This game's been hyper close, but they have the Ocean Soul, they have the Baron. It's Elder in a minute 15. The goal now is push up, maintain control of the area. If you keep pushing these waves in, and LNG can never get close to the Dragon, it's going to be so hard to contest. But now they're looking for Arla.
They are. Sonic Wave is there. Ala in trouble. SOFM can't commit though and gets hooked in. He's the one in trouble instead, and he goes down. That's a huge pick. Tarzan with a great ulti onto Angel, but the Zonius keeps him alive for the time being. Ocean Soul keep him in going. There's WB's on the back line, but he's against 2 big carries, and he just doesn't have the damage to finish them. Zonius comes on through from just about everyone in the game as WB flashes out safety. The Shy kills Tarzan. Both junglers down with Elder spawning in 30 seconds time, and now WB jumps away from the knockup. The Shy is full HP. He's completely invincible.
Even though they kill SOFM at the start, they still end up losing the fight. These big shock blasts from Arla, just the sustain coming out from Huangfeng, from Angel, from the Ocean Soul, right? Despite the fact he keeps landing this huge amount of poke on the Weibo's backline, it just doesn't matter. No one was able to get on them and threaten them. And despite instantly going to a 4v5, Weibo still win out. And now SOFM is 10 seconds away, Tarzan 20, but Weibo, no, they don't even necessarily need to wait for their jungler. Very hard for LNG to approach right now. And look at the Shy.
Yeah, they just have to zone right now. Loom out, gonna get onto the Shy, but they're not even gonna be able to break the shield. Rocket comes on through. That'll give them vision. 4,000 on this Elder. Loom out moving in. Do and be there over the wall as well, but it's taken Elder for Huangfeng. Angel one-shot slide over the wall, and now the Shy in a 2v1 with Angel peppering rockets over the wall. Huangfeng jumps into melee range because the man has no fear. It's gonna be game for Weibo as they take the Elder and they barrel it down mid.
LNG managed to make it a fight, but it really felt like they needed that early momentum because Weibo come through strong in the late game. The Shy feeling immortal. Angel and Huangfeng doing so much damage. And in the end, they got their soul, they got the Baron, they got the Elder, and they're going to take the game.
Man, I love the LPL. This is the fight for first that we were all looking for, and this is just game number 1. We got a whole best of 3 of this coming your way. It's going to be Weibo taking down the Nexus and going 1-0 up over LNG.
Man, that, you know, there was some chaotic moments in that. Just raw chaotic energy in that game. Super back and forth. And honestly, when you take into account how disastrous the early game was for LNG, how much they kind of missed out on their win conditions, they made that a lot closer than I thought it'd end up being, right? Light on the Jinx, definitely a big threat. And that huge 4-man ult from Tarzan kept them in the game. Really makes you think if they'd managed to snowball an early lead, how different this could have been. But I think when it came to the team fighting, really Weibo on point in a lot of manners, but also this Corki just became such a problem, as he does, as he always does.
Yeah. I mean, I think if the Shy doesn't get 3 kills during the laning phase, this is a very different game, right? But the fact that the Shy was ahead this entire time, right? He was basically invincible the entire game. There was a couple of fights where he overstepped it and went 1v5 and did get taken out, but ultimately, in the grand scheme of things, he was a monster.
Man, that is... yeah, that's it. That sells the story. But what I want to bring attention to is, like, we obviously know Angel and Huangfeng did so much, but look at all this damage on this Jace. Right? Look at, I mean, everyone. It was obviously just a heavy damage game. Ocean Soul's a factor in that. But, like, I know it's a 45-minute game. I know it's a long one, but it felt like everyone was just pumping out damage, these big carries. The Shy did more damage than either Tarzan and Doinby, right? It's kind of mad.
And that was just his thorn, man. Yeah, I will say, SOFM, I think, deserves, like, a badge of honor for this one. In the early game, especially, some of the plays he was playing. I feel like SOFM, the better jungler out of the 2 across the course of this game, although Tarzan had some incredible moments as well. It's kind of a hard one to call, but I feel like SOFM had to step up after locking the Lee Sin in, right? Taking it away from Tarzan, getting the comfort for himself, and boy, did he. Some of those kicks that we got to see were just... I mean, I can't get enough watching LPL Lee Sins, man. It's just too much.
I just love the one mid where he landed the Sonic Wave on a Light. Light flashes... and then he ward hop and then flash kicks Arla and gets his flash as well. Really, like, not only was it just so slick and smooth, but really heads up decision making there. But yeah, I'm so ready for a full series.
Yeah, just like double glazing windows, mate. You buy one, you get one free. We're going to jump into a break, and then we're going to see if Weibo can take first place in the LPL or if LNG are going to come back swinging.
combo on the back. Allah's going ham right now. Lightning get in there to do some damage. Can he get the free fires off? He's excited. He goes cleanse from the death sentence, and Light is starting to pop off. It's starting to look like an MVP performance from this AD carry of LNG.
In this new season, LNG and V5 have come roaring back to life.
It's beautiful to witness, and now Photic can clean house. That's 3 for him. He'll go for Bin. That's 4. The rest of the team surely gift over the kill of Shao, who tries to survive, but the cleave through the chickens. It's a pentakill for Photic.
LNG has been the biggest surprise. Week in and week out, they have slaughtered the competition. And although the mighty may bleed, they are still currently tied for first under the leadership of the former world champion Doinby.
其实我觉得我这个人找机会就打输出能力，我觉得团战不管是团战还是什么都挺厉害的。这方面我觉得是 LPL 前3吧。不管是玩什么英雄，我觉得找机会能力都特别好。但我只能说，今年 LPL 真的是没有弱队，大家都很强。
Golden with minuscule levels of health. They've killed off Light, but Doomy's now the AD carry. Tarzan jumps straight on in. Double kill, triple kill, quadra kill for Doomby. And the man in the mid lane strikes back.
现在的目标的话，求冠军吧，因为去年打了2个亚军，感觉亚军现在对我来说没什么意义，我不想再打亚军，我想拿冠军。
And just like Doinby for LNG, Rookie's arrival was an integral part to the V5 plan this year. The duel between these two legends will take center stage in this clash.
最近打训练赛，配位蛮不错的，然后我们的配置也算是我个人觉得也是蛮好的。总体来说还是蛮不错嘛，就是在节奏这方面我们也会做得蛮不错的。
Blast themselves into this game. BLG in the middle of everyone. Rookie looking for more in the backline. Jumps forward and finishes today. The double kill. And I sure hope so he would win. And boy is she. The triple for Rookie.
Both of these teams have taken the spring split by storm. V5 ended RNG's win streak. The rookie Photic has unlimited possibilities, and Rich himself has played solidly in the top lane. But now, Rich must face Allah, who has been core to LNG's dominance. It seems that this series shall truly be the strongest against the strongest.
Rich could actually be the one in trouble, but it depends. Never mind. Rich survives with one more auto to seal the deal.
Just solo kills the Shy in such a manner.
Wow. The jungle's down the bottom side, but Oliver's Xiaolao, who there's no matter on his flash forward. Solo Molo this time from Ala in the top side.
No matter which way you look at it for both of these teams, this series will be monumental. If either side has any hope at a chance of reviving themselves in the playoffs, they will need to prove it here, as confidence reigns king in the LPL. Our match of the week, V5 versus LNG.
Can you hear the voices calling? Longing for your dirty souls, the wolves are hauling. Can you hear the voices calling? Do you feel how they are dragging? Waiting for a second to push you to your limits, growing stronger, feeling better. But do you feel them? Can you hear them say? Welcome to the other side. Do you feel how they are dragging? Do you feel them? Can you hear them say? Do you feel how they are dragging? Can you hear them say? Welcome to the other side. side.
The moment I throw my backpack in the trunk of your rusty car, not knowing where we going, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. Oh, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. And all I see is a white view light through soft clouds, the sun, the moon, and you. We fall our hearts, we see in the signs, led by the stars, not knowing where we're going. Yeah, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far, it's gonna be far. And all I see is a white view light through soft clouds, the sun, the moon, and you. Emotional landscapes right here, making memories with you, sun.
就是最近赖的，就是他 LNG 的话，感觉打挺好的，感觉就是他们就是各方面就跟队友配合，这种打线都是打得挺好的。然后他就是打 LNG 的话，他王冠伟就是 Light 不是也快到生日了嘛，然后感觉就是打他的我会想办法送他一个礼物。就是他战的话，就是我很认为就是一个就是前面节奏都是很会进攻的一个打友，然后他前面一定要有机会的话会一直找跟队友集合，找进攻的地方嘛，然后感觉我们前面要防守好。
Hey, that's what we said.
Yeah, it's to play for the early game. Well, it's certainly what they did. It's certainly what Wavo did for us. So SCFM, he's on the ball on this one. And also, giving a lovely birthday present to Light with a big old fat loss for game number 1. SCFM feeling good on the back of that one. It's 1-0 to Wavo. I'm Munchables. I'm joined by Orcs as we head towards game number 2. And, I'll give everyone at home 3 seconds to try and guess who they think the MVP is. But in 2, 1, we're going to reveal it is, of course, the Shy on his Scion. Now, this is a classic pick for the Shy. If you think way back in the days of 2018, this was one of his go-tos as well as the carries. Everyone always thinks of the carries, but his tanks are no slouch.
Absolutely, and really delivered in this game. I just love the fact he was just bullying Arla on the Jace, like really bringing it to him in the laning phase. Obviously, so that good early gank coming out from S2FM obviously helped things go a little bit in the favor, but it really felt like even in the isolated 1v1, Shy was crushing it. And then when it came to those team fights, finding beautiful angles to deliver. Like, this team fight in particular lands the ult against the wall for the huge amount of damage. Tank, by the way, but then setting up so many opportunities like this late in the game.
I mean, look at him. Just stood there. He literally... They can't break his shield. There's 2 of them hitting him. They can't break his shield. But the second the shield's gone, he just presses W again. He was literally invincible later on in the game. That is mind-blowing. And it's to the point where it's like, do you have to ban Sion? Is that really where we're going with this series?
Yeah, the thing is, they actually banned Gragas and Malphite. So, like, okay, we want to, like, limit the tanks he can take topside. And then he still ends up on Sion and fine. Maybe... should have looked in that direction instead. But what I found hilarious as well was, like, in the early game, he was immortal. And then the mid game, he started to feel like they could cut through him. And then late game, he just became immortal again with the Ocean Soul. Yeah, I mean, really strong performance. I think I have some questions for LNG, though, right? Going to this game, too, they committed to this Diana Renekton early. And Tarzan, yes, he was going to Diana, but it felt like we wanted early setups, yeah? We wanted them to find some momentum. We wanted them to do things. I wanted them to lean to the side lanes and find some pressure there. But they just didn't. WBG was like 0-0-0 for like the first 15 minutes of the game or something like that. And it just was a non-factor. You know, why are you picking Renekton and a Corki? Just have them have a farm fest.
To be fair to him, he did then get involved and managed to get to 0-2-0. So at least he was participating. Yeah, WBG not having a great game on the Renekton. And, you know, later on into the game, it felt like he was able to threaten Hwangfong a little bit. Did get 1 kill onto Hwangfong during one of those fights. But, you know, you were using this Renekton functionally as a tank, right, in trying to do what the Shy was doing, but just nowhere near as effectively because the Shy was completely just a brick wall. So
I think
difficult role to play.
That's the thing, is that, like, it's not that they didn't eventually end up having, you know, show up for LNG, but if you consider how close they made this game, when they completely just missed their early win condition, if they'd had something in mid lane that scaled well, like, think how different this game could have gone if WBG was on a carry in this situation instead of relegated to Renekton duty in the late game. So, you know, whether they go for this sort of combination again, I just want them to manage it very differently in the early game. And I also think that they clearly had difficulty translating it into the side lanes up against, like, the Tom Kent Zaya bot and the Sai on top. So maybe a little bit of a rethink. We do see draft phase start off. Sides have been switched. We get the Caitlyn ban again from blue side. Camille, interesting enough. And then we see Gwen and Xin Zhao banned away. Zeri still open and available, and Ryze. So you have a choice here, LNG. It's Zeri or Ryze. You can't ban both. Could potentially leave them both open, so they at least get one.
That Lee Sin ban is like, look, we're not first picking Lee Sin, and we definitely don't want Tarzan to get Lee Sin, so I completely understand that one. See what LNG are going to ban out of the remaining power picks, because, like you said, there are a couple available. I mean, honestly, there's quite a few things that are first pickable right now. Corki is the decision, so Zeri available should Hwangfong want to go for that pick. It would be the first time that Hwangfong plays Zeri the entire year, if that were to be the case.
I just think it's so scary to leave Ryze open for LNG, right? I feel like this pick just suits them so well. And remember, it's got point and click CC, very effective in the Zeri. So I think without doubt, we should see a Ryze here coming out from LNG. They could pick the AD carry to pair up, or just take a jungler. And honestly, Hecarim Ryze would be a pretty dirty mid-jungle combination for the team.
Certainly could be a strong one. Hecarim has quickly skyrocketed to be one of the highest priority junglers in the LPL, because Xin Zhao, Lee Sin very often banned away. There's a few bans that we will see come out, but Hecarim seems to be one of the consistent picks these days. And I'm curious if LNG are going to go for trying to take that Ryze away, because Twisted Fate available as well. Remember, that's a high priority for both teams. Wasn't seen last game.
I feel like the Ryze makes so much sense. Like, one of the issues that you sometimes have with the Zeri is, like, with the Ryze is that against longer range champions it could struggle, but Zeri is short range. They go for the Nautilus instead, so clearly concerned about the Zeri, and the Nautilus is a great answer as it has that point and click CC.
This Shy is in the game. The Shy is in the game. This Zeri's going to be a solo laner. Oh my god. WBG's giggling it. Wait, that's not WBG. That's a Weibo player. My brain just broke. Someone was giggling away anyway. Was that the Shy? I'm not even sure. Anyway, it's Viego locked in here, and Ryze comes through for Angel. This could be an actual pick order for Weibo. Who knows? As Light goes for the Samira.
Yeah, so wanting to pick something that can get into the face of the Zeri, right? We've seen the Tristana before picked into it, something that can dive onto and bullet Punisher. Going for the Samira here, banning the Alistair. It's obviously something that does well against the Samira, can just headbutt her away when she ultimates. They're clearly trying to focus down bot and kill, but my concern is you've given over the Rise, which is obviously so effective at contesting priority and roaming it down. Camille already taken, so that honestly weakens the Galio a bit. I could see Galio being a big pick for Doinby though, because in my mind, I'm thinking, what are you going to pick that's going to be able to match Angel's roams? Because if you want to smash bot, you need a mid who can effectively do that. Orianna will get banned away as something that has that strong priority in lane, and also that good scaling with the team.
Bragg is sticking off the board as well. Let's see where we go, because remember that Twisted Fate that we talked about, an option, but honestly, who knows at this point? Like we said before the series starts, both Angel and Doinby, these mid laners that have infinite champion pools. They will go in any direction that they feel they need to win a series. The Vigar taken off the board. This has been like this sneaky pick that keeps getting forgotten about in drafts and then takes over games. Doinby, big grin on his face there. I feel like he was looking towards that Vigar.
I feel like you have to take a mid lane pick here, leave Olive for the counter pick, and see where the Zeri is going, because you don't want to blind pick something when you don't know where it is going to be. They are toying with the idea of the Galio. This does make that Camille ban hurt a fair bit more, because honestly, if you look at that composition, imagine if they could lock in a Camille to round it out. It would be beautiful, especially into the Zeri, who is so mobile. But they will lock in regardless. The Galio obviously is something that can match the Rowan potential of the Rise. This very much feels like LNG are going to hard play through bot for Weibo. Looking at the Leona, good matchup into the Nautilus. Looks like they may just end up going for that one.
I mean, look at this team fight right now from LNG, right? They have so much to work with in a 5v5. There's so much protection for this Samira, and it feels like there's so much more early game presence than what we saw last game, right? That was our big criticism, was that they weren't proactive enough. But Weibo, they're like, well, if you're not going to ban it, if you're not going to respect it, we're just going to lock the Scion in again.
And honestly, this means Ola's in a pretty decent position to just blind basically whatever he wants in this situation. Knowing that he's got up against the Scion. Probably not the Jace again, because that matchup did not go well. And bear in mind, we expect them to be playing through bot, right? We expect when you got a Samira Nautilus, you want to play through there. Fiora would add a huge extra element. Really difficult for the Scion to keep up with in the late stages, and it will be Ola locking it in. Has the Fiora, that super scaling side lane carry. And honestly, you look at the side of Weibo, the Shy is a super tank. SFM is going to be tanky. Angel is probably going to be tank Rise, and On will be tanky. A lot of value for that percentage HP true damage.
Yeah, and you know, Ala has been a player that's been criticized pretty heavily across the course of this split, not been having the same level of performance that we got used to last year on LNG. But in game number one, his Jace, after a pretty rough laning phase, managed to come online. Multiple kills found onto Huanfeng, consistently being in the right place at the right time later on in the game, and now brings out his Fiora. This is one of those picks that there are a select few top laners in the LPL that will lean to this when they have an opportunity. Ale falls in that category. He's got a 60% win rate over his career on this Fiora, and it does so well into the Scion as well. I cannot wait to see this top lane matchup, and I feel like Tarzan and SOFM, they have got to make an impact up there.
Absolutely, but like, the problem is, right, both your side lanes are pretty valuable. If you let the Fiora go unchecked, it's going to be problematic for Weibo. But bot lane, both AD carries, very short range, very aggressive, engaged supports. I really think the work is going to be cut out for these mid jungles for where they want to apply the resources. Both side lanes have a lot of volatility involved. But honestly, if you look at Weibo, you know, if you get the Shy ahead, it's nice, but it's never really going to stop the Fiora from scaling up to be a monster in the side lane. Whereas if you go bot, if you get this Zeri fed, that could just be game over.
Yeah, I mean, it really could, because, I mean, honestly, on both sides of the board in that bottom lane, if that laner gets ahead, the game could just be over. Zeri or Samira, they both are capable of completely taking over a game. Ala already found a very aggressive trade on this top side. The Shy knows it, and he just walks away. That's not a fight that he wants to take right now.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Both mid laners with their roaming picks. We talked a lot about the mid jungle for LNG last time. They didn't really get it rolling. Now it's kind of going to be a competition between them. I do feel like there's that big strength in the team fights from Weibo, you know, the resets from the Viego, the fact that they have the super tank in the Scion and the Zeri as well. Very threatening. LNG, they have that side lane win con with Fiora. Now, Weibo actually pushing in here. And they won't actually be able to get a ward down. You got to be so respectful of the Galio level 1, right? Could just channel a taunt and have his team fly in.
So I was just having a little look at some statistics there. I was just talking about, you know, how Ala 60% win rate on this Fiora, very impressive stuff. Well, I decided to have a look at the Shy as well. See what his win rate is on the Scion. Well, it's 66.6 recurring percent. This guy has played, well, actually, no, slightly more than that because the last game won't be included in that. But 10-5 was his win rate before this series began on this Scion. It's a prolific pick for the player. And we've seen him win matches that he's supposedly counted in before. We've seen that happen over the years. We'll see if Ala is going to be up to the task because the Shy has been firing on all cylinders. It feels like he's back here in the LPL. But I'm excited for Ala to be able to prove me wrong on this one with such a great matchup for himself.
100%. And again, it's going to take time for the payoff, right? I don't necessarily expect Ala just to start slamming him now, right? But eventually gets to the point where late game, you do so much damage. The ultimate, you basically deal 100% of the target's health and true damage with 4 vitals, which obviously you just can't itemize against, right? That's the insane thing, is percentage HP true damage just isn't good when you're playing a tank.
Yeah, percentage true damage is, it's a mechanic. It's definitely a mechanic. Tarzan smites the blue just in time before SOFM's able to steal that one away. But SFM should be able to at least grab himself this Scuttle Crab, but perhaps wants a little bit more. Light and Lumao are moving over, though. SFM, mate, you got to be a little cautious on this one. Sweepers coming out from both Lumao and On. As SFM moves around the top side here, Smite not available for Tarzan for a couple more seconds. They're just going to keep the Grump there. The Smite comes out from SFM. Does get the steal in the end. Now can move over towards the Scuttle Crab, which still hasn't spawned just yet. Still a few seconds away.
Yeah, I like the aggression, though. This is what you can do into a Hecarim. In those early levels, not having the flash makes you a little bit vulnerable, and obviously doesn't have the mobility of the ultimate. I think as well as that sometimes you see Hecarims clear both the blue buff and the Grump at the same time. We saw Tarzan doing that on the Diana last game. You can be so vulnerable. I've seen clips where people just walk in and he's like 10% HP, trying to juggle them and then just gets blown up. So Tarzan kind of smartly not going for that in this situation where he could be threatened. But we do see bot Scuttle has been taken by SOFM. He's going to get top Scuttle as well. And he still has his entire top side to clear. So despite the fact that CS is relatively close between these two, SOFM has a ton of camps he can now cash in on.
It's currently close. It won't be soon. And that's crucial, right? Because that's why you pick Hecarim, or at least that's one of the reasons, right? The ability to power clear, the ability to just farm better than everyone else. And when you get invaded on your Grump, you lose both Scuttles, and then Viego can go and clear the rest of his jungle. That's bad news bears for the Horsey.
Absolutely. And so far, you know, we're waiting for those level 6 points for the mid laners. That is when really things start to get exciting. We start to see some pressure come down. Top lane, both of them just trading pretty heavily. But again, Fiora will scale up. And whenever you can find those trades, those quick snappy ones where you get to proc the grasp, always really valuable. That stacking HP. It does pay off in the end, and yeah, not much you can do there.
Duking it out. Yeah, just gonna hold the wave there. Nicely done by On to hold that wave for his AD carry, and they can actually freeze that now. So Wonfong and On will be able to build themselves a minor CS lead in that bottom lane. You would expect. So Lumao has to head back to base. So far, the Shy doing an okay job on trying to maintain CS in a lane matchup where really he cannot trade. He cannot go toe to toe with Ala, and you can see. The lead is starting to build for Ala. There is a wave that will crash towards the Shy, but even still, the advantage for the LNG top lane. I want to revisit the junglers, though, because they're both grouping up around this bottom side with Drake spawning.
You see, SFM does have that CS advantage, and once again, they're trying to re-invade on the Grump. They have the timer for it. This is a bit risky, though, because it's a 3v2.
Certainly is. Zeri starting to move over now, and she can zip across a lot of terrain, but Hook comes on through. LNG just commit to the fight. On has to flash out. SOFM does not get the Grump. Still flashes out off the back of this one, and now he's getting chased down. You can't get over that wall, SOFM. He doesn't have his ulti. He doesn't have his flash, and he's taken down. This was a huge overstep from Weibo.
Yeah, I kind of don't understand it, right? Because you know it was a 2v3 in that situation. They commit so heavily for the Grump. I think they need to revisit how much a Grump is worth, because it's definitely not worth the amount they invested for it. And in the end, I'm not even sure if they actually got it. I don't think that SOFM did, because he's still on 36 CS coming out of that. So we're going to replay. We'll see if this was all, if they actually even managed to secure the Grump. But ultimately, again, you have the three members. Look at Zeri on the mini-map, nowhere near. And it's just such an overcommit, right? On things, I'm a Leona, I'm super tanky, gets bursted out. And then we see it's actually Tarzan who picks up the Grump there in the end. SFM does smite, but isn't able to finish it off.
Yeah. Desperately trying to make that play worth it. And I think they could have backed off. They had time to actually just back off, and they committed. They were like, you know what? This is my Grump. It's not about the CS at this point. It's about, you know, signing an eviction notice, as the pigs would say.
You know, I kind of would have understood if they went in there and then they turned the corner, all of LNG are there, and they died. They saw LNG and were like, you know what? We're still going. There's only one direction, and it is all in. And yeah, I mean, kill for Samira, definitely nice, but we still haven't seen too much action before the bot lane. And I wanted to talk back to the fact we're talking about these mids. They now both have their ultimates online. It definitely means a lot more agency when it comes to these plays. I do think, though, we're waiting for the junglers to hit 6 as well. Both get a massive spike at that point.
We have to revisit the scoreboard, though, and look at some of the CS deficits, right? Because there's a 500 gold lead for LNG. A huge portion of that is in this almost 20 CS lead that Allah has up in the top side. But that's kind of being mirrored by Angel in the mid lane as well. Doinb having to move over for that play around the Grump where Angel could just sit in the mid lane the whole time. He has found a 20 CS lead in that lane as well. It's 10 CS for Huanfeng down in the bottom side. So feels like quite back and forth amongst the laners, and a very quiet early game comparatively to last game. Well, or at least low kills, maybe not quiet. I'm not sure that's quite the word for the invades that SOFM's been pulling off.
That's why they went for the invade. It was too quiet, and they were like, you know, we've got to make something happen. Got to keep things interesting. But yeah, I mean,
itchy feet. Here we go. Allah all in on the top side. The Shy with a great knock-up stands next to the wall, stops those vitals being procced. The Shy knows this matchup. You ain't finding that opportunity.
Yeah, playing with fire a little bit there, because if he obviously did get riposted on that ult, but I think he timed it in a way that was very difficult for Ole actually to counter it. Such a close range. Gets away, just ult for ult in that situation, but Ole just continuing to trade and try and find as much advantages, of an advantage as he can.
And look at this, the bot lane's moving on over Huanfeng, already on that top side of the map. So Weibo with the advantage for now on this Rift Herald, but Light is on his way. Allah is actually incredibly low on HP, whereas the Shy a little bit more to work with if the top laners do get involved. But I think they might just stay top. And I think we might just have a 4v3 for the time being as Huanfeng goes for the ulti here. Starts to build that passive stack up. But for now, it's going to be a disengage on both sides. Luma re-engages for the play. It's going to be Herald taken by the side of Weibo. But can they win the fight? Great ult by Doinb to protect the AD carry. 2 for 1. In LNG's favor, but the Shy just walks in, grabs the Herald for himself, but he sacrificed his life for this. Both solo laners will fall. Light is huge already. 3 kills and 2 assists for the Samira.
They absolutely crushed the fight there. Light just kept getting reset after reset. I feel like they did a really good job of just focusing down targets to allow for that. Weibo really not feeling comfortable in that one. And just frankly crushed. Yes, they get the Herald, but it's a very small consolation prize. We sort of see as the replay comes in, they opt to go and prioritize the engage initially, put a fair amount of damage onto this Leona, wait out some of the defensive cooldowns, and then they look for the re-engage when, you know, Leona doesn't have the tools to make a tanky, so she just gets basically deleted. That's the first reset coming in, and then SOFM goes so deep to try and get the reset himself. It's just much better target selection out of LNG, and then this great play from Doinb, the CC gets layered. Light has prime opportunity to burst down the rise. Remember, this isn't, you're not really a tank rise yet. You have to build items to be a tank rise.
And honestly, that's 2 plays in a row now that Weibo are the ones starting. You know, Weibo are the ones pushing this forward as LNG have 8,000 of something. I'm going to assume that's kills. Apparently that is kills. So 8,000 kills on the board for LNG. Congratulations, LNG, across their career in the LPL. But crucially, I feel like Weibo are the ones starting each of these plays off, right? And just way overstepping. I feel like they're playing like it's still the end of that last game, like they've still got that massive gold lead.
Yeah, it just felt really overconfident and a bit disrespectful. I also think SOFM, like, it's so important in those early skirmishes that Viego survives till the end because he gets so much value out of the resets. committed way too early. Like, that's the difference between the Viego and the Hecarim. The Hecarim can kind of just, get in a fight here.
I guess we're going. Lumao, the target, is on, just charges on forwards, and the rest of the squad is here as well. I don't think they'll find more than just the support, but at least it's a pickup for Huanfeng. At least it's something.
It just looked like Lumao was like, when he was walking around, like he was trying to think, how can I get over this wall? It's just not possible without your flash, dude. Unfortunately, they still get the dragon as the sort of payoff, but I like this play from Weibo. They bring the whole team down bot. They don't get the dragon. Oh, Angel. Just gonna get chunked out here.
Yeah, cheeky little trade from Beyond is not messing about today. He sees an enemy, he goes in. Solar Flare onto Tarzan. No follow-up from the team, of course, because that would be ridiculous. And On goes down for his trouble. That was maybe the most off he's been all year so far.
Yeah, On definitely switched it off there. Not sure what was going on. I like the play of them grouping down bot and going for this tower, using the Herald in this manner.
Oh. He was buying time. Maybe it was On after all as SOFM comes in as well. Looking for the resets. Tarzan low on HP, but Light gets the ulti. That's what we call style. As he grabs yet another kill for his team. But the Shy in his passive, trying to get some damage down. The shield bow comes up through. The Shy, it's not even his passive. He's still going. There's another kill for Light at this point. And Huanfeng trying to escape, but Doing B gets the taunt just as Huanfeng gets over the wall. Cleanse to keep himself safe.
But this whole passage of play, yes, the first tower went over to Weibo. But that losing a tower on the top side to this Fiora. This Fiora is getting solo farm. And LNG are still trading up in terms of kills, right? Light is so strong right now. It just feels like Weibo keep throwing everything they can at LNG and it's failing. Now they're looking for it again.
Onto Light once more. There's Zap coming on over the wall as well. Angel moving in. On is tanky, but how tanky? As Light gets his style points up once more, the Inferno trigger out and sets Angel ablaze. Doing B comes into the bottom lane as well. And everything Weibo do goes pear-shaped. But actually, they're surviving. Angel finally goes down. Doing B low on HP, stunned up as SFM joins the fray once more. And Weibo somehow come out on top.
I actually thought, right, because Doingby stopped Angel from following up on Light, and I was like, Light's going to get the turnaround, and then On kills him in the end of that play. Super clutch, and just when it felt like the game was getting out of the control, Weibo managed to answer back, and now Huanfeng 3-0-2. All I look for an all-in.
He certainly is. Good luck, the Shy. You're going to need it on this one. Even if he can't get the last vital, it does not matter. He will just whittle you down. The shield comes out, but it's too little and it's too late. Ala, solo kill onto the Shy, who is 0-3-1. We get both versions today.
This is going to be a long replay, I'll tell you that much. It was a nice, solid engage from the Shy, but the problem is you now don't have any CC tools for Light, and he holds his dash so well. He actually flashes here to avoid the knock-up. Then here in the situation again, he stacks up, he waits, and as soon as the Shy starts channeling, manages to dash again and avoid it, but did end up being a bit of an overstay on the back end. And the critical thing I want you to watch On here, because my thought process was obviously Light is getting pummeled down a little bit here. They managed to get onto him, but he actually escapes on the back of Doingby turning up. So he dashes here, manages to force them away. And then when Doingby comes in, I feel like Light was like maybe able to turn this around because he gets this taunt onto Angel, but On just kills him, right? With the W popping.
I love it. I love it. On, I mean, look, Weibo are feeling aggressive today. That's my only conclusion that I could draw out of all of these fights, because the massive lead that Light had before, he's actually behind in gold. Look at the gold difference right now. 200 advantage for Huanfeng, who's picked up 3 kills and 2 assists in that last fight. And, you know, sure, you've got a big lead for Ala up in that top side, but Sion is still going to be a huge tank in the team fights. That's still going to eventually happen. This Rise ain't going to slow down. Light slowed with the Solar Flare. Now another fight in the mid lane as Lumao goes in, knock onto On, but knocked away by Tarzan. On will go down. First casualty of the fray as the knockup doesn't land onto Ala. And LNG essentially just get a pick.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was just difficult to continue with the engage there. Really heads up from Lumao to block the attempt onto Light. And again, they burn all of the tools trying to pick the Samira, but don't find a LNG turn around. All if might found Angel.
Angel's in a bit of trouble. No flash available for him either as SOFM tries to protect his mid lane. And Tarzan just goes under the tower and immediately gallops out the other side again. The speed of sound as he gallops across the rift. And now over towards Herald.
Yeah, they can head over, get some vision control, but they are going to reset. I think a lot of tools down and unavailable. But definitely both teams itching for a fight. And, you know, they were in game 1, but I feel like the compositions here really set up for it. They have so many engaged tools. They have the ultimates that have the Roman potential. Both AD carry, short range, super aggressive. Really hyped to see now. Weibo currently the ones who have a bit few more members on the back, but LNG might just be looking towards this dragon. It would be the second of the game where they can secure it. It looks like there's going to be a trade off these neutrals.
Yeah, potentially. Yeah, I mean, this is always one of those trades where I'm never sure who wins, right? First off, it depends what kind of soul we get, but with the Cloud being the first Drake... Oh, look at you. Just have a cheeky look at the tribush. You know how it is. With the Cloud being the first Drake, you'd expect the Dragons to be very valuable this game. It should be a relatively good soul. It will be the Hextech soul once again. We've had a lot of Hextech souls today. But on the other side, it depends what you can do with this Herald, right? That's the crucial thing next is what can Weibo get?
Yeah, and I think the thing is you probably see it being used mid to break the tier 1. Definitely can be a massive advantage, particularly when you're playing into, you know, such heavy engage. If you do step up traditionally without a Herald to try and contest it, it's so easy for the enemy team just to say, right, Hecarim, go. So expected there. It's about low enough that the Herald and maybe a couple of autos will take it down. In the meantime, we did see Arla just picking up that bot lane tier 1, and this Fiora is going to continue to be an absolute menace in the side lane. Like already the fact that there was that solo kill on the Shy, but now is going to continue to hit critical mass. 2 items is a massive spike, and it only gets worse from there.
Yeah, he certainly does. The Collector as well, really huge with the ultimate from Light. Like, I know a lot of people don't like Collector as an item, but Samira specifically, right? Because you're doing such a small amount of damage with each tick of the ultimate, you have a very high chance of getting value out of the extra passive on that Collector. So
plus the
really,
big numbers
really
are very flashy, very stylish. So
that's
definitely
true.
On theme.
9999. That's all I'm saying. You can call the police and then one.
I don't know how to go with that one, dude.
Yeah, stalemate on the caster desk. If you're American, you can't call the police with that, though. I will say, worth mentioning. Moving into the bottom side, he wants a 1v1 with Ala, who's currently 5 levels up on him.
Yeah,
you need to be
sure
cautious here.
I think he's got some vision control down the area, which is always valuable, right? Because obviously one of the big things is if you have vision freely, Ala can just keep pushing endlessly and become a bit of a pain in the side. He will obviously try and clear some out and head over here, just roam up towards the mid lane, group up with Tarzan and clear some vision. Actually, may have found on here.
Solar Flare onto Ala here. The team fight Fiora coming on through, but flash forward to get back onto Ala once again. He used the riposte so early in the fight. It means that he's just taken down. Huanfeng right next to him. Ala way overstepping.
Yeah, I don't really know. Like, he was like, okay, you put some wards down bot, I'm going to come mid and die. And that'll show you. That'll really prove to you. And now, with that pressure not in the side lane, the Shy can group. He can look. Oh, Engage comes in.
Huanfeng's caught, and look at the combo. LNG don't let Huanfeng play League of Legends today as the Shy flashes to ult himself out to safety.
Yeah, I feel like Tarzan might have been able to ult in front of him and block him, but didn't want to commit too heavily considering how tanky the Shy is. They will get that one pick. They will stop the Herald critically.
Lumao knocked up the Shy, trying to buy space for SOFM. On moving in, Light behind the play, trying to get closer to finish these kills off. There's one onto the Shy, and another kill for this Samira. 6, 1, and 6. If there is anything important to talk about in this game, it is that Light is massive right now. He will take over unless someone can shut him down.
Talked about the... Oh, Lumbia's in a bit of trouble. Or... Guess he's fine.
Still going. Angel trying to buy time, trying to buy space for his team. SOFM on the backline. Solar Flare comes on through, but it's as SOFM backs away, so not quite on the same page there from the Weibo members.
And look at the picture-in-picture as all this is going on. Ola's like, I joined one team fight. That's my quota for the game. I'm back to chilling in the side lane and just abusing towers. And I think this is the issue, right? Is it's hard to fight LNG's 4-man at the moment because Light is so strong, right? They have the Nautilus with that guaranteed engage, and then the Samira is just decimating anyone who gets close. But the thing is, you kind of have to be fighting the 4-man because the longer you leave Fiora in the side lane, the more problematic things will get. And this is just a beautiful engage from Lumao. Just catches Huanfeng, just slightly misaligned with the mini wave. Even tries to dash behind it. CC's layered, no counterplay. Huge shutdown as well for Samira.
Beautifully done. Lumao managing to find a very clutch hook, and you know, he's had some awkward moments in this series, but trying to make up for that with a player like that. Very nicely done here, and LNG with a huge lead now. 3,000 in their favor at the 21-minute mark. And it's 35 seconds until the Hextech Drake. Orcs, talk me through this. What's the game plan for either team as we approach the dragon?
So in this situation for LNG, I feel like you just want to get that quick, snappy engage, burst out of target, get the resets for light. For Weibo, it's a little bit trickier. The longer fights are probably going to favor them, right? That's when you start getting value out of the Viego. It's when Huang Fong can get value. We've seen those moments with the Zeri where you stack up your ult like constantly over the fight. So I really think Weibo need to approach this one cautiously and just try and dissuade the initial engage, right? If they can catch some CC on a light, there can be a lot of value in that situation. But honestly, based on the position, it looks like they're just not even going to contest this dragon, which is, you know, understandable given the gold discrepancy, right? But scary given the dragon discrepancy.
Yeah, this is a dangerous game that Weibo are playing, and they feel they have to play, right? Trading up on the top side, at least they'll get a bounty on that side. In fact, no, bounties aren't even in play. So won't even get a bounty on the tower. That is quite unfortunate for Weibo. And on the side of LNG now, 3 Drakes back to back. It's going to be a Hextech Soul in 5 minutes time. It's going to be a pick onto SFM. The Blast Cone denied by Lumao. The knock-up at least denied by SFM's ult. So he'll get out to safety, but Angel, he's not going to be so lucky. And he's actually walking towards them, trying to get himself out. And he will actually walk under the tower. I don't know how they're all getting away with this one. As On enters the fray once more. Huang Fong trying to do damage from the back line, but it's LNG. It's all LNG right now. On already falls. Ala gets his ulti off on that one. 1 for 0, and LNG just grouping up and bodying them with their wallets.
It feels like one of those moments where it starts to feel like it's going in favor of Weibo, right? You saw Huang Fong ramping up with the damage, but he just can't go in, right? You can't dive forwards or you'll get CC locked down and burst, even though he is starting to ramp. And in those scenarios, these short-range comps, Zeri definitely does well, but as you said, LNG just too far ahead right now. Oh, Huang Fong.
Huang Fong's in trouble. Cleanse already used here as Tarzan has to back away. TP forced out here from the Shy. At least that'll be a tower in the mid lane. So again, some small advantages. But look at Ala again, just in the side lane here. On wants the 1v1 again. Still 5 levels down. Hey, On has a shield. Ala only has a sword. So I'd argue in some ways, On has the advantage here. But in reality, he will get destroyed.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 items on Fiora, big spike, and I think it's the pressure's mounting, right? It's a 4,000 gold lead. The team fights are constantly going in favor of LNG, but they also have the Fiora to deal with. They also have the fact that it's Hextech Soul in 3 minutes, which is really a scary one to be going up against. It feels like Weibo in an uncomfortable position, and it feels like it's a struggle to find their way in on these fights. So this is an interesting camera angle, but they just catch out SFM trying to get over the wall.
Hit lollipops vertically as well, apparently. Never knew.
But yeah, I mean, you sort of see the momentum start to, even though they lose a member, it's this moment with Huang Fong where, like, he pops his ultimate, starts doing this AoE damage, and it starts to feel like, okay, maybe this is the decent fight, right? Everyone's getting chunked out a bit, but they just can't follow. It's so difficult for the Zeri to play out these team fights because whenever she goes in range, she gets checked by the CC.
Yeah, just keep your eyes on the burst fire from Huang Fong. That feels like pretty much the only way that these fights can be won at this point. That and Angel on this rise. He has finished his Fimbulwinter and his Everfrost, so getting relatively strong headed towards that Frozen Heart as a 3rd item. Problem is, with this rise build, when you're behind, doesn't feel anywhere near as effective. But at least the vast majority of the damage on the side of LNG is going to be that AD damage. So we'll get value out of all of those armor items. But don't be with 9 stacks of the Dark Seal. I think this Galio is going to be slamming pretty hard himself.
Like, so interesting that, you know, it used to be like Galio would be the one building tank, Rise obviously building AP, and now we have tank Rise and AP Galio.
Yeah.
That's how it is at the moment. SFM should be able to just make his way out there, but Tarzan just getting up in his face. And again, pretty big discrepancy, and time is kind of getting short on that next dragon. A minute 30. They're just going to start up the Baron, maybe? Or no, just clear out the vision. Keep that as a potential threat. Weibo want to make their way in. You want to get some wards down there before the dragon starts. Often see teams lean in that direction, just threaten it, right? When you're trying to pull a team away. But it's just difficult to think how Weibo are going to manage this dragon, because if they lose the soul, things get extremely difficult. Their attempt might be a pick onto Arle, but SFM, you lose that, by the way, like hard.
Odd is here as well. He's desperate for that duel. He wants it so badly, but Arle, he's just afraid, you know? It's the wrath of the Solari. What can you say? I'd be scared as well if Leona came aggressively at me. It's like, she's best mates with Knight Solaire as well. So, you know, praise the sun. Anyway, Drake coming up in 45 seconds. I'm going to ask you a question I asked you last game. What's the win cons here? How does this happen for either team? For LNG, I feel like it's just walk forwards. But for Weibo,
literally,
how do they ever contest the Drake?
I feel like it needs to be a longer fight, right? Where LNG's engage is sort of mitigated. They can get some CC onto light. And Huang Fong carries. He's now got 3 items. And you saw like a little glimpse in the last fight how much damage he can do if he's unchecked. The problem is consistently dealing that damage. There's so much CC tools from LNG. Very hard to do. But if they're going to carry, it's going to come from him.
Angel checking the wave, just making sure that there's some priority there. On happy to walk forwards. He is pretty tanky, but not tanky enough. And light, low HP already in this fight. Now, with the Galio ulti, it's going to be Huang Fong knocked up, and that's surely going to be it. LNG are just destroying Weibo today. Game number 2, nothing like the first. It's doing be a great Everfrost as well. Double kill for him as the Shy left alone, pulled back into the fray, and cut down by Allah, who is 3-1-3 on his signature Fiora. And the Shy can do nothing. That'll be Soul. And, you know, that might just be game.
Yeah, I mean, that's such a massive swing in the favor now. Over 6,000 gold ahead. And the problem was, Huang Fong once again doesn't get to play the game. You even saw how heavily burst down light at the start of that fight. But he just doesn't get any opportunity to carry. We see the fight starts off on soaking a lot of damage. This burst damage comes through. But then it's Luma who just seeks out the Zeri ult into auto, gets the dredge line, deleted. And after that point, it's like you have the Scion still alive, tank rise goes down. You just don't have the follow through. You're so reliant on the Zeri to carry. And really, it's not even on Huang Fong. It's just such a hard game to do so.
And it's like, you know, Weibo managed to get light down, right? That was the big goal of the fight, is kill light. But you're so far behind that this Fiora is still a carry in the team fights. Doomby and Tarzan doing a lot of passive damage over the course of things as well. The 10 stacks now on that Dark Seal from Doomby, who currently has a bounty. He's 3 items plus the Dark Seal plus boots. Like, he is no slouch when it comes to just DPS in the fight. So feels like the time where you can just kill the AD carry for Weibo is long since passed. And, you know, I called it his game at the end of that fight. And it definitely feels like that might just be the case. I'm not sure there's a way that Weibo can win this one unless it's a huge slip-up for LNG. LNG have to finish out strong now. They've got Dragon Soul. They've got complete control of the game. They can look towards a Baron. They have everything they could possibly need. They just need to play it slow and steady and cautiously.
Just so difficult. Like the Zeri, there's too many answers. And you're so reliant on it for damage, right? Because it is that tank rise. We're talking about how, as you know, LNG have all that DPS. It really becomes difficult when you have to do so much for a team when there's so many point and click abilities that can just shut you down. They are looking for Allah here.
Here we go. Allah on the bottom side. SOFM to start this one off. Angel is here. The Shy is here. Everybody is here. The knockups galore. Allah does not have the damage to 1v4. This will be traded for Baron. But this is a trade that Weibo are opting into. They know they couldn't contest the Baron anyway, so at least they can get a pick.
Yeah, it feels like one of those things where this is no way at all a good trade, but you were probably going to lose the Baron anyway. You might as well get something off it. LNG, though, Soul in hand, Baron in hand, they are scary right now. The only consolation prize is that Allah's not going to have the Baron, because that would really be a thorn in their side.
Honestly, Allah not having the Baron is kind of crucial. That's a huge deal for the side of Weibo. It's an important pick. You know, I don't want to overstate it. They're still at a massive deficit. It's still not positive. But at least it's a silver lining for them, and maybe some kind of way into a miracle.
In these situations, I like to call it a copper lining. It's not quite a silver lining, okay? It's not. It's okay, but it's still a hard sell. And LNG, Allah's back on the map. They're going to be able to push up and use those Baron waves to apply the pressure. But actually just TP the Galio straight in. There is decent amount of wave clear on Weibo, right? But again, they're short range. That's the thing that makes it so difficult, is when you are short range and you're up against a Nautilus, so easy to engage onto you.
Tarzan in a 2v1 on the side of this play for now, as chickens will be taken by SOFM and just trying to buy space for his team to siege in the mid lane. But so far, Weibo doing a really good job of just defending, and that's going to be a solar flare. They're going for the 5v4. SOFM over the wall. Keep your eyes on him, but Light is the man to watch as well, building those style points on the Shy, and now TP from Allah. There's one onto on. The Shy in trouble. Fear from Tarzan and a stopwatch as well. Light here to shed some light on the situation. Triple comes
comes through as he tears Weibo apart. The guns and then the sword from Allah as LNG decimate Weibo in game 2.
Absolutely crushed them. The decisiveness, they go for that dive, right? Game 1, such a back and forth. Game 2, LNG get a lead, and they don't hesitate for a split second. Light, an absolute monster in the Samira. And with that, they'll close this out and equalize this series. We're going to a game 3.
Oh, we certainly are, and it couldn't have gone any other way, could it? LNG showing up in game number 2, absolutely crucially, and managing to find themselves a win. Weibo with a lot to go back to the drawing board for after this game, because honestly, the difference in these two teams between game number 1 and game number 2 feels night and day. This totally different style of draft working wonders for LNG.
Yeah, and it just felt like as the game went on, there was so much emphasis on Huangfeng to carry in the Zeri, and they were so good at just targeting him every single time. They didn't give him room to breathe. It helped that they had the fed Samira, right? We talked about the volatility of this bot lane matchup, but even then, Huangfeng got fed, but he was just like so much of their team's damage, right? You have a tank rise, you have the Viego, who wasn't really ever able to find much momentum, right? They weren't really able to get the resets, and in the top, you have a tank Sion and a Leona who's pretty much permanently dead, so it just came so central to get this Zeri to work. And on the other side, there was so much damage across the board, despite the fact that Light was hyper-fed. It felt like, and you can even see it, right? Ale obviously did a lot of damage in lane, but like Doinby, 19k damage on this Galio. It just felt like they had so much more momentum in the fights, and Light had an easy time just crushing them.
I mean, the fact that anyone is even close to Light's damage in that game is kind of mind-boggling, right? With how fed Light was early on and how many of those massive ults we saw across the fights. But Dumpy building that full AP, Allah having all of the time during the laning phase to just wail on the Shy, who basically couldn't trade back. It's not surprising that their damage numbers were doing pretty all right for themselves as well. A tough one here for Weibo, and this super short-range comp for them not working out. But also, I mean, we have to just rewind and talk about the early game for Weibo, right? Weibo were the architects of their own demise. Like, they were the ones going for these crazy invades. They overcommit onto the Gromp. Like, the fight, I think it was at Herald that they lost. Like, there were so many moments in that early game where it was like, Weibo, why? You didn't need to go for that.
It really felt overforced. And I think, you know, even ignoring the compositions, if you play like that, you deserve to lose. And I think Weibo, they can bounce back on a game 3, but they just need to chill it out, play the wing kongs, not go so ham.
Yeah, we'll see if they can. We're going to jump into a break, and then we'll find out how this story ends. The fight for first continues here at the LPL.
杰斯吧，很真实。
感觉每个角色都挺喜欢的，就一定要说一个嘛，杰斯吧，就完成了男人都想完成的梦想。
范德尔吧，因为感觉他人很好。
金克斯的那个养父，就是他挺帅的。
I think Jinx the most because I like to play her a lot when I play AD carry.
看过一点点吧，喜欢那个金克斯，金克斯可爱吧？
应该比较喜欢金克斯吧，因为感觉他们跟我蛮像的，就是在打人的时候很凶，然后会发疯。
我比较喜欢抱抱吧，因为看起来很疯狂。
抱抱吧，金克斯好像是，我也没具体看，但我觉得应该挺好的。
抱抱吧，因为他是主角。
抱抱吧，因为他长大了。
我个人比较喜欢，我觉得是魏吧。我觉得魏那种性格的，就就是感觉在双城之战里面比较凸显的比较明显吧。
바이나 캡틀 좀 정의로운 걸 좋아하는 것 같아.
比较喜欢维克托吧。
我更喜欢一点维克托吧，因为我觉得维克托很纯粹，他就是为了自己的梦想，我觉得在努力着。我觉得他那个挺好的，而且他也挺励志的嘛。都说他其实是从下城区来的，然后一步步的走到了至少在上城区的那个科研室里面，而且他也是一直很努力的为着自己的梦想吧，就是自己所想要的一直去努力做着。对。
说实话，我喜欢希尔克，因为我感觉他就很像一个，就算他有点前面有点小坏，但我觉得他后面就是感觉很 man。
喜欢希尔科吧，感觉描述的比较有血有肉吧，感觉。
希尔克他也是比较有自己，就是坚持自己的内心，然后发现坚持到最后，然后发现他和就是人遭遇了一种事情之后，他给我的影响是最深的，就是人遭遇了一些，就是遇到了可能相同的事情，大家可能最后都会被磨平，能讲变得一样，所以我可能我就觉得感触挺大的。
没看过。
没看过。
我没看过。
我没看过，肯定也没有。
没有。听的最多的就是鲍勃，还有维克多那个。
我没怎么看过，那些角色什么我还是知道的，就是那个议员，我最喜欢玩的英雄。对，那段时间打排位选角色也不知道为什么大家都在刷，后来就慢慢了解了。
剧中的角色都挺好的，都是英雄联盟世界观的，希望后面再多出几集。这还是个从很小的地方刚开始讲起。搞点简单的，人在塔在。
飞机的台词，王牌飞行员申请出来。
I'll choose for Z. The unseen blade is the deadliest because my name Shadow. You know, attacks from the shadow.
XDDDDD.
酒桶的那个，你买单我就来。
你说的对，颗粒好像。
因为打的是韩服，所以记不住。
我将杀，不是说怎么念来着？
我于杀戮之中生活，一如黎明中的花。
我没有很喜欢的英雄台词。
勇士无爱，举目破败。
背班的时候，德莱文会说德莱文走了。
就瑞兹的我们走了，因为刚玩英雄联盟的时候，就那种450的英雄玩的比较多吧，就听这种台词听的比较多一点。
我觉得豹女讲的话还挺酷的，就是她有一个就是有个原因是什么？懦夫的味道，就那一句还挺酷。
就选维克托嘛，加入光荣的进化。
没有吧，就是感觉没有太注意这个吧。
모르겠다. 나 다 대사 다 주는데 한국서 먼저 할 때는 대사 따라하면서 게임해가지고.
结束了，为了更美好的明天而战。
Something in the air tonight. Don't know why, but it feels so right. Waiting for the dead
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL. You're looking at Suzhou, China there, as that's where LNG's new arena is, and we get to see that today. But our two teams will be playing in different arenas. Weibo currently in Shanghai. And we're going to 3 games. We're going to the 3rd game to decide who will be the first place team in the LPL for the time being. And it had to go the distance. I feel like both of these teams had to show what they were made of. Game number 1 going the way of Weibo, incredibly close the entire time. Game number 2, though, LNG showing up in a big way, taking control of the game early on off of Weibo's mistakes and managing to finish things out in style. So definitely 2 very different styles of game, and I have no idea where we're going to go for game number 3, Orcs.
Yeah, it's kind of rough because I feel like LNG's win was a lot more convincing, but at the same time, as you said, Weibo kind of did it to themselves. So I think Weibo come in with sort of like a fresh heads, get some win conditions that were a bit easy to play towards, although I feel like they were kind of fine there. But just a lot of overforced mistakes, right? We said you want to be playing around the rise about the ability to roam into the sides. That never really came to fruition. We didn't see it happen. I think be a lot more active in the map, but also just like randomly invading the jungle. Okay, it went fine the first time. You do it again and just die for a gromp that you didn't even get.
Yeah, and it was like the whole of LNG clearly knew what was going on, right? That's the key thing. And let's take a look at our MVP off the back of game number 2 before we jump into the draft for our 3rd and final game of the day. It's Lu Mao. And I think, crucially, this is a big moment for Lu Mao in the split because this is a player that has been heavily criticized. And I think an MVP performance finally kind of making a bit of a positive note for Lu Mao in the support role.
100%. And there are so many moments where, when they specifically Huang Feng maybe could have potentially carried, Lu Mao just answered him. Like, the first example catches him out, second example just doesn't give him a chance to breathe. And when you're playing against something like a Zeri, when you're picking the Nautilus solely in the rotation, specifically to deal with it, just lovely to see play like this where it doesn't give Huang Feng any room to breathe.
Yeah, really didn't. Huang Feng could not operate in the fight. So this is one of the issues you get when you run a composition with such short range, like what we got to see from Weibo. And some of these fights felt close. They felt like maybe there's a way to win, but couldn't happen for Weibo, and LNG just completely on the same page, completely knowing how to win these ones.
Yeah, I love just the fact that they have these dive tools and they just fully commit to it so heavily. By the way, you know, we had 2 exciting games coming now. Game 3, Weibo, I feel, you know, the gameplay is definitely there. The level is there. We saw that in game 1. There was int mistakes, shore them up, come in with a draft that's going to give you some clear win cons and then deliver on them. And I really think they should be able to at least make this 3rd one a close one. But LNG show that when they are on point, when they're finding momentum in particular, it's kind of what we talked about at the start of the day, where Tarzan, if he gets a solid start, really can just run away with games.
Yeah, it's we'll see if Tarzan can get that lead and whether or not SOFM is going to respect Tarzan. I think that's the biggest storyline for me, because game number 1, we saw SOFM finding the advantages. Having that Lee Sin, I think a crucial factor as well. Whether or not the Lee Sin is banned in the first ban phase is going to be really important. But then also, whether or not he respects the fact that Lu Mao is going to roam and help Tarzan. The mid laner of doing B as well is going to move over and try and help. And it felt like Weibo biting off more than they could chew in a couple of those early skirmishes. So we'll have to see. The jungle matchup, once again, going to be the name of the story. But also, whether or not we just see a blind pick Sion again. Because the Shy obviously did not have anywhere near the same level of impact here in this game, because he was up against Ale's Fiora. How can you ever have the same level of impact when you're playing into a counter, not able to have that impact?
Yeah, and I think that's one thing, is that they put so much pressure on Huang Feng to carry, because you have like game 1, right? You have Angel on the Corki doing a ton of damage. You have Huang Feng obviously on the Xayah. The damage spread was there, so that you had 2 people who were sort of able to put out that DPS in fights. Whereas this last game, it felt like Tank Rise isn't really going to shred to anyone, especially when everyone on the other team was so bulky, right? Even the Samira as an AD carry, having the shield bow, the extra shielding, and the amount of sustain she has when she's ulting, it's not exactly an easy target to kill. So it just felt like Tank Rise's damage was negligible. The Shy on the side had negligible damage. I feel like you need a better distribution, more carries across the board now. In the final draft, we will see a return to the sides we had from game 1. Gwen and Xayah banned away, and then Zeri by Weibo.
Caitlyn also taken off the board by Weibo. It's just AD carries galore here. 3 taken with Corki, a pseudo AD carry for that mid lane. Well, as you say, in Weibo, final ban here. The Twist of Fate that we've been talking about all day, still on the board, still been ignored all series, but Ryze a priority, Lee Sin a priority as well. Feels like there are a few picks here that could be available for a ban, but the Camille respected from Ale.
Yeah, and it looks like we can get that Jinx first pick. I mean, Light really can deliver on this champion when he's given the opportunity. Even though they lost that game one, definitely was a force to be reckoned with. They just didn't really hit their early game win conditions. Yeah. So now over to Weibo, feels like with this many 80 carry bans,
gotta be Lee Sin, right?
Yeah, gotta be Lee Sin. With this many 80 carry bans, it has to kind of be the Aphelios. So denying that Lee Sin away from Tarzan again. We did see in that game one that he went for the Diana Renekton here. I don't expect that to happen again. There's plenty of junglers you can pick up. There's the likes of the Zinzal, there's the Hecarim still available. Lots of tools still available, but the Ryze is something that is open. And this is kind of not the sort of pick you want to give out WB, right? This is kind of signature roam to side lane style. Very strong in the current meta, often banned in fierce rotation.
Yep, WB Ryze CS hack locked in here. He's got an entire copy pasta named after this pick on him. And even on the Renekton, more than 10 CS per minute. Just imagine what we can do with Ryze in his hands here. But Tarzan likely to go for the Zinzao. This is something that has been banned throughout the series. But actually, changing away and perhaps going for a bit of protection on that bottom side instead with the Tahm Kench for Lumat.
Yeah, so having that pick that can sort of protect your immobile carries quite effectively, particularly for the Jinx, it's been a really powerful combo to keep it safe. I love the Orianna here, though. Something that can contest the priority against the Ryze. And also, scales exceptionally, right? You have the Aphelios, who's going to be able to step up with the Orianna shield and just be so much more comfortable with that to back you up now. Weibo, I feel like you can target junglers. That Zinzao we saw before can definitely get taken off the cards. Plenty the Hecarim as well would be a decent one. And for the side of LNG, really looking at the support pool, we haven't really seen too much Enchanter priority at all, but I feel like, you know, something like Orianna, something like Lulu, even actually could serve well. But based on what these players are playing, probably like the Nautilus is going to come out as a ban, maybe the Leona as well, maybe even the Rakan. Either way, you could also look top lane, right? Because Weibo, they can either pick something for the Shy or have counter pick for him, which can be very threatening.
So the Thresh taking off the board, that protection in that bottom lane. Still things like the Braum, if they really want to go down the protection route for On, but I think they're much more likely to just go with something like a Nautilus, maybe a Leona, one of these hard engaged supports that has been the go-to for On. And we saw last game, On is certainly not afraid of starting a fight on that Leona if you lock it in for him. Many times he was perhaps a little overzealous on starting those fights. With the Hecarim that you predicted banned away here from Tarzan. We'll have to see something else coming out. I want to see Tarzan Zac, man. It's been a while since we've seen it. I don't think we will, but that's my favorite Tarzan pick that we've seen.
I think Zac is okay right now in the current meta. I think we'd probably see him more when we have the Bruise item nerfs. Like, we see a lot more tank junglers then, but I don't think he's awful. But probably not here. I digress. Would be fun. But good to see the Jace banned away from the Shy, so not one something that is pretty solid as a blind in the top lane. I kind of expect just a support pick to come out here for them. You know, there's been such an emphasis on the Nautilus recently, but I think specifically into the Tahm Kench Rakan. Not only can you set up the engage with the Orianna ball, but also AoE CC is a lot more effective against Tahm than the Nautilus' single target, because obviously he can eat his AD carry out of that. Now, for LNG, the top lane, you know, we've seen a variety of things coming as like the stable blind. Kennen has been something that 369 has lent on heavily, but Ale also a fan of it. You also have the likes of the Graves, which is good. Tarzan, we actually love to see the Ryze Volibear combo mid jungle. This was super heavy roam to sides, right? You have the dive potential of the volley, cancels the tower, the realm warp from the Ryze. Very effective snowball in the game.
Let's see if this Renekton will be locked in or not. Ale has to blind pick up in the top side. It's not fun for any top laner, but especially when you're up against someone like the Shy, it's dangerous to go for that blind pick. But the Kennen will be the decision. Shy immediately hovering that Gnar. It has been a very safe pick for him, and it's been one of his favorite picks of the last couple of years.
Yeah, and it started making a bit of a resurgence recently, right? Feels like it was sort of overlooked for a lot of the early part of the season, but people are picking up a lot more. Does decent into a range of tops, and obviously scales very well into the team fights. Mega super powerful. So it wouldn't be too amiss to pick it here. But I feel like, for me, LNG, they have the Ryze with WB. They have Tarzan on that Volibear. If they manage to pull off the side lane leans, the dives, bot, or top, I feel like it's very easy for them to look to snowball this game. And that momentum, if you give gold to a Cannon, if you give gold to a Jinx, will serve you absolutely excellently.
Yeah, getting the gold into the side lanes is going to be the name of the game here. But whether or not they can make it happen, that's the big question. Angel, on this Orianna, I'm curious to see how he's going to do. Obviously, can contest the push versus that Rise, but does not have that same ability to influence the rest of the map with the ultimate, right? You do rely much more on moving at the right time as opposed to Rise being able to just realm warp over. We'll see, though. Lee Sin versus Volibear as well. SOFM back on this Lee Sin, right? This has been such a prolific pick for SOFM, not just in this series, but across his entire career. Tarzan with this Volibear feels like a bit of a pocket pick for Tarzan at the minute. We saw it recently as well, and to great effect.
100%. And I just love the synergy. I love the way it works with the Rise, right? Because it just makes it so difficult to play side. And both of these side laners are actually kind of vulnerable, right? Gnar is very vulnerable when he's mini, and you have to point and click CC from either the Volibear or the Rise. And in the bot lane, Rakan, you know, he's not as tanky and disruptive as the Leon and the Nautilus pre-6, and very squishy, easy just to burst out if you can lock him down. So I really feel like LNG, they have the tools in this game to dictate things, but we have seen SOFM absolutely pop off on the Lee Sin. And again, if you get the Orianna into the late stages comfortably, Orianna and Aphelios, a very powerful combo in those team fights.
Certainly are. Weibo versus LNG, game number 3. The fight for first place in the LPL, and the Shy face checks into Ala, gets hit by a bit of a sky splitter there as well. Will be forced away for the second game in a row, just getting massively chunked out. Ala doing his best to try and finish this kill off. He won't be able to do it though.
Kind of close.
Takes a tower shot. Good effort, mate. As SOFM, what are you doing? That's not the play. Walks in and has to W back out as Angel moved over.
Yeah, I think he was trying to just punish Cannon. Cannon overstayed, but LNG smartly moved members up to cover just in case. Sometimes you see top laners going for this heavy 1v1 trades when they're isolated. By the way, SOFM have to start the W, so marginally slower clear on the back of this than if you had started his Q, but shouldn't be too much of an issue. Lee Sin can really start clearing with the W quite fine. Obviously, the cooldown's so short that you get your passive proccing more and more.
Let's be honest, the passive is the only thing you need for Lee Sin on your first ability for clearing, especially if you get a leash. But he's going to be leashless on that top side, so Tarzan maybe has a bit of an advantage. And also, Volibear pretty damn quick at clearing regardless, so Tarzan should be able to do well there. And I am curious to look at these junglers as they both move towards that bottom side, whether or not we get some influence in that bottom lane in the 2v2, whether we get jungle intervention.
Yeah, and I think maybe, I mean, the Tarzan can definitely impact the map early, right? As can Lee Sin. Like, the ganks are pretty strong, particularly if you show up top. I think bot might be a bit trickier to gank. There's not too great setup on a Tom Kench, but I'm really looking at that level 6 point for LNG. I think that's really where they're going to spike with mid jungle, both of them having their ultimates available. I think SOFM can find an angle before them, but the Shy is in trouble.
The Shy is in big trouble here, looking for the passive from Ala. Gets the stun coming on through. One more hit would do the trick. He's not quite got it, though. Having the E and the W, so no Lightning Shuriken, Thundering Shuriken to be able to come through and finish the kill. Level 2 in the bottom lane, as well as LNG finding spikes across the map. Angel stunned up, and Doonby here. Tarzan with first blood.
Really nice gank. You burn the flash from Angel. You put him a little bit behind. And critically, if you get control of mid, it makes those roams so much easier. Engage coming in.
Double knockup from Lumao. Just got the MVP, and he wants another one as well. LNG bodying all 3 lanes, and we saw this last game the other way around. SOFM smites his Gromp as Tarzan moves over with Doonby. They want to go for a dive here. They want to get underneath this tower. On has to find the ultimate knockup here, but he's rooted and just will get finished off. Tarzan stands in front of everyone, blocking a lot of damage, but now Lumao's in trouble. A great Sonic Wave from SOFM, and Weibo trying to turn things around. The Calibrim is beautiful. Double for SOFM, double for Huanfeng. The double causing trouble for LNG.
And what an overcommit from LNG. I'm ready to sing their praises. Top lane's winning. They get a kill mid. They burn someone's bot. And then they're like, you know what? Let's dive 4v3 at level 3 in the game.
The Shy still has flash. So does Ala. This could go either way right now. The Shy playing really aggressive. They can't find the kill, though. Ala will just have to reset.
And it's just... I mean... Let's go over this. I mean, the first kill onto On is pretty good. They lock him down, don't really give him an opportunity to do anything, but then they overcommit so heavily. Tarzan takes a tower hit. WBG's already taking tower hits, so he's low. Everyone's just getting absolutely massacred. And SRFM's untouched this whole time. He's just dipping around, cleaning up kills so easily. And now he's mega fed. Huangfeng's mega fed. And remember how at the start I was saying, you know, LNG spike at level 6? I should have said that a little bit louder because they thought they spiked at level 3 and it completely backfired.
Yeah, bit of a disaster. It started off well, but as you say, just completely overcommitting. And SOFM, great Sonic Wave there, finds an opportunity on the bottom side of the fight, denies that exit route from LNG, and so they all get corralled into the tri-brush. Finished off with Angel. No flash in that mid lane, remember. Does need to be a little bit cautious of a gank from Tarzan, but SOFM, currently 2-0-2, with a CS lead as well, is feeling pretty strong right now. Already with the Iron Spike whip, this Lee Sin has the ability to completely take over.
Absolutely spiked so hard, and that can cause a lot of issues, right? If you're not able to pull off these side lane dives, I feel like, you know, the volley bear does fall off in the late stages, as does Lee Sin, obviously, but I feel like that's really where you get so much value. That's why you're drafting this. We saw that in their series against RNG. LNG ran the same mid-jungle combo there to great effect. But the thing is they made those side lane ganks work, and they're not going to be as easy to pull off if you are significantly far behind. So, still hope yet. Gold lead isn't too substantial, but it's just this Lee Sin, already scary, and also Huangfeng on this Aphelios, already a big threat. And the thing is, you'll hit that Gale Force far before Light gets his mythic.
Big trades on this top side now. Ella low on HP, but so is the Shy, and he's not even close to Meganar. Forced away, both of them pots ticking, but the Shy surely has to reset off the back of this one. Oh, wait, doing B. Might not let him. Recalling in the brush. He was spotted by the Scuttle Crab. The Shy just gonna walk all the way away. He knows he cannot stick around here.
Yeah, and the thing is as well, it's a great lean from WBG, right? Because it forces the Shy off. Doesn't even have to actually do anything. He just resets. But look at this advantage being built up. And remember, the Shy picked the Gnar into the Kennen, right? He chose this matchup for himself and is honestly just getting bodied, which is good to see from Ale, but we'll have to hold that thought. Looking for the Dragon contest.
2 in a row here from Ale, but now the Dragon. Smite comes on through. Huangfeng picks it up. Double knuckle coming out from On, and this is beautiful from Weibo. Starting off as they mean to go on. Doing B falls, as does Tarzan. And Lumao, he'll dive his way to safety in a second. Actually has to flash. It was on cooldown. And another fight win for Weibo, as well as the Drake.
Yeah, they just realm warp in, right? They commit to a play, instantly Orianna Shockwave. On follows up with a knockup. It just, I don't know, man. That's perfect setup for Weibo. Feels like LNG are playing right into the hands.
It really does. Honestly, this feels like game number 2, just the other way around, where LNG over-committing to these plays. Tarzan joins doing B, the Shockwave into the grand entrance. It's just gorgeous to see.
Yeah, and the Inferno as well for Huangfeng has the AoE damage. And if you think about the fact that obviously they both took the Shockwave, right? And they took the knockup. Light wasn't there, and they still nearly killed 2 of them. It's kind of disappointing. Like, LNG's composition has tools to make this work, but the setups have been repeatedly so bad, and we're only 7 minutes into the game. I shouldn't be saying repeatedly bad 7 minutes into the game.
Yeah, you shouldn't need to. You shouldn't need to, but On moving up to this top side now. Ale legging it. He's trying to get out of there ASAP. The Hyper will be procced, and that's actually a flash from Ale. He goes in! Ale is absolutely insane! I feel like he could have escaped.
He could have. He went a little bit the wrong direction there, right? And the Guardian from On as well means chances of turning around that kill extremely low. Man, LNG, what happened between team 2? Yeah.
I mean, I know Ale likes to flip the coin a little bit, but there was no heads available there. That was a double-tailed coin.
And now, you know, he built up that massive CS lead in the top lane. They are even in farm. Like, and with the Shy having assist, he's ahead. So, top, you had a lead, you threw it away. Mid jungle, you got a gank, you threw that lead away. Bot lane, I don't even blame Light for this. It's not his fault, but Huangfeng is now 3-0-2. This is just disaster. And level 6 has been hit for Tarzan and WBG, but I think it's so hard to actually pull off a play because you're so far behind right now already. 2,000 gold lead, the difference. Only 8 minutes into the game. That's so substantial.
It's absolutely huge. as we'll start to see mythics coming through for a couple of our carries here, like Huanfeng close to his boots, close to his mythic as well, whereas it's just the Noon Quiver for light. The Shy continuing to bully now up in this top side. He's got, you know, he's managed to close that CS gap that we started to see building up for Allah off the back of that play. It was such a huge amount of minions that Allah ended up missing out on. And Tarzan, you know, we picked this Volibear in the hopes that he was... Well, we didn't pick it. I don't know why I said that. He picked this Volibear in the hopes that he could influence these lanes. He is so far down in this jungle matchup, it's not even funny.
And it's what we talked about at the start of the day. LNG often struggle if Tarzan can't get things rolling in the early game. Really rely on him to snowball these plays and get things done in their favor. And, you know, definitely a thing here, but I feel like the whole team's just struggling right now. They're still in it, absolutely, but this big discrepancy is going to take time before they can sort of avoid it. I do think, though, potentially finding an area where they have a numbers advantage, right? Leaning to one side using the Realm Warp, still a possibility. It's just harder than it was before.
So I want to talk about the other side of the scoreboard, right? Because we're being kind of negative talking about LNG, but let's talk about Weibo, because they are doing everything beautiful right now. They're answering every single play that LNG makes. They're all completely on the same page. It feels like a totally different Weibo to what we saw in game number 2. Well, actually, to be fair, they're on the same page. They were just doing kind of silly plays. But now they're in a position to put their front foot forward, right? SOFM in a great spot as Lumao will be knocked up here by On. The Calibrum available as well. Damage just coming out endlessly from Huanfeng, but Tarzan trying to get onto this AD carry. The cleanse onto the stun though. And Huanfeng's like, all right, 1v1, no worries. I can take on a bear. I've got a gun. They're super effective. Lumao will walk away though. Tarzan has saved his support's life.
Still very, very messy and scrappy, right? Yes, no one from LNG goes down, but they were trying to look for that positive play. And the difference between if they had a lead, you'd have WBG just pushing in the mid wave, they'd go down, Realm Warp, dive, job done. But it feels so tentative, hesitating on the play. And Lumao, very lucky to get out of that alive.
Yeah, Lumao does walk away. I mean, partly just that is the Tahm Kench, right? You are so tanky even without items. But SOFM now looking towards this bottom side, but his bot lane has reset, so not much of an opportunity there. Drake coming up in 10 seconds, and with it being a Cloud Drake for the second Drake of the game, that means it will be another valuable soul. We have not seen a single Cloud soul today, and I'm over the moon about that one, to be honest. We could have another Hextech soul.
Man, I love Hextech Soul so much. I love the map as well. So honestly, bring it on. I feel like Weibo, you're significantly far ahead. You should look to stack these dragons up, because as much as, you know, LNG, we said they had these great early win cons, they still have the strength in their side lanes, right? And we saw this in game 1 where the mid jungle was the Diana Renekton. Kind of botched it, and then it came down to, you know, Ole on the Jace and Light on the Jinx again, really to deliver in the later stages. So that's still a possibility in this game. But I want Weibo to really stack up as many advantages as possible now when they have a big, sizable lead.
The Shy starting to really put pressure on in this side lane as well. The early struggles he was having, they are long since forgotten. On, I don't know about that blast count, but he has to use the quickness just to try and keep himself safe here. And he is damn quick. As he jumps over with the battle dance, shockwave onto DoomB. Nice bit of teamwork there from Angel and On to keep the support safe. I think On must have misclicked slightly there and stood on the wrong side of the blast cone.
Well, I think he was ready to jump out again with his W, right? That's the thing with the con. You can play so aggressive and confidently, but Tarzan interrupted his W with the stun. So suddenly he was like, oh, I actually don't have a way out. So you have to make the big run around to get the dash over to Angel. Doesn't get punished though. That's the main thing, right? Only has to burn his ultimate. Do you see Huanfeng has to be a little bit careful though, but he does have vision, right? So he should know that he's in danger.
He wants that plate so bad. He wants it so bad. He might overstep for it though. Tarzan and Lumao threatening. He realizes he just has to back away. But the plate didn't go down to the minions, crucially. So it's still available for him. He didn't lose anything off of this. And with 3 people still in that bottom lane, it's a chance for Weibo. A great kick on to DoomB. The follow-up is there. And that's a solo kill. He doesn't even need Angel. His SOFM just swings into the mid lane and boots DoomB in the face.
Yeah, that is a Fed Lee Sin. Able to easily burst on DoomB, and SOFM still finding favor in this game. I remember something we talked about earlier as well, the advantage between AD carries. Huanfeng already has a Gale Force this early in the game. Like, the amount of damage that offers and the extra mobility tool is so hard to deal with when you're taking fights. You actually have the Kraken Slayer coming in for light, so wasn't actually that far behind on it. You see Angel will get the reward of those plates in the mid lane. Won't take the full tower, but I do like to play, right? I said I want to see this team accelerating.
Oh no.
Oh, my
this is
lord.
what we usually see on the other side of the map to the Herald when the Aphelios is in the game, right? They go for the tower instead. We're seeing that at the same time, and also the Shy getting placed on the top side. This lead is only getting worse for LNG. Everything seems to be snowballing out of control. Every single lane is losing badly at this point. And the LNG from game number 2, it feels like a long and distant memory.
Yeah, it is looking really rough. And I mean, especially just the fact that we had good win cons. I actually really like the composition for LNG, and they just fumbled it. And it's like, as you said, like game 2, but flipped, right? Plays that weren't necessary, over aggressive, over forced. And now I feel like the referee isn't really going to be here for a while, because the Shy also now has Hullbreaker. Kennen just typically doesn't like holding sort of split pushes in the side lane. The Hullbreaker just makes his life a pain. It's so hard to take down those buffed up cannon minions as an AP champion.
It really is. And the Shy, I mean, he loves to be at the side lane. This is the Shy's bread and butter. This is one of the things that he built his career off of, pressuring the side lane and just being better than his opponents, right? Being better in that 1v1. The Hullbreaker, the perfect item for exactly that, especially on a bully like Gnar. But now, Mythics pretty much across the board for Weibo, or at least for those who wanted to build a Mythic as their first item. SOFM moving in the mid lane. 2B needs to be a little cautious. Angel doesn't have too much damage just yet. Light being found in the bottom side. That's a Moonlight Vigil and the Calibrum to follow, but Huangfeng doesn't have the damage to finish the kill off just yet. Gale Force keeps him safe as LNG all group up to defend the bottom lane. Now an engage as Tarzan goes forward. The rocket flashed by Huangfeng, but he might go down anyway. Tarzan trying to finish this kill and will do so. Smites him down. And a Rune Prism onto on that looks real funky. He must have made it over. Bit of a spectator bug on that one. Weibo get out with most of their lives as SOFM just goes back in. This man has no fear. He is not afraid of Tarzan by any means. And now he's moving towards the bottom lane. I don't know, SOFM, man, he's on a different page to most people, I think.
And this whole play was going on, right? We saw Arlen move mid to defend the tower. The Shy's just been top, and he's taking this tier 2. No response coming in. This is a lot of gold into his pocket. Man, things looking dire. We'll get a replay so we can take a look, and, you know, a bit of an overambitious engage. The critical thing is there isn't really any follow-up, and Huangfeng doesn't want to overcommit too hard because he's tanking tower. So a lot burnt here, and as a result, LNG start to move down to respond. Tarzan just charges straight off Huangfeng, able to take him out, even though obviously the ult doesn't connect. So able to get a good punish. And it is a lot of gold, but unfortunately it's on your Volibear. And at this point, your Volibear is just building tank. You're not caring too much about him getting resources compared to other members. In the ideal world, you would have hit him with that Super Mega Death Rocket. Super Mega Death Rocket?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
right.
it. I don't know why I always get it.
Folks. Believe in yourself.
Believe in me, yeah. You know what? That's what LNG need to do. They just need to believe in themselves.
Look, the power of friendship for Magic, man. It worked for WE. Why can't it work for LNG, you know? We're going to 1v1 in the Herald Pit. Tarzan wins it because he's got Smite. But now the Shy maybe can get a kill off the back of it. Lumao's moved over. SOFM here as well. And the Shy has pretty much just given them that on a platter, but look at the bottom of your screen. Don't be in trouble right now. So they're trying to go for a dive, but can't make it happen. And actually, LNG winning this trade globally.
Yeah, doing pretty good. And the thing is, objective bounties are available for them to cash in on. Problem is, they're dragging the Hex Tech. Gonna be hard to approach this. Aleph tries to punish on, but I just don't really think they find a window in on this one.
Oh, SOFM just used his Q onto Lu Mao. Might have to ward jump over, but he becomes back available. Nobody even hitting him. I don't know how he managed to just not take damage for so long there against 3 people. Drake will be stolen by Light. What a rocket coming on through, buying LNG another 5 minutes of safety.
You know, I'm just going to say, right, is we've had so many questionable Jinx ults today. That one was a good Jinx ult. That was one that delivered. The objective bounty as well, so you get the icing on the cake on top of it. Yeah, and we're going to replay that. Let's have some fun. I feel like in this situation, it's kind of tricky to prevent this, but they should have pulled it out and had someone body block, right? They're just doing it straight in the middle of the pit. Just overconfident, honestly, and a little bit disrespectful, but they're still ahead. Weibo's still massively ahead, but LNG have bought some time by denying that Drake, and the objective bounty does help to close the gap somewhat, but still, 4,500 gold lead. pretty significant.
Okay, so the question on everyone's lips, I think, Orcs, how are we looking in terms of the scaling, right? With a couple of bounties coming on through, SFM might get caught, actually. Stun will come through shortly once again. There's Lumao there. Kicks him away, though. He'll be fine. And look at the bottom lane. In the meantime, the push coming out from the Shy and from On as a pair. Just hammering away at that tower. The Hullbreaker doing a lot of work on this one, but I don't think they'll quite finish this tower off just yet. Zala able to clear that wave. Now a Herald charge in the mid lane. SOFM following it along its charge, trying to get the eye before it went down, but now that bottom lane tower will be finished by the Shy. That's a bunch of gold for him. Again, he is massively ahead in that side lane. And the mid lane tower should be finished off by Huangfeng as well, but perhaps a little nervous to commit to the play. On trying to stay close enough for the local gold, we'll be able to get it.
Yeah, this is the problem, is that in terms of scaling, when it comes to team fights, LNG are fine, right? Kennen serves really well. They have a decent front line. Light on the Jinx. Jinx is so incredibly powerful in the late game. Problem is, On might be caught here.
Maybe not, though. Has the quickness still available if he needs it. He is Rakan, and Rakan is just so difficult to catch. She didn't even have to use flash. She didn't have to use ult. That felt like a potential opportunity. And we keep on seeing this. LNG so close to finding picks so often onto SOFM and On, but with Lee Sin and Rakan as your arsenal, you can be so cheeky.
100%. And just to dive back to the scaling thing, my concern isn't really like the team fight scaling. If it gets late enough, then I think Jinx Cannon can serve. I do kind of give the edge to Weibo just because the Orianna is so good in the Rakan. But my real problem is the side lane, right? It doesn't matter if you can beat them out in team fights, because the Shy, he took that tier 2 top. He's taken the tier 2 bottom. It's just hit 20 minutes and he's already taken so many structures off the map. He's so strong. There's not a great answer to him, right? It feels really painful right now. I feel like they're going to have to eventually just send WBG against him, because he'll at least do a better job than the Kennen, but it is such a difficult sort of thing to deal with. The Hullbreaker is so powerful, and the fact he has the Divine Sundra, has the sustain, good damage in the all-in, and just shreds towers.
Does Light, I feel like, is the pardon the pun, light at the end of the tunnel for LNG. He's the one that can maybe make something happen in these fights. Having the Kraken Slayer already. Ala looking for an all-in onto the Shy. Has a realm warp coming as well from the other side, but the Shy might just find a kill. Oh my days, he just flashes underneath the tower, and he goes for the solo death as well, so WBG gets nothing for the realm warp.
Yeah, so they try the play. They bring in the mid laner with the realm warp. I like the idea from LNG, but the Shy just so strong. Deletes Ala in this situation, and Weibo happy to push up right now. Just a 4v4 on the map, and there aren't really any wards too far behind them. That's the thing you always have to be concerned about when you're against the Kennen. Potential for a flanking ward, but to be honest, with the slicing Maelstrom on cooldown, not even really a minor concern. But when it comes to team fights, that's where I can see LNG find a lot of momentum, right? If Kennen gets on the back line, that can be the difference maker.
The ulti coming out from Ally, that can be the thing that turns the game around, but that feels like a far cry right now. 50 seconds until Hextech Drake comes up. This time, Weibo, perhaps pull it out of the pit. Perhaps try and play around Light's rocket a little bit, because Light with the miracle steal on that last Drake. At this point, we'd be 35 seconds away from a Hextech soul for Weibo if they'd just been a little more cautious with their play. So Light managing to punish them last time around. I don't expect the same thing to happen again, though.
Yeah, I mean, they really deserve it if they make the same mistake again. I think it's just as easy as pulling it out of the pit and then having someone in position to block it, right? As long as someone can body block it, isn't really too much of a threat. And I still think LNG is just so far behind. It's such a difficult contest at this point of the game, especially to see the Shy moving down with a pretty much full Narbar. I would not want to tango with him right now.
No, certainly not if I was his opponent. But if there was a party going on, I'd consider a tango with the Shy. Put my suit on, put a dicky bow on, you know how it is. Dragon going to be taken down here by Weibo. This will be their third. Light has rocket available, isn't going to pull the trigger. Will just be the third Drake taken now. And that will mean that Weibo finally on that soul point. WBG looking for a bounty on the top side. Won't even be able to finish this tower, though.
I will say, though, WBG and Light have been farming up pretty well, right? As much as the fact that Weibo are ahead, they haven't let that affect the CS scores, so still going to scale up and be relevant. Obviously, the tank rise doesn't hold up quite as well in the late stages. It really spikes massively in the mid game. but it will eventually get to the point where you can get shredded. But the Jinx, obviously exceptional in the late game, so definitely something they can lean towards. But for now, Weibo, they are starting this up.
Funk just hitting it over the wall. As LNG did test it, they did check, so Weibo realized they can't actually go for the play, but now two people on the bottom side, both solo laners trying to shut down the Shy. Everfrost comes on in. He's about to turn Mega though. Perhaps an opportunity as he turns into the Mega form, gets the help. Can he find the ulti? Whiffs it completely. The Shy taken down. The raid boss has been slain, and Weibo cannot find the Baron.
And critically, Weibo don't even get teleports, right? They are so unnerved by the threat that they actually just back away, and you don't even need to commit them. And so that play is repeatable, right? You can just do it again and again until you actually have to teleport up towards the Baron. Good punish coming out from LNG. Now, I don't think he's going to overstay for the tower here, but they managed to shut down the Shy and buy some time. The problem is 3 minutes 30 until the next dragon. Do I think suddenly LNG are able to fight it in the next 3 minutes 30? Not really. It really comes down to some execution. And on top of that, we've just seen Ale burn his flash on the Kennen. Team fighting with Kennen's flash versus not having the flash is night and day. So it's going to be a little bit tricky for them to find an angle in, especially as when you look at Weibo, everyone has their summoners. The exception is the Shy, but his will be up in time for that dragon.
On getting a ward there, sees Tarzan recalling just as he goes in, so getting some deep vision. 3 minutes on that Drake, as you say, and a huge soul as well, especially for things like Aphelios, where you can get a lot of damage at long range that then chains between the enemies. As we're headed towards 3 items for both of our AD carries, WBG just finishing his 3rd item in that mid lane as well. We're going to see some massive power spikes across the entire scoreboard here. And I'm looking towards Angel as well, because Orianna is one of these champions that I think quite often gets forgotten about in terms of damage numbers. You don't think of Orianna as one of these hyper carries, but ultimately once you get a few items, especially with a Void Staff in there, that shockwave does mega damage.
Yeah, it will really hit, and a good shockwave can be the difference maker. Absolutely. One thing I will say is WB, right, 3 items in this tank Rise. His items are cheaper, so he's been able to farm them up and have 3 completed, which when you compare to Angel, obviously ahead. He is really strong right now, right? Before we get the low Dominix on Fong, it still takes a fair bit of time to cut through him. Well, obviously depends on your weapons, but there's still some hope. It's definitely a hard sell on this next dragon, but I think LNG honestly just have to go for it. They lose the soul, things start to look extremely dire. They don't really have too many wards behind. That's the thing they want to fish for, right? If you get a ward behind, it makes all the difference with a TP flank from that cannon. They just haven't really been given the window.
Hang on. The Shy has just taken a bot lane inhibitor tower right now. The pressure he is putting on the side lane means they have so much space to just push up in the mid lane as well. Weibo in complete control right now. Ala has to find some kind of flank. We need to see a big cannon ult. They're going to throw the Pikachu. It's the ultimate combo from the Pokemon trainers, but On is eradicated right off the bat. LNG, 1 pick for themselves. The Shy pushing onto that bot lane inhib will take an inhib. It's an inhib for a support. I think Weibo take that.
Yeah, and you can see Weibo heading up towards the Baron area to sweep it out. Don't think they'll commit to it now, but you know, you got 1 kill, and in return you lose your inhib on the bot side.
He gets away. Tarzan chunked out heavily. The Shy going to TP to the rest of his team. They want to start this Baron, I think. Or maybe not. Maybe the Shy was not actually on the same page as his squad right there.
I think you just go for the dragon, right? You don't have the flash from Kennen. Tarzan doesn't have his ultimate available. It won't be up to the fight. No Realm Warp too. Light needs to actually reset fairly quickly. Currently really low on mana, so there's multiple things not going in favor of LNG. And on top of all of that, the 5k go down. So, you know, pretty rough at the moment. That definitely doesn't.
It certainly doesn't help. We got the Scribe's Bloom going to be able to be used by On to clear away some of this vision as well. 20 seconds until the Drake comes on up. We need a miracle for LNG if they're to stay in this series. This soul might just be enough to tip Weibo over the edge and finish things off. SOFM playing with fire here, but jumps over to the rest of his team, fighting for vision behind the pit here. Look at Ale. He needs to have a huge flank, needs to have a huge ulti. His flash almost available again. Weibo pulling the dragon out of the pit. Ala on the bottom side of the fray. But Angel knows where he is, and now Weibo just going to start burning through the dragon's health bar. Tarzan needs to find a way in, but his ult is still on cooldown right now. The dragon just going to be burst on through. That's going to be soul for Weibo with barely any contest from LNG. And now Weibo, they can just waltz up to the top half of the map.
they just didn't have the tools. They couldn't find a way in. And I actually really love that control ward in Weibo's blue side jungle right on top of the Hex Gate. So if Ole did manage to ult behind you, have perfect information on him. Now, they are looking for the Shy again.
Maybe they can find him. Maybe a constellation prize on the bottom side of the map, but
oh, no.
they won't even be able to get it. Both flashes were used the last time they tried to make this play. And the Shy just walks up again. He has no fear. 1v2. He just walks on up. He doesn't care. He doesn't have a single care in the world. He's about to turn Mega. As Ale forced to use his ult onto the Shy, but ulted against the wall himself. The Shy in a 2v1, and he finds himself a solo kill. The Shy is back. And Weibo Gaming forcing their way through the mid lane here. There is nothing you can do, LNG.
LNG getting crushed, and the fact that the Shy can 1v2, pushing the wave into the bot lane. LNG have their last defense, but it's looking pretty doomed as it is.
It certainly is. Nexus Tower's being hammered away by Huanfeng. 5 members strong from Weibo as they try and finish things off. Lumao stepping forwards, being the tank for his team. The wave has been cleared. They will survive, at least for now, but a mid lane turret will be taken. A mid lane inhib will be taken as well. There's a wave in this top side. Weibo might just be able to get all 3 inhibs.
Yeah, they don't want to risk it, especially with the cannon respawning. He's still a while before his ultimate, but just taking all the inhibitors is definitely the safe route. See the Shy, look how much pressure he has.
He's got ult again. He can go for the Mega Nard, charge on in, try and make a play. Doesn't have flash though, so difficult to close the gap unless somebody steps too far forwards. He's about to become exhausted once more, halfway on the bar. Ale on the top side for the fight. SOFM trying to buy space. There we go. Ult onto Do and B, trying to make the players. Huanfeng cleanses the Everfrost. Weibo, they can just play at arm's length. They don't even have to fight. They've got the cannons doing the work for them. Nexus Towers have fallen, and Ingo Weibo to finish things off. Ala ported to the back of the fight, but he flashes away. He's afraid to go for the play of the century, and it's Weibo taking this one. They want a few kills of Huanfeng at the end of it all, but Weibo are the best team in the LPL. They take first place.
Huge performance coming out of them. LNG definitely fumbled this game, but Weibo there to catch it and absolutely delivered. That man, the Shy, such a powerful presence in the silent is what we know him for. It's what he got famous for. Just unstoppable. The 1v2 at the end. Absolutely deserved. And a good win to get themselves, as you said, into first place in the LPL.
First place in the LPL, a positive 11 game difference right now, a 7-win streak for Weibo Gaming. And a lot of people will be saying, oh, no, Victory 5, Victory 5. Well, Weibo already beat Victory 5 2-1 earlier on in the split. They also have a better game difference right now. Weibo, until they are knocked off of that pedestal, I don't think there's a solid argument you can make that they are not the top team.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, I feel like they've been so convincing throughout the split, and yes, obviously have had their loss, but I think current form look very convincing. And even like there is mistakes, don't get me wrong. That game 2, you know, we don't really want to talk about too heavily, but it felt like when things started to come together, they really delivered. I feel like every player on the team was stepping up.
Yeah, exceptional stuff from Weibo. They've managed to grab themselves first place, and I want to reiterate that, you know, these early games were messy from both sides of the board. Like we saw LNG at the start of this game, I'm not entirely sure what was going through their head in a few of those plays, and it was similar from Weibo in game number 2. But when the chips are down in these late game decisions, I mean, the Shy, if he doesn't get MVP, I don't know how you can ever get MVP. The 2v1 on the bottom side just walks at doing B, and Ale just takes them on. Ale just got absolutely destroyed.
I mean, this is the problem, is that like we can talk all we want about the team fight potential of LNG, how, you know, Jinx and Kennen can deliver when we get to that point. They never really got a chance to team fight because there's just so much pressure in the side lane. It was constantly have to be attended to. The fact that they're sending Doinby down there and then still losing was just an absolute disaster. And really felt like the start, they had a composition, they had a clear win con. They did massively botch it. That dive and bot, definitely not a favorable play, but Weibo punished so heavily. And SOFM in particular, denying the Lee Sin from Tarzan 2 games in the series, and both of them absolutely crushing with it.
This Lee Sin from SOFM is gorgeous. And honestly, SOFM and On working so well as a pair, I think, is one of the things I really want to highlight. The way that they're playing for Vision, the way they're pushing in together, but also both playing on a knife's edge, right? When you see them going for vision on so regularly, almost getting caught, but he's playing Rakan. He knows he can play that aggressively and get away with it. And the same with SOFM on this Lee Sin. They get away with absolutely everything that they can get away with. And, you know, a lot of people would be like, well, better teams are going to punish. But there are not that many teams in the world that are better than LNG right now. So feels like Weibo really knowing their limits and managing to play on that very fine line.
Yeah, I feel like both teams really push it, right? Go for some very aggressive plays to try and establish an advantage. And the thing is, like, when those plays end up going wrong, like game 2, like LNG with game 3, they get punished so incredibly hard, and it just shows like the burden of execution is so high to make these successful, and it really comes down to who can consistently deliver.
Certainly does, and right now it's Weibo consistently delivering. And I have to say, a little bit over the moon about that one. Suning fans, I can hear you cheering right now. But Weibo managed, and honestly, I think one of the most exciting things is a lot of people saw this roster. You know, there was the talk of Rookie joining Weibo as well as the Shy, and then that all fell through. The Shy comes in, and people weren't sure about the Shy and Rookie being split up. But honestly, this roster has looked amazing. On even has been a player that I think has stepped up massively across the course of this year, because he was a player that's been criticized massively last year and definitely still has some really rough games. I'm not trying to say that this is a player without issues, but across the board, this team has been leveling up consistently. And I don't think many people were expecting them to be top in the table, and there's still plenty of time before playoffs, and then there's the best of fives to get through. We ain't done with the LPL just yet. But Weibo showing that this is a roster to be reckoned with.
Yeah, especially with how competitive things have been at the very top. Like, we had so many teams really vying for that top spot that we felt like, you know, EDG, RNG, V5, it really has felt like a massive battle to try and claim that #1 spot. So for Weibo to do it, fair play.
Absolutely. Well, we've got the man of the hour himself ready for an interview. I'm going to pass it back over to Wendy, who's standing by with the Shy.
Hello everyone, welcome to interview, and now we have invited the Shy from WBG with us. So congratulations on today's victory, and you were able to get the win against Suzhou LNG. Definitely, they are a very strong opponent. So could you share more about the preparation made before today's matchup? 首先，恭喜 The Shy， 恭喜我们 WBG 获得了本场比赛的胜利。第一个问题也要问到的是，其实对手苏州 LNG 也是很强势的一个对手，所以说在这一场 BO3 开始之前，有做哪些特别的准备吗？
저희 팀 4명이 물론 상대도 잘하는 팀이지만 저희 팀 4명이 더 잘한다고 생각해서 좀 안정적으로만 준비한 것 같아요, 저는.
So definitely the opponent's team, they are quite strong, but for ours, our teammates are very strong as well. So we would like to just play it a bit safely, not that aggressively for today's game. And also, I want to talk a bit more about your champion choices, because in today's best of 3, you have picked champions like Cyan, Nar, those kind of very tanky champions. So could you share more about the background of picking these champions? Why you just prefer those kind of champions in this best of 3? 那下一个问题想问一下泽帅选手的英雄选择，在今天的 BO3 当中，你也是选出了像塞恩啊、纳尔这样的坦克的英雄，所以想问一下，为什么今天会这么偏爱、这么喜欢这些坦克英雄呢？
리스크를 좀 줄이고 싶었어요. 사실 그렇게 해도 충분히 좋은 결과가 있을 거라고 생각했고, 그러다 보니까 이제 챔피언을 그런 것들을 선택한 것 같아요.
So because we would like to just play like a whole, we really would like to have a very good result. So and under these situations, we really feel like these tanky champions can be a very good choice. So that's the reason for me to just pick them. And definitely your tanky champions really performed so good for today's matchup, especially like all in the team fights and also for the silent pushes. And my next question, I want to talk a bit more about your team synergy, because for now WBG were able to just accumulated 8 wins in total. So do you feel you guys really have a very good synergy at this moment? What's your comment for this? 那下个问题想问一下泽帅选手对现在队内的一个配合程度、默契程度的看法，因为现在也拿到了8个胜场，一个非常好的一个位置，所以说泽帅选手对整个队内的一个配合有什么样的看法呢？
저희 팀 잘 처음에 비해서 훨씬 잘 맞춰가고 있는 것 같고, 그래도 아직은 좀 더 잘 맞춰질 여건이 남아있는 것 같아요. 그래서 더 노력하면 더 잘 될 것 같아요.
So I really feels like from the beginning, we can really have the potential to have a very good momentum, to have a very good synergy as a whole. Still, we are like on the way to make some improvements, but I feels like we still can have some improvements in the future, but we can really have a very good synergy as a whole. Yeah, we can show from every single team fights, from every single game. And my very last question is definitely there's so many fans keep supporting you, keep supporting WBG. They're all looking forward to your highlights in the stage in LPL. So tell us more about. Do you have any words you want to say to all the fans that keep supporting you? 那其实全世界也有很多很多一直支持泽晒、支持着 WBG 的粉丝朋友们，他们也非常期待泽晒选手能够在赛场上的高光。所以说，有没有什么话想要对所有粉丝朋友们说的？
좋아해 주셔서 감사합니다. 앞으로 열심히 할게요.
So I really appreciate all the support from you guys, and in the future, I'll just keep improving to try my best in the future. And thank you so much for supporting me, and definitely congratulations again, and thank you for the sharing. 那再次恭喜你们，接下来比赛要加油。And back to you guys. Bye bye.
Thanks very much, Wendy. And of course, great to hear from the Shy as always. Usually banger interviews from the Shy, but fairly reserved today, it has to be said. But the Shy, despite the 2v1 in the bottom side, despite all of the pressure he's putting on in that game, the MVP for game number 3, gonna go the way of SUFM, who, to be fair, did have a great game for himself as well. That early game was all about this jungler on Lee Sin.
Yeah, found so much momentum, managed to capitalize on the play coming out from LNG, and as much as I like to fault LNG for that dive, it probably would have just been an easy dive if SOFM hadn't been there to cover and clean up that one. And this is that exact example. You know, if you imagine if this was just 2 members off Weibo, probably could have just been them picking up the kills and denying a ton of experience, but lands everything he needs to in this situation.
Yeah, he set all of that up. He was a one-man army of Wonfong there to finish those kills off. And crucially, getting a couple of the kills was so important. And this combo, I mean, honestly, this is kind of the end of the game in my mind. Like, this is the point where it was like, okay, maybe LNG can't come back.
Yeah, and again, really on point. We saw some spectacular kicks from him in game 1, but really finding the angle there as well onto Doinby with a solo kill. Just solid performance, and I think this is a team that we're just excited about. It's just fun to watch Weibo play.
It really is. That's the beautiful thing about it, right? It's not just that they're good, it's just that they're entertaining on top of that. And I think SOFM got at least 2, maybe 3 solo kills during this series. So I'm pretty sure he'll probably be topping that statistic for junglers at this point, because his Lee Sin today was just out of this world. Beautiful stuff to see. But with that, it's going to round out our day. Let's take a look at our results as we had the full 6-game day here, and we had some serious bangers. We started off with a 2-1 for BLG. BLG looking shaky, it has to be said, losing a game versus WE, but pulling themselves together by the 3rd game of the series. And then our 2nd series, of course, went the distance. Weibo versus LNG, just back and forth the entire time. Weibo coming out on top of the tussle.
Yeah, I mean, really delivering. Right, I think that final series was an absolute banger, but even so, at least we saw some life from WE, and we do get to see how things have panned out. B5 are neck and neck in terms of win-loss, but obviously the game difference means Weibo hold that 1st place spot. And we had those 5 teams at 7 wins. We started to see them spread out.
Certainly have. We've now got a pair, and then 3 below them. EDG, LNG, and RNG, all with a recent loss. It's meant that they are no longer in that fight for 1st place. They've got some work cut out ahead of them to be able to catch up once again. But tomorrow, we're jumping back into our super weekends once more. We kick things off with TT versus LGT, the battle for the wooden spoon, as it were, down at the bottom of the table. But then into some middle of the table matchups that really should be interesting to watch. AL versus JDG, FBX versus RA, all of them with a reasonable shot at making it into playoffs, at making a good run for themselves this year. We'll find out who's going to be in with a better shot of that by the end of tomorrow.
Yeah, honestly, I love when we have games where so many teams are so close in the standings against each other, because it makes it so impactful. The fact that if you win, obviously you also deny a win from someone who's one of your closest competitors. Super important when it comes to those playoff spots, because that's the thing, right? We saw it in summer last year. Both LNG and WE made pretty big miracle runs in playoffs. As much as you want the best seeding possible, if you make playoffs, you're still in with a chance. But like that's the main thing is making playoffs. So it makes that fight around the middle of the pack so tense, so exciting.
It really does. There's plenty to fight for in the LPL right now, and we are running out of time to fight for it. We're going to start to see teams locked in for playoffs and for not playoffs. But that's all to be decided over the next few days, over the next couple of weeks. But that's it from us for today. I've been Munchables. I've been joined by Orcs. Thanks very much for watching. We'll see you guys tomorrow. But until then, we'll see you in Champs.